All right, and welcome back here. We got yourselves some more Iesf Asia qualifiers, and this time we're moving to Southeast Asia. We got ourselves a good matchup between Malaysia and the Philippines, and it's probably the marquee matchup of the entire qualifier, if I had to say so.
Yeah, Philippines probably one of the favorites to take it all. Malaysia, I don't know if I would put them in the top 2 with the current lineup. Probably top 3, top 4 material for sure, though. Which is the field here is very competitive.
Yeah, very.
Thailand, Myanmar, Philippines. It's gonna be incredibly hard to really eke out a spot. But for me, definitely Philippines. They're a practice team together. Should be first place, maybe second place at the worst.
I would say the two teams I expect to come out of this are probably Myanmar and Philippines. Probably Philippines at 1, Myanmar at 2.
Yeah, I can see that.
But Thailand could definitely make it. And
I'm so good Malaysia in theory. It's just on paper they're a little bit weaker and less practice together.
And I will say, if they make it, sometimes these rosters aren't the rosters that stay together when these big tournaments happen. So let's take a look at the Filipino roster as we've got ourselves the roster coming up for this squad. And you should know them, because if you're following Southeast Asia Dota right now, I mean, for Malaysia, it's Zhao Yu, it's CDR, it's Wonderboy, Rodion, and Lloyd. So you got yourself some decent players. And I guess Rodion is Ayad. Or Ayad.
I think so.
Yeah, it would make sense. I just can't check because he's got a red link on Wikipedia. So I don't exactly know. Yeah, Malaysian roster looks all right. I mean, again, compared to the Malaysian roster, we saw the Asian games that was Ghost and JT and you know, X Nova and all those guys. It definitely is not, you know, I would say a first place definite team, but it's definitely a team that can get there. It's definitely a team that can get you to the Asian Championship for sure. I think this is a decent squad.
As said, not in my personal top 2, but could definitely still make it. It doesn't mean anything, right? They're just like a little bit worse on paper. Just another practice team. They're sort of a mix thrown together, but anything can work for sure.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the other roster. It is the Filipino roster that's going to be coming up on your screen this time. So be taking a look. And the Filipino roster, you should know it. It's going to be, from what I'm seeing on Wikipedia, it's supposed to be the Execration squad. So Abat, Lewis, Tino, Shanks, and CML. I don't know if they're using their Filipino squad IDs in this little overlay here.
Ooh. The coach is actually also JL. So yeah, it is pretty much the entire Execration lineup. And you already said it. They already qualified to another tournament yesterday.
Yeah, so they qualified for Elite League, which is in Lima.
Yeah. So they're definitely in high spirits.
Yeah.
And they're good to go. They know their drafts. They know their gameplay. Let's go.
And it's a BO1. You know, they're in high spirits right now. They qualified for Lima. The thing that's going to be good, though, for Execration is, like, you go to Elite League, that's LAN experience. Straight up. So... like, you'll have LAN experience coming in, because this Execration lineup hasn't gotten much LAN experience, I would say. I think this Elite League is going to be their first LAN experience in a while for some of these guys.
Yeah, and as you said, it's very, very valuable to have this sort of experience.
Yeah.
Most amateur players, really what they lack when they go into the big stage is really just an experience. They get overwhelmed by the atmosphere, by the people, by the pressure that's coming in, and for a lot of people, what they need to overcome that is really just getting used to it. So any sort of exposure towards that helps a lot.
Definitely. And we'll have to see of course, how that goes on and how that ends up being. But, and now we've got the lineup here, or the draft below us, and I'm looking at Execration's run as they went 2-0 over Salvation Gaming, 2-0 over Bleed, which has Jackie, Emo, Zeal, Pelosin, and Say from that IHC squad, or formerly from that IHC squad. Then they beat Neon 2-1, and then they beat TNC Predator, which the new TNC is Palos, Yowie, Cox, Jing, and Cuckoo. And they beat them 3-1. Like, they played really well. They really played around. I would say Storm Spirit was a big one for them, and Marcy was really big for them. And Marcy gets picked by Malaysia to try and take that away, I would say.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the different approaches from all the different regions as well. Like, SEA is probably going to be completely different from Central Asia, and then Central Asia is going to be completely different from Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody has like their own flavor they really follow. But we'll see. Storm Spirit still a very strong option even here.
Mm-hmm. Radiant team back.
Clockwork. Okay, against Marcy.
I like Clockwork, but yeah, against Marcy is definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, because Marcy has like two ways to kind of get herself away from you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but that's if Marcy is. Because if you're going for Clockwork, I don't know if you'll necessarily see Marcy. Because Marcy has been played in all positions except mid, basically.
Yeah. Marcy is a super versatile hero.
Yeah.
My least favorite lane that I've seen this entire patch, because it was just literally unbeatable. Marcy IO is just ridiculously dumb.
That is true.
They give each other life steal, they give each other regen. It's literally unlosable, I think, that lane. There's nothing you can do about it. So, am I expecting an IO ban? I don't even know if they really like the combo. We'll see. This Malaysia, well, we can't really call them squad team, is, it's a little bit of an unknown to me, because I don't know how they function together, how much they have practiced together, what sort of style they're using. So it's going to be a very fun, interesting first match for us, because of course the first one was being played off stream, which they handily took in 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. So you talk about chemistry and all that, and I feel like, the Philippines are definitely in form. There's no way around it. They're going to be in the best form, I think.
Sounds about right. Now,
10 seconds remaining.
They ban the Brewmaster, of course, and pick up the Chaos Knight. That's something we have seen today on stream, how hard of a counter it really is. So it makes a lot of sense. Now, what do they want to pair up the Marcy with? Or is it just a support Marcy, and they can go for something like a Gyrocopter as well?
They could go Gyro. And you go Snapfire for now, so the draft is still sitting pretty open. Although Snap usually a 4 position, so if it's going to be a Marcy at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a 5. But you could swap them either or. Yeah.
Could be. Although I'm a big fan of that Marcy axe. Like that silence is incredible.
That silence is great, yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
Phoenix. We have seen the same answer also to the Chaos Knight earlier today. Very strong. Very potent.
And you need somebody to really figure out who's going to be the egg hitter. You don't have one at the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
Let me take a look at what they were playing the other day for Elite League. Because I don't truthfully know if they played against a Phoenix yesterday. Did they? They played against the Phoenix twice. But one time they had a Marcy and an Ursa. And then the other time they had Muerta, Centaur, Dragonite, Elder Titan, Razor. And then the time before that was Marcy again with Snapfire. So by picking
Marcy absolutely destroys Phoenix.
So they basically picked 2 egg breakers and then the egg.
Yeah. But this time around, breaking the egg is going to be very difficult for the Philippines. Hopefully, Malaysia doesn't deny their own egg. Won't be a problem.
Dire team pick.
In the one time that they didn't have Marcy or Snapfire, Execration had Troll, Puck, Centaur, CM Tiny. And Techie's has been out of the meta for a while. Except in my pubs. I swear to God.
It's a great hero.
Oh, man.
His damage output is still insane.
The damage output is good in what role? Please answer this question honestly.
4?
Thank you. In 4. That's fine. 4 Techies support, I'm okay with that. I'm so okay with that. But for some reason, in my bracket, the trend has just been Techies mid.
I mean, Thompson has been doing that for a while. It's not that great, but, you know, if you're super snowball and you know exactly what you're doing, which, spoiler alert, most people don't.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing. With my bracket, when you're like, yeah, well, Thompson does it. Yeah, well, Thompson won TI.
Twice.
So, yeah, he's doing it. You are nothing. I'm nothing. Like, stop playing Techies mid. I told the other I all chatted. I said to the other team, you should all double down because we lose this game. Then they all doubled down. We lost. I should have got half their MMR.
No, you kind of sabotaged your own team. Like, mentally, you already lost at the beginning, you know?
Dude, the Techies got whipped. It wasn't us.
10 seconds remaining.
Pango gets picked up. Pango just never dies.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, Mars for the longest time, and I'm surprised Mars doesn't get picked up as much anymore, but Mars for the longest time was just in the meta straight, right? Now Pango has been in the meta always, even when they try to nerf him.
I still think the new Mars is pretty damn strong still.
Yeah, so do I. I think the facet is great.
Anything that reduces or removes ally vision is just insane. Actually. Well, Mars Phoenix would be a great combo here if they wanted to do that, but it kind of locks Marcy into... Well, I guess Snapfire could still be mid, but mid Snapfire isn't really a thing anymore.
Radiant team back.
Ember Spirit against the Pangolier, Cookie, Cutter, standard answer. We see that a lot. It's pretty good in the lane, truth be told.
Still need an egg hitter.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What do you want to go for in terms of an egg hitter? Like CK, yeah. He could be your off laner. You can go mid Pango and go a different safe laner. You could still back up to that troll. Wouldn't hate that.
Troll is okay. Yeah, it's good against Chaos Knight as well. Medusa? I'm a big Medusa fan. You know that. I think Medusa is great, especially with Phoenix. Ember Spirit, great combo.
10 seconds remaining.
Why is Face's voice so dead?
Would you say why is Face's Void dead?
Yeah.
I saw it a lot in Elite League. It's not dead in SEA.
Oh, yeah. Good. I think the hero is still insane strong.
Yeah, I can see that.
10 seconds.
Can definitely see that.
So that's an option. What else is an option? Nope, that one is out. I mean, CK causes a lot of problems for a lot of carries. I think Medusa is honestly the pick here. Medusa or Troll?
For whom?
For Malaysia.
Okay. I thought Troll works for the Philippines too. You throw CK in the off lane.
It does, but then your lineup is very greedy. Which can work.
I don't think this lineup really punishes you so far from Malaysia though.
The band is Storm and SF, so I think the Pango is offlane.
Offlane? It could be.
Phantom Lancer.
PL, now you definitely just you say, hey, yeah, you're gonna pick PL, well, we're gonna just pick Medusa straight into you. and then just try to beat the counter. Now, Timber works.
You may now
And you throw
select
CK
your
safe lane,
heroes.
Pango mid, or even Timber mid, truthfully. You can do either.
I am worried for this PL. PL does not match up very well into
He threw the Timber mid.
Pango or Timber.
Yeah.
In fact, Pango is considered a hard counter to PL.
Is that why they threw it in the off lane?
No, but why did you pick PL into a Pango? Like, I don't understand.
Right.
I will see. It's an offlane Marcy. Marcy always has a lot of potential, of course. That silence can definitely rip apart it.
10
a Philippine
seconds
squad.
remaining.
But the lane shouldn't be that easy against Chaos Knight.
5
and
seconds
probably
remaining.
Clockwork, I'd assume.
Right.
Yeah, I think I like the Philippines draft a little bit better. Don't like the PL pick that much.
Yeah, I don't think the PL pick is amazing.
No. Don't think it is.
So.
It's just so, like, PL is great last pick. Ha, gotcha. No.
Right.
To begin with, they had answers, and then they had another answer in the form of Timbersaw. And Timbersaw is really good against him. We'll see what happens. PL can always snowball. PL can do PL things for sure.
Mhm.
As always, they take in time bomb. You get some HP items. You get a diffusal, and suddenly you just burn everybody's mana. You can't really do much about it.
Right.
But his early game should be horrendous.
Should be. We'll have to see. I mean, the lanes from the Philippines should be pretty clean with the way that they've been playing recently. I think just coming into an event like this and being in ultra form is as good as it gets, right?
That sounds about right. Yep. Now,
So-
I haven't seen Marcy offlane in a while, so looking forward to see what he's gonna go for. What item, but it's probably just gonna be the icon stuff, the BKB, the usual,
Right.
the classic. And let's see if the
This is-
CK nerf actually did a lot or not.
Is this Twisted Chakram?
Prepare for
With-
battle.
For...
Yep.
Yeah. Dude, that is so strong at level 6. I'm surprised Timber's not picked up as much as often.
Why did you actually just get a free chakram? Like, when I saw it the first time, I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah. It used to be what? A double. It used to be a level 25, the double Chakram, and now it's level 6.
Yeah. And it literally deals the same damage.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
It's pretty strong. And he gets mana per destroyed tree. And I don't even want to talk about Timber. The hero's a bastard.
So a little bit of all chatting. There was a good amount of all chatting during the Southeast Asia qualifiers for Elite
30
League too.
seconds to battle.
Yeah,
I'm
I
a-
think as the 8 teams in general, they like to all chat each other a lot.
Facts.
Always been that way.
Definitely the facts.
So offlane Pango, usually not a great offlaner, but because it's a PL, you should be able to get away with it, no problem. That's the
The
problem with
battle
PL, you can't really
begins.
treasure anyone.
I guess not, right?
No. There's another stun in 5 seconds.
Oh. I don't know if the dispose is gonna work enough. You still have techies, right? Sticky bomb might slow you down. No, they'll just give up on it. Okay.
Disposed.
Yeah,
Now,
disposed.
Ember
and-
against Timber. It's usually just a trade farm lane until higher levels.
I mean, Timber, what? You get reactive armor, then you're pretty much safe.
We'll see what he wants to do. A lot of Timbers actually don't skill reactive armor anymore.
You could
I like
get
at
one
least like
level,
1 or 2
right?
levels
But,
in it.
I mean, mid, are you really Timber chaining?
I know you just wanted for the side lane gangs at some point.
Yeah. I'm not saying go heavy into reactive armor, but
Yeah, I think 1 or 2 levels is what I would do, personally.
Nothing really doing just yet. Sticky bombs just being thrown all over the place. Really got to get a feel for this 5 position techies.
Yeah, usually I see it as a 4. 5 techies is interesting.
You said this lineup was greedy, and maybe they sense that, like, they can be. Because this lineup isn't exactly quick from the side of the Radiant at all.
No, not at all. Marcy is greedy, so is PL. Ember is really the only one that can move early, but your supports aren't really that great at moving. Like you have a Phoenix who's pretty greedy. Snapfire can definitely help you. So
Right.
I think it will have to be Ember and Snapfire making lots of good plays in the early game at least.
Things staying pretty quiet, which is unheard of in SCA.
Yeah, how's to know first budget?
Although I will say this happened in the TNCX creation games, where there was like a lot of mutual respect going on. So, not surprising.
Yeah, I think over the years also, how do I say this? Initially, SCA was much more volatile and they were a lot more disrespectful, to be frank, but they've really settled down over the years. And usually it's just friendly banter nowadays.
Yeah.
Because like, they've all been in the scene for so long, right? They know each other pretty well. So they're all pretty good friends as well.
Yeah, I would say SCA is pretty tight.
Yeah, 100%. And it's very hard to get into that tightness as an outsider.
But I think with DPC, it made it easier to kind of exist in the way that they do in SCA. If that makes sense.
Right. No, I think I know what you mean. I'm a little bit surprised still by how they laned all this. I feel like Tango and Techi's bottom would have been better. And CK fuck would have been better top. Let's see if that end up hurting them or not. Wow, he went level 2 in the power cox just to drain the mana. Huh. Interesting skill build. Alright, easy first part on top lane. Marcy generally. Oh, what's he gonna go for? Double bracer into face boots, BKB, Acceptor. Action bot lane, Shanks is gonna burn out. This early game is going way better than I thought it would for Malaysia. With their greedy draft, that's exactly what they're looking for. Not at all, no. In fact, looking quite rough for the side lanes right now. I mean, CK is still farming okay, of course, but you really don't want to be giving up those kills for no reason. The bracer meta, man. It is the bracer meta.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah. Yeah. Hawk, interesting. Hawk from a lacerated. Whoa.
Oh. Close.
Oh, cancel the TP.
Very close. Oh.
Not that it matters that much, but
Man, 3-0 though, with a 1,000 net worth lead. I mean, this would be a pretty significant upset if the Philippines lose this game with how much we've hyped them up.
Yeah, especially with having like a full squad. Ooh, the PL's in trouble.
And look at these cogs again, man. Just the bounces are so insane. It really is just nuts how much you're able to just bounce.
Yeah, they're huge.
And if you're able to get around and pull it off without the big cogs radius, that does even more.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You get
But I think
bounced
that's
around.
pretty much what most people go for now. Is right, the huge cogs.
Yeah.
What is the other one even? I forgot already.
The other facet.
Oh, hook up. When you
it's
when
like
hook,
you hit an ally. Yeah.
It's such a weird facet. Like, why would you want to encourage hooking an ally?
I think it's more so. I think it's more so if you have like a frontliner who blinks stuns. The AOE of the stun is more, I think, with that one, and it makes it so you are giving more with your hook shot if you hit an ally.
300 radius. I guess it's not tiny. It's not large either. Top lane again.
Right.
Marcy.
CML is just not finding much as this techies.
They might be finding death here.
Yeah, Sunray, but the 2-second stun.
What a range.
Oh, what is that rage? That is some crazy range.
Scatter blast is narrower and longer. Bonus damage and slow when enemies are not in point blank range. Oh, so the further it is, the more damage it does now. Damn, no wonder he got blasted like that. But Timber pulling away net worth wise, a farm Timber is so scary in the current Dota game. Whenever I see a farm Timber, I just... It's like a horror movie.
It really is, but right now he just has arcane boots.
Yeah, but his net worth is really high.
Yeah.
Which is always scary, especially as low HP heroes.
What do you think his build's gonna be, though?
His build, good question. It's probably like the usual Kaya into... Eternal Shroud could be very good this game against the Phoenix.
Right.
This is one of the games where I actually want the Ember to go for Mage there. It just is really good against Timber. And he's having a good lane anyways. Rolling up. Caught the real one.
Oh, actually caught him on the back of it. That's pretty insane. But it doesn't turn into anything.
No, pretty much just rolled against the wall. Lewis is still looking for him though. Ah, the creep spotted him.
Oh, almost dead top.
Dire's top tower
Almost dead.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But 4-0, not that big of a net worth lead. I think you're fine with where you're at.
Agreed. Now it's time for PL to farm some neutral items.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, PL, see what he gets neutral items wise. Fairy's Trinket for the Timbersaw, that feels even better.
Oh yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Best neutral
is
item for
under
him on
attack.
tier 1. Bot tower down, easy peasy.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah,
Radiant's
bot
bottom
tower dead, but top
is
tower's
under
dead.
attack.
So,
Well, it's not dead
exchanging top tier 1?
No, bot tier 1.
Oh, bot tier 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
well,
the trade just hasn't happened yet. I mean, it's pretty low.
I thought the
Korea,
trade was
Korea.
going to be for sure, but, what?
Yeah.
Did CML misclick that? And just send it under tower? All right, Lewis gets a kill. That's going to be Kaya coming in.
And then Eternal Shroud, yep. Just the usual stuff. Then after is where it gets interesting. Some people really love early Blink Dagger. Other people like to go Aghanim Scepter. There's lots of different builds here.
Dire's middle tower is under
We'll have
attack.
to see how it goes.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But-
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Taking a look is 5-1.
Dire's middle tower
Things
is
are
under
I pretty
pretty-
in already. They want to defend this? It looks tough.
They should defend this. I mean, they'll try. But again, just not really catching anything.
Dire's middle
CML
tower has been denied.
Didn't have the best time on his techies just yet. There's a PL is rushing straight into the axe. It's pretty common nowadays.
Right.
And then probably into the diffusal after that.
Smoke play.
I see the is also an up-and-coming Malaysian carry player. He's been around for a while. Still looking for his big breakthrough. And as we said, you know, a big, strong LAN performance in one of these tournaments could definitely do it.
Yeah, for sure. These are definitely tournaments where you can make a name for yourself. Cogs, Chakram, nothing doing. I mean, they unleashed. This Marcy wants to go in, but they've got the disarm. There's the twisted Chakram, the regular Chakram. And this is an Ember that gets to survive.
This twisted chakram, so it's basically an H shape, right?
Yeah. Like an infinity shape.
Yeah. Like a loop sign.
Not getting that kill, though, feels pretty bad. And we've talked about CK not doing that well from behind. But CK is second in the net worth, and even with the little bit of a lead the Radiant have right now, Lewis is going to die, though, and taking out that high net worth hero means Ember pushes to the top.
So CK, though, he's still very farmed himself as well.
But when is the jumping off point here for a bat?
I mean, generally people are looking for the Orchid timings, and then they can start solo killing.
Right.
But this game, that doesn't look that easy, to be honest. The heroes are going to be quite tanky. And he has the fear of playing against PL. Playing against PL as CK is not that fun.
How come?
I don't really have a way to deal with illusions. I mean, neither does he. But he spawns way more of them than you do. So you really have to hope for your teammate to do that. Ooh, they're finding the PL here. If that...
You have to get him before he
Last correct.
doppelgangers, though. Hook shot, doppelganger, outside the cogs. Not looking like it's going to matter. And it won't. CDR going down.
Yeah. Power of Timber.
CDR had a short stint with...
Radiant's bottom tower.
Which
was a pretty good
with,
team.
what was it?
In
Eho?
China. Was it Eholm? It was definitely a very accomplished Chinese team where he was on for a short time and then he kind of faded out again. I feel that happens to quite a lot of players. Where's Ghost nowadays?
Yeah, Ghost kind of fell off the planet.
He's just gone?
It seems like it. I don't know where he's been.
Huh.
Just have not seen anything from Ghost recently.
'Cause he's had a great time in was it Azure
You
Ray?
know, Ghost not really finding a team after everything kind of split up.
Yeah. Which is a shame because I felt like he was actually really coming together as a player.
I agree. Definitely agree. He was on Enigma Galaxy for 15 days. That was his most
Oh yeah,
recent
that
stint.
was the last. Yeah. As off lane. I remember that.
And then speaking of Ghosts, wasn't Lonely Chucky the GEG carry for Malaysia.
Yeah, that's his brother.
Yeah,
Radiant
That's right.
scanning.
surprising that we don't see him playing him or Ghost
Dire's
for this
middle
team.
tower is under attack.
I know that he's still playing a lot of Dota. I'm just surprised that I'm not seeing him around, especially in this Malaysian squad.
Right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, very surprising.
PL now, Axe done. CK almost done with the Orchid, and then he can go on the hunt as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See if they get anything done here mid. Oh, look at Wonder Boy, but turning it. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses. Tino wasting roll.
That's a longer cooldown notice as well. So you just finishes BKB. What
Top lane?
damage, man.
Oh gosh, man.
That was a nice
There's
BKB pickup. Like he kind of hit it in the courier, and it came just as they initiated on him. That's Dota for you, man. A team that just qualified yesterday, today having a hard time. Holy fool.
It's definitely
Nice,
like
bro.
that. And now Holy Fool dies, like you said, and they've got the cogs around this Ember, but Sunray, like, Shanks is the one taking the majority of this damage, and they're gonna get another kill.
What
This
does Dota come
Execration
to?
Filipino lineup is losing their hold on this game.
Yeah, they're losing the ground for sure. Maxing power cogs as clockwork and not skilling battery assault highly. That is so interesting.
Definitely.
Because battery assault is basically what it allows you to kill and farm.
Really is just not looking good here at all.
Yeah, Wonder Boy is super farmed. Looking really good for Malaysia right now, to be honest. The early game was supposed to be much harder than it turned out to be. So you already done with the BKB going for the Basher next. So no axe for him. Okay. Interesting. Just going to pure right click. Also no death on him yet. No death on the Ember. Just one death on the PL. They're not really getting high priority targets on XDTN's side. Philippines are struggling a little bit. Our Tino might
Right.
just be dead again.
Oh boy.
Oh, got the roll up. Nice.
Oh. I believe Hookshot just hit into the back of Lewis. Supernova, they have no egg hitters for this. They already lost Shanks, and now they have to run.
And Mars' damage output is insane.
Yeah, Unleash is pretty dumb. And they
Damn.
still got the Unleash with the blast off. Oh, BKB Unleash pops off again, which I always find to be a little bit ridiculous. And even with the pullback, they're unable to get that kill on the Marcy, but they did get the kill on the Ember.
Yeah, he got 100 to 0 in like less than a second.
The duration on Unleash is just insane.
Yeah, Unleash is definitely one of those spells that I don't know if people sleep on it, but it's ridiculous. The cooldown is so low.
I want to say people weren't sleeping on it, that's for sure. Hook
You're in
shot,
trouble, my friend.
Cogs, Sunray, and they will get that kill on the Zhao Yu.
Why
Searing
are you allowed
Chains,
to
though,
push your
Tino,
cogs like
he's
that?
in. Blastoff comes through. They get the kill onto the Phoenix. And Ember back into this, looking for the kill onto the Pangolier. Sleight of Fist will get that. And, well, now CDR gets CML. They're back into the fight, and it feels like Execration need to leave.
And that they do. Explain to me again, Bika, why are you allowed to tick cocks around as clockwork now?
Because if they... because they're strong by themselves and need to be stronger even more so.
I see. I understand. I understand. Nothing.
Just make clockwork broken. That's it. That's
It
how
kind
it
of looks
works
so
these days.
funky when you shoot a clock around.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I don't really truly understand it. It seems like it's way too effective.
That's pretty damn good.
CDR. Really farming away. And we talked about Pango being the counter to PL, but Pango doesn't have a lot of farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant
And
are
they're roshing, by the way.
Roche should be pretty simple for them. PL is very good at that, of course. And so is Marcy with the Unleash. Who is she currently sidekick to?
Maybe PL? No,
Doesn't
not
show,
PL. Nobody.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So. It's not on anybody yet.
Bodyguard, man. That's a pretty nice ability. So every time the person your bodyguard hits someone, you also hit them.
Yeah.
So you're basically like a melee IO.
Which is nice.
It's insane. The basher and stuff.
That's why you just need that BKB.
Yeah, you just exist basically.
So no sidekick, but has bodyguard. But this game still even, surprisingly.
Very even, despite the score, yeah. Timbersaw, really rich, going for the Aghanim Scepter next, so he doesn't get blown up. Of course, CK finishes Manta style as well. Going to Blink next. No BKB on him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
CDR is huge though.
Are fortified.
You haven't been able to find him at all.
Still no refusal. Maybe he won't even go for it at all.
Yeah, I mean, the build is used to be Diffusal Ags, right?
Yeah, oftentimes also Axe into
Radiant's
refusal.
bottom tower is
But
under
the
attack.
mana burn seems pretty substantial in the hero. Kind of core. Or Lewis.
Unleash,
Tank, right?
hook
That
shot,
tanky.
Supernova, and he's trying to survive. Blast off is in. CML is dead. They lose the Snapfire, and they're going to lose the Phoenix. Eventually, they take out Lewis, but they want to turn this around. They're going to try.
PL. Because it's Aegis, they don't want to commit on that.
Uh-oh.
Oh, with a bash too.
Yeah. Pango's going to die. Tino's dead. Shanks might be next. And he will be. Just a matter of time. Big win there.
PL is pretty much online at this point, so his teamfight presence is just insanely strong right now. I wonder what item he's going to go for. If he skips Diffusal entirely, or if he still goes back to it for a third item. Nah, he's going for it. Okay, good. I think it's too core to not go for.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now, CK is running into a little bit of a problem where he can't really deal with the PL by himself.
Yeah. I don't know who you really get out there to, get it going.
It's supposed to be the Timber, but he got taken down so fast. That will all change, though, once he has his Aghanim Scepter. Where he becomes the ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
Also taken from Hon Hero, in case you know. You know what hero that is?
No.
His name is
do
More
not.
Axis.
I don't know who that is.
It's literally just a guy with a lot of axes. And his ult is the same thing.
Middle tower is
He
under
gets his fear around himself, and his fear charges up the more heroes are around him. And then it
Dire's
explodes.
middle tower has has fallen.
Okay. Not bad. Not terrible.
And of course, you know, our favorite frog was in the forefront of developing some of those heroes as well. So it makes sense that they come to Dota eventually. His designs and concepts, at least.
I think that it was an original Dota idea.
Maybe. We also got Puppet Master coming, or Ring Master, eventually. Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe. If we're lucky.
What was the original date that was set? The first Q of
Radiant's top
2024?
tower is under attack.
I don't know. I don't think there ever was one.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm disappointed. Well, Tech is
Can be.
goodbye, I guess. You got blown up. Use the BKB for that.
I get that, but Malaysia is really running away with this one. Like, what do the Philippines do to stop this PL?
Well, the
Radiant's
counter's now
top tower
online
has
with the
been
Timber
denied.
Saw, so hopefully he can do it. The Pangolier is supposed to be really good at it as well. But yeah, CK can't really deal with the PL at all. He has to deal with the rest of the team.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's been doing that in fights, but then obviously PL cleans up. So it's been a bit unfortunate for CK overall.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, his game is definitely not too
Radiant's
easy.
tower is under attack.
Smoke opportunity.
Going straight for an AC on Marcy. Wow. It's going to be very powerful when it comes out.
Yeah, not a bad pickup.
CK ult pop. Just to farm though.
Are scanning.
Shouldn't have been. They were smoked and still looking to fight. It's surprising that they're going to go in on this and they don't have the PL or the CK. I'm surprised
right.
they're going
Communication.
forward for this as it's now CK's come over, but everybody else is leaving. You just unleash and do you kill this Timber? It's looking like you do. And that
Even
feels...
through that axe.
Yeah, I mean, that felt like, hey, we all want to fight. And then they just chose to, or CK just chose to stay behind.
Yeah, and he used ult to farm, so that was very... what's the word again? Discombobulated.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
You're always welcome.
Always looking to expand on my English vocabulary. We never stop learning. Every day is a school day, as they say.
Certainly
Pop
is.
CK ult again, so Yuri has no BKB, or he might just be dead.
Is under attack.
Or Ogre Seal Totem.
Not so that.
3 second stun, still gonna die. But it felt like for a moment maybe they were gonna get away with the Ogre Seal Totem.
That item is ridiculous.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just bounced off, boing, boing. Or Phoenix too.
Yeah, looking
If he
likely.
gets all critted. Ooh, that was close. There's
He's
a couple more crits there.
Still,
Can make it out. Ooh, yeah.
close.
Dire's bottom tower.
I was wondering if he was gonna stay, try and fight, and get baited in that.
I'll trample your bones to dust.
Basically.
You know, I recently realized some Dota heroes are really damn angry and so violent with what they're saying. And CK is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trend, I would say, for demon heroes like CK and Doom.
What's his lore again, Chaos Knight? Is he a demon?
I don't know. I think he's like a demon
Radiant's
of
bottom
chaos.
tower is under attack.
He's a demon of chaos.
I think. I don't truly know. Actually, if I remember correctly, I think he's a part of the same race as Axe.
Yeah, I think so too. But Axe, I mean, we all know how active, but he doesn't seem so violent. You know what I mean? More of a gentleman kind of ogre.
It's honorable.
That's right. He believes in trials by combat.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke up.
No Phantasm again. They can't fight. He's been using it a lot to farm.
Yeah, just trying to stay ahead, it seems like. Whether or not he actually does so is the question.
Now. His illusions are really strong. They gotta get a jump on him initially, otherwise it's gonna be very, very difficult to deal with him.
If they even can.
Yeah, that's the tough part. My CK also finished his hard, but as I said, it's way easier to deal with the CK than it is to deal with the PL. Way, way, way easier. And that's pre-shard. Once he gets shard, he's also invisible.
Oof.
For some reason.
Yeah. Old PL. They just wanted that back.
Careful, careful.
They're overclocking.
Do it with flare. That's so annoying.
Radiant's middle
They're
tower
going to try and kill this PL, and I don't truthfully think they have the tools to do so.
If they get a long CK stun and they all have the free time to hit him, they can do it. But I don't think they'll have that time. Also, is bodyguard just not being used, or is there like a tooltip bug?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's you use it on them for 6 seconds, so.
Oh, right. Ah, it's not like the other one. Right,
No, it's not like Sidekick. Oh, God. Going in and just destroying CML. And now the question is, can you do the same thing to Timber? The Unleash just never feeling like it's going to stop. And they rip through Lewis. I don't know. I'm starting to doubt the Philippines winning this game. Heavily.
I think you're very well in your right to doubt that. The PL is shredding everything. CK doesn't even find his footing in the fight at all. Timber bought back. If he dies here again, his game is done.
I mean, the buyback might even mean his game is done anyway.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I don't know why he
Yeah,
would
he-
turn back. He's like trying to go in with the help of Shanks, but that feels like such a wildly aggressive move that's going to not get him much. I can't believe they're still
Another
looking to
Phantom
fight.
just to farm.
They're trying to find him on the escape.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a good
I mean,
pick
but it's just snap. Like, it's just snap. They need way more than that. PL? PL? Can they get him? Can they even get the Marcy? And rebounds, and now a bat's kind of in. And he doesn't have a lot of
all
mana
by
remaining.
himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some damage though.
Isn't enough. Right click damage coming in. They finally kill off the Phoenix, and can you get anything more from that? The dispose, the right click, CML is dead. They start to lose heroes again on the side of the Philippines, and they don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I'm really unsure of what they do to this PL now. He's becoming stronger and stronger. I mean, super, super, super late game. Like, we're talking, again, 50, 60 minutes, like last game. They can definitely deal with him. But Timbersaw will be strong enough, and Tangle will be strong enough. But until then, it's going to be so difficult. They're going to have an ages to work against again. Unless they're actually trying to fight this.
Dangerous fight. Oh, good shield crash. Honestly, really good shield crash to start off that one, but the PL is not being touched. They TP out, they get the kill onto this Snapfire again. They look for the Phoenix, who TPs in and immediately has to go into the Supernova just to die. Wonderboy wanted to TP out. Tino finally ends up dead. PL gets hit by that blast off, and a lot of damage is being done where they kill off now Shanks. but they've lost the Marcy, and 3 heroes die on the side of Malaysia.
That's the power of a Timbersaw if you can't really touch him. And CK as well finally gets connections on. That's Roche on the top side. Oh, and he's almost dead. That's
rough.
A big problem. Aegis cheese. Nice fight though by the Philippines. This is pretty much the only thing they could have done to sort of stabilize the game. I think if they give this Roche away, the game is just over.
Definitely.
Now PL has to be a little bit more scared because Timbersaw is getting richer. Once his Shiva's guard is out, probably plus 1 item after that, he's really good against the PL. But Shiva's alone will do a lot already against the hard region.
Can they though?
How is Tino looking? 3000 HP on this Timber. Sorry, on the Pangoli as well.
He still dies though so easily.
Yeah, which is very interesting because there's a lot of defensive tools in theory.
Even game overall, which is a bit surprising with the PL's game. But CK's starting to get to that point. Kind of wonder what you can do if you're the side of the Radiant. You can get the Marcy even more. I feel like Marcy's definitely your damage dealer in a lot of the fight.
Yeah, it's just very hard to burst it down now. 30 armor and 3k health. Going to nullify next. So the problem as CK now is that you need to kill the Phoenix and the Snap. Otherwise they cause too many problems for you. But you can't really get on top of them because you also need to kill the Marcy, who's causing too many problems for your teammates. It's like this whole game of rock, paper, scissors.
I mean, it's like a cat and mouse, right? Who's really trying to be the cat?
Yeah. Like CK has to counter this person, right? And PL has to counter this person, and then they have to counter each other. It's like a very intriguing, complex sort of circle of counters. And whichever team can just perform that better, execute that better, gonna end up winning the fight. Shiva's got almost done on Timber. That's a huge one.
CK. Bloodthorn in Arcane Blink, even despite the fact that they nerfed it, is what he's looking for next.
Yeah, I think he wants the mana from it because he's really run out of mana a lot in fights.
Definitely a fair choice.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice as well. Because what CK struggles with the most is mana and mobility, and that kind of gives both to you.
They're starting to pull away, and I think with a 2,000 net worth lead, they're holding onto the Aegis for another 2 minutes. Like PL is just, I don't know what's your next item. You have so much already.
I was actually choosing to go overwhelming blink instead. I like the choice a little bit less, to be honest. But we'll see where it ends up leading. They're smoking down. PL is running away already. I think they sniffed it out. Oh, so you though. You can BKB TP out every time. Ah, well, there's a clockwork hook potentially.
Would definitely
Man, he's
stop
so
that.
close to death.
Dire are scanning.
He was so close to death the entire time he didn't even know.
Yeah. Never ends up dying though. Push this wave out. Still trying to find a fight to take or a pig off to get.
Everybody portals top. Ooh, Ember has no remnant out right now.
Ember's got a good amount of net worth. It feels like he's not as farmed as I think he is.
What do you mean by that? Like, you mean his impact?
Like, yeah, I guess his item impact in particular.
Yeah, Ember really excels in these super long outdrawn fights, but the fights have been ending so fast. like barely 15, 20 seconds. Ember really wants these like 1 minute fights, slide in, out, maybe region back to base once or twice. Going for Axe next to some more mobility.
He's completely staying quiet though.
Yeah. Might be another 1 hour game, my friend.
Yeah, definitely seems like it. With the way the game is quiet and the age is expired, we'll probably be waiting for the next one, which is potentially 5 minutes away.
You remember all our Arc Warden games in the SEA?
Yes, 23 Savage, Arc Warden, Double Divine Rapier. Well, Double Divine Rapier, and he didn't even use any of them.
Yeah. The In the Dream Terrorblade.
I do remember.
Well, CK is sitting at 5.2k health. No problem. That seems like a normal number.
So 42 minutes in, still farming out. The thing is, if you lose a fight, you lose a lot of your base.
Yeah. I mean, 3k gold lead at this point in the game is really nothing. It's basically non-existent. And it will really just all come down to an initiation that they find on the CK.
Or did he find them with that kind of damage real quick? But the answer is that they did find the CK. They will get that kill. He is dead for 100 seconds. No buyback. Supernova dropped down and keeping the Snapfire alive as they tried to get the damage out there. And this is going to be CML able to disappear and try to TP out, at least for a moment.
No, CK died and they couldn't even trade anything for it. He was a little bit up far. That's kind of what happens in slow games like this. You oftentimes forget, how fast you actually die despite you being so insanely tanky. Yeah, the Tormentor is a little bit too much to chew, huh? The Tormentor region is also insane. How much is it at this point? Well, you called for teammates. That's not fair. Marcy, Noble Fire, done. Which means no more 4-step help. Ember, if you want, Aghanim Scepter, done. More mobility, backline cut.
I'd still like to see this Ags on Marcy.
I love the Ags on Marcy, and I think it's actually too good to not build. But his item build is also very strong.
Yeah, but I think you could build it now, right?
It might be a little late now, perhaps. Maybe just probably more damage for him. Or an Abyssal Blade finish. Probably what he wants. Into like a Swift Blink. SCK is back up.
Yeah, I didn't really pressure enough while he was dead.
Yeah, not at all, really, right? They just went back to farm. Roshan is up. Are you just going to complete that for free? Surely not.
They're in on Roche.
Well, dies fast.
They're going to try. And Mortimer's Kisses. Oh, they got the kill. They actually got the kill with that.
Yeah, CK's Phantasm is also gone, so I think it's a prime position to fight for them still. PL is a god here.
Man, that was a really good get. And Techie's going to die very quickly and buy back even quicker. They're going to try and kill the Timber who eats the cheese, has that Ags charging up. Not looking like that's going to matter. Lewis ends up dead. He's got buyback too as he's dead for 2 minutes. They took out the Snapfire. They'll buy back on Lewis. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of the CK. This fight is falling apart for the side of the Desire. They need to start to leave. The PL is just overwhelming. Tino's gone. He's got buyback. Lewis comes back into it. And I don't know if they have the damage to kill anybody. Here comes a bat, but PL has taken out all his mana and can continue to go with really no remorse. So try to get around into the trees. Scatterblast hits from Holy Fool. They kill off CML for the second time. Hookshot trying to maybe come across on CDR. But they get the kill on the Snapfire. They'll still chase. They'll still try to get anything they can onto the PL, who will doppelganger onto the high ground. And isn't awake technically yet. Jetpack does the work. They finally get this Phantom Lancer, and that is 2,000 smackaroos for them.
And game practically being back to even again. No, Sika did not have to buy back. It was the Timber who bought back. But you can see, right, if the Timber gets on top of the PL on his terms, he actually does a lot of damage. So they just got to make sure that happens more frequently and consistently, because he's the only option they really have against him.
Right.
I think Pangria is also starting to build up a little bit. He's getting stronger. But yeah. CK still hits like a truck.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
He does hit like a truck, but this PL does a good amount of damage so quickly that it feels like it's always so close on whether he's going to survive or not.
Yeah, see you replay here. Mortimer's Kisses got the kill on Roshan, as you said. But that's not the end of the story there. We got the PL just absolutely obliterating Timbersaw. Like, Timbersaw needs to be the one fighting on his terms, as I said. Ooh, Wonder Boy. Big fight.
Remnant away, right? Yeah, surely.
Yeah.
Although, Rebound trying to leave Timber Chain, and maybe they can find somebody. Twisted Chakra misses, and
they're going.
Havoc Hammer to kill creeps. They're still going for more. Supernova, though, is in a really good spot up on the high ground. Fighting this might be a little bit of a mistake, but there isn't much to punish getting this kill on Wonder Boy.
And no buyback on him for 2 minutes on the Ember. He's gone. PL just about to respawn. He alone can't do this. They have no egg. They have no BKB on Master. This might be high ground time. And this might be 2 Rex time. But PL, of course, is a high ground monster. So hard to break through those illusions. So damn hard. If there wasn't a PL, it's probably game over at this point, to be honest.
He's the only one really holding it on for him. Marcy does some good damage, though. At least does some decent damage.
Wait, there we go to Phantasm, but if you don't support them, they die super fast. You gotta support the Idus.
Top tier 3.
You see, you don't just pop immediately. BKB has already been expanded as well. It's time to get out here.
Top tier 3 gone, and now they'll look to get the Phoenix. Fire Snap Cookie with a Force Staff gets him some distance, but won't keep the Phoenix alive. CDR has got to figure whether or not he can get back into this as the right clicks come through, and down goes CK. Forced to buy back. Timber might be next. Blast Off comes in. They get the kill on Zhao Yu, who's going to buy back there too. PL still rolling for now and able to get back to base, but they lose that Phoenix who just bought back.
Marcy also bought back, but she shouldn't be really getting too much. They got a 1 Rex top, 13k gold lead now suddenly. If only the CK didn't buy back, he of course felt obliged to. You reckon they want to stay around? No Phoenix? They know there's no Phoenix.
They might wait till Roche.
3 minutes until they can spawn. Yeah, you don't want to lose your CK here.
So, 12,000 net worth lead. I mean, you got the CK buyback. You could technically win this one off just that.
Yeah, if he dies again, that's a big problem. But Timbersaw now finally picked up his Hex as well. Very nice health pull off his too. 4-4-4-4. I think it's very rare to see this kind of number.
Does CK want to commit to this? It just feels so risky, right?
Yeah, you gotta be really careful with this CK here.
Throwing a remnant
they're-
forward. Oh, they want to go for the CK. To the BKB. Good hook shot. Great cogs. Around on 3. They've got the silence. The PL's in trouble. PL's dead. Now PL forced the buyback.
PL dies so fast? What?
Yeah, they had the silence and the hex. They got him in the cogs. They were able to control him up.
It's
the way
disappeared in
it-
like a second.
It
Still
went
running.
down.
Make it out as well. Another buyback forced. Ooh, Lewis. They can't lose Lewis here.
He
he's
might,
turning
though.
around.
Turns it, looks for the Marcy. Another great hook shot. That's going to be the control with the cogs. They get the kill on the Marcy. Dead for 2 minutes. And CDR trying to find anything that he can, especially on a bat. He's trying to blow up this egg, and eventually it goes off. It goes off. They got the CK. A bat's dead for 2 minutes. I can't believe it. They're going to lose the clockwork. They're going to lose everything else if they're not too careful. Snapfire sitting low. Lewis trying to survive. 3 seconds till he
There's no
explodes,
buy.
but he might just die. There's the explosion. They get the kill on Lewis. They'll look over at the rest. The blast off is in. CML. He'll fall. Down goes the Snapfire. It's a full team wipe here for the side of Malaysia.
Ooh. Well, yeah, the power of PL, if you can't single them out in person straight away, everyone is dead. It shouldn't really result in too much, probably. Maybe a buyback force, yeah, which of course is always a big problem. But he should be able to defend against the PL. I think, actually, he might not have enough damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, PL is nasty, man. He's so strong right now.
Dire's middle tower has
Can't be
fallen.
stopped.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rolling Thunder and PL, he said he can't be stopped, but the hook shot's in. I don't know if they have enough. They're trying to hold on for 52 seconds. They're going for the tier 4s. It's a little bit of a risk, and now down at half health. I wonder if he stays. It's backdoor protection now.
They're gonna get at least the Rex, I think.
Dire's middle barracks are under
And they don't.
I don't know. Hook shot again. Jetpack out. Range racks. And they, what? They must have just gotten their glyph back, because if they take that melee racks, they'd have glyph again.
Sounds about right. There's nobody can end this game. Tino, don't own him,
Yeah, Pango dead for 2 minutes now. Supernova pushing them even further away. The tier 4s are getting
not
low.
going
The
for
tier
barracks.
4s are in trouble. They're going for the throw, but there's another hook shot. They've got everybody here with the Unleashed. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses, and they're going to upset the Filipino team as Malaysia gets the victory. Wow.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we spoke about the reset of the glyph after you kill the barracks, but they're just like, all right, well, we don't need that. We're gonna go for the throne. Nice decision making there. Pretty clean towards the end, honestly. The last 3 minutes, all Malaysia. The way the team fought was very well done.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I took down the Philippines, especially after they're riding a momentum after yesterday.
Yeah, it's crazy that they were riding momentum, and now all of a sudden the Philippines are 1-1. Malaysia's 2-0. And I mean, it is insane. So let's take a look at a little bit of the highlights, because it was another hour game.
But they're in a prime position now, basically, to top the group, right? There's still Myanmar, of course, and Thailand, but I thought, at least in my head, that the Philippines would be the greatest obstacle. That's overcome. Now, I don't want to say it
definitely
guarantees
is.
them a top 2, but it's pretty damn close if they can keep up this kind of Dota.
Yeah, because who else do they have to? They played Cambodia, which seems like is going to be a team that's not going to do as much. Myanmar, I believe, beat Cambodia as well. So now Malaysia's 2-0. Myanmar is 1-0. I mean, the Philippines and Malaysia could just be the 1-2 spot, but there's always going to be that fact that Myanmar can come for it, and I think that you're gonna need to find a way to, I mean, beat the Philippines if you're Myanmar.
I mean, it's possible, right? Myanmar themselves, they're pretty damn strong. Like, it's a fully trained squad. It's a whole team squad, just like the Philippines are. So they definitely have what it takes to also be top of the group. It might still be the two of them. It might be Malaysia. It might be Thailand. I mean, who knows? This group in particular is really, really strong. Unfortunately for Cambodia, I think they pretty much have no chance against the other 4 giants.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
It's a little too tough, unfortunately. But yeah, top 2 go. Should be pretty interesting now that Malaysia actually beat the Philippines.
Yeah, it really just throws a wrench into the entire group. I don't really know what is to be expected next, truthfully. I mean, I wasn't expecting an upset like that. It was almost as big as the upset if New Zealand had won, but they didn't. So now the biggest upset owned by these qualifiers in the moment is this win over the Philippines. Because this should have been a Filipino squad coming out of what they've been doing that just ran over and won.
Yeah, but there's always also this question mark, right? Like, of course, they know these Malaysian players, but they don't know how much they're practicing, what sort of play style they really play together as a team. I really like what Malaysia did here in general, the way they approach fights. The draft was nice, pretty refreshing. And yeah, Malaysia was definitely a very positive surprise for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Malaysia definitely a positive coming out of this matchup, and another 60-minute game back and forth where you just never know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah, and it's like now, as we talk about it all the time. Split second decision making. Any sort of mistake you make is usually instantly punished by either a death or letting someone else live. Late game mistakes are just brutal. I mean, everybody knows late game Dota is so unpredictable. Anything can happen at any time.
Yeah, it just you let a game go too far and all game plans get thrown out the window. Like, they just do not exist.
That sounds about right, yeah.
You know, I don't really know what some teams expect. It feels like you gotta be doing a little bit better than this to maintain your status in the game. Otherwise, you're going to be giving it up like that, right?
Yeah. If anything, if you're the favorite, you should, easier said than done, of course, you should never really try to let it get to this late game portion even. Because again, at that point, anything can happen. Let's look at this PL, eat everybody alive here. It's a good effort by the Philippines to come back from an early big deficit. So that obviously they definitely know what they're doing. It's just ultimately the PL was a little bit too much. They made a big mistake. This mistake here, that was the big one. Committing on the act, not being able to kill it, and PL is just after destroying you on the sidelines while you're trying to do that.
Yeah, just absolutely just getting destroyed.
I think this is where he ends up getting an ultra kill as well in the PL. Or was it in the base? I think it's this one. Yeah. And then after that, they had no buybacks. No way to fight back. GG.
Yeah. There's nothing that they could have done there, and it's unfortunate. Like, it just ends. They try to hold off, but at the end of the day, you can't hold on at all. So, like, I really don't know what you're thinking if you're the Filipino squad now, right?
Well, they're 1-1, and everything is still in their ballpark, basically, right? Like, if they win every match from now on, they'll still get second. So it's not that they have to hope for anybody else to make mistakes.
Right.
And yeah, if anything, I think there's a wake-up call that really any team here can beat them, that they're not just pushovers. And we'll see how they evolve from here.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the match summary. Who's your standout player here? It's got to be CDR, right?
CDR had an amazing game. It's a little tough to say because I also thought Wonderboy on the Ember played a pretty remarkable game. Xiao Yu had very nice targeting, even though his score lane doesn't necessarily reflect that impact. But yeah, probably CDR. His decision making has been pretty spot on this entire game. Nice performance.
Yeah, 6-3 and 22. Not bad. About 50k hero damage as well, but PL doing 77,000 almost.
Yeah, his damage was absurd. His laning phase was amazing. He's gotten much more to the lane than I thought he would.
Right.
But yeah, well done.
Very much well done.
Yeah, what is it? 2-0, right? Philippines is 1-1.
Yes. So Malaysia's 2-0, Philippines are 1-1. I believe Myanmar are 1-0, and Thailand are 0-1.
And 0-1. Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's just been very, very close coming out of this, and I thought it was going to be not as tight. There are 5 teams, so I don't believe you can have that many tiebreakers. I don't really know. My math isn't that good, but I'm not really too sure.
I think if Philippines win everything from now on, they're still pretty much guaranteed to go through.
Yeah.
And Malaysia needs one more win. 3-2 tiebreakers could happen. I'm also not entirely sure how it works with 5 teams, to be honest.
Yeah, me either. I don't exactly know the math on that.
Yeah, well, we'll let time give us the information.
For sure.
If we don't know, just wait.
Yeah, there's no reason to just guess on this stuff, right? Like, you have the answers. I'm trying to do the math with my calculator here. I don't know. I still don't know.
Nice calculator you got there. I think it's easier to ask Chat GPT, to be honest.
GPT? I was trying to do like the if 5 wins this, that, like the Wolfram Alpha, but it was not giving me the answers that I needed. So, what can you do? But we've got an interview with Ayad from Malaysia. We can ask him a couple questions about what went on, for sure.
Yeah.
So, how's everything? Man, it was a long game, an hour game. Was that what you were expecting going into it?
Yeah, we thought we were gonna leave, but no.
When those games hit like an hour long, is there ever a point where you guys are starting to question everything about the game, where it becomes a little bit distracting with how late the game's gone? You know, such a small thing at the end can kind of just make the difference like that, like not having buyback on one person.
Yeah, I was a bit panicked. But actually, it's fine. We go the late game because our hero is better at the late game, better scaling.
Okay.
How do you like these BO1 scenarios compared to BO3? Like, what is your preference as a player? Do you like BO1s? Do you like BO3s?
I think it depends. BO1 has its advantage, you know. It's like this one. We just win one game and then we continue.
Yeah.
BO2 also has advantage, you know. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I get that. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
You know, you just beat the Philippines. It puts you in a pretty good spot to go on to the Asian final in Chengdu later in the year. Do you guys, after a match like that, like, what's your confidence levels at?
I don't know. But we try to stay confident. I mean, focus for tomorrow.
Yeah, every match is very important. Like you said, there are advantages to BO1s, but there are their disadvantages. Do you take each BO1 one at a time, or are you thinking about the whole event as a as a whole in general?
I think when it comes to BO1, we just try to go all in on the draft. On the draft.
Okay.
Leave nothing on the table.
Skill, you know.
Right. Yeah. Like Black said, leave nothing on the table. Before we let you go, take a minute, take a 2 minutes, give a little shout out to whoever you want, and say hi to your fans.
Oh, hello everyone. Thank you for the voting. And also shout out to Sidia for making the call. Go for the throne. Yeah.
We'll talk to you hopefully another time after another BO1, but appreciate your time, and we'll see you later.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So, it's always nice. It's always nice to see players happy, especially they know how big that, how big that match is against the Philippines. Taking it just one at a time is always the right thing to do. And I think that, it's definitely tough in a BO1 format, right?
Yeah, as you said, there's its advantages, right? Because I do believe, especially against a team like the Philippines, you probably don't want to play BO3. Like this,
yeah, for sure.
I think that draft was pretty out there. I'm not going to say they can't win in a BO3. I'm just saying it's a whole lot harder against a team that is really practicing these longer series.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for sure in these BO1 situations. But we do have another matchup coming up. It's Myanmar against Thailand, which will be the matchup, which are two teams that I think are set to honestly beat a tight matchup again. Like, I'll be honest, I definitely see us potentially being here for another hour.
It's definitely possible, yeah. But it's also possible that either of these teams can run away with it quite easily, especially in a BO1 scenario. Dota right now in this patch is so volatile with so many facets, everything. It's a lot of Dota still to be played and a lot of, I think, question marks to be answered, because I don't think they necessarily know how each other play just yet. Probably they know more about the Myanmar team than the Myanmar team knows about Thailand.
Yeah, especially because the Myanmar team has stayed together for a while. Yeah. It's Yangon Galacticos, so it's a team that I think only their 3 position has changed. We've watched these guys, and they're good. And truthfully, if they're still in that same form, I don't think we're going to be able to see anybody stop them.
Or maybe even better. Hopefully even better.
Yeah. I mean, you've been around together for this long, and I think that truthfully, you should be able to, have that fluidity and chemistry going on. But let's take a look at the rosters. We've got Myanmar and Thailand. We'll take a look at what we've got on the screen for you with this one, as Myanmar is going to be KSH, Young PH, Ha, Skill A, and Zarain. We have heard a bunch of these names if you've watched Iesf before. They are a very, very good team. Myanmar looked solid at the last ISF. They had showed TI at that ISF event. And yeah, you're right. They lost to Mongolia 2-1, and they had come out of, I believe, the Asian Championship pretty high up as well. They had taken second behind the Philippines, who may not make it this year.
Yeah, it's the question.
There's still a lot to come. So
yeah, after today, we'll probably have a little bit of a clearer picture of who is the favorites. But even then, tomorrow they're still gonna play 2 of each other, and it's gonna be a lot of potential for tiebreakers. I think probably more for second place than for first and second place. So it's very interesting to see. Right now, it looks like Malaysia is in a prime spot to really make it to the first place.
Right.
But we'll see. Maybe Myanmar beats them. Maybe Thailand beats them. We have no clue.
Yeah, so we do have the roster for Thailand, and we can take a look at that. Visaros going to be in there with Jangi and Never Die and TNT and Fearless. So, some names on there that do look very familiar for a bunch of people who may watch, SEA Dota. because these guys have spent some time on some solid teams, and I think there's definitely a chance that we see some of these guys on more teams in the future, right?
Yeah, 3 of those names have a lot of international experience, and as you said, they played on quite reputable rosters before. 2 of them I haven't really heard of too much. We'll see. Maybe that will be a very positive surprise as well. You never know with these youngsters.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's going to be tough. As we said, Myanmar is probably in my books the favorite by quite a big margin too. I'd probably say 65-35, something like that. I think that sounds fair.
From what we've been seeing, it feels like you definitely need to get off to a hot start.
Yeah. I mean, just the momentum you can ride so easily, especially in a BO1 group stage like this. Every match matters so much. Honestly, this is very scary. Like, BO1 group stages are insanely scary. Every match just matters so much. Every little mistake you make could possibly haunt you for months.
Yeah.
But this is the next big step. You get to Chengdu, get a good performance there. Maybe, players get picked up into better teams. Maybe your team finds a sponsor or a bigger sponsor, something. Like there's so many things that could happen with a good result here. So that's where it all starts.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how it all ends up going down. I mean, like you said, BO1s are very tough when it comes to having consistency, and you got to be able to do it at, BO1s make you have to be perfect. And it's very tough.
Or at least more perfect than your enemy, because most of the time what I realize is in BO1s, the game quality overall is not nearly as high as it is in the BO3. Mostly because there's so much at stake, and people just naturally have more pressure on themselves and make more mistakes, which is completely normal.
So getting into this draft, I wonder what we're going to see from these teams, because Myanmar was always a team that kind of pulled out something a little bit different.
5 seconds remaining.
So
they always have their own flair. They are historically though a very, very aggressive team. They love to run at you.
Oh yeah,
and they love to dominate the map early.
So,
but if I remember right, Thailand, well, not Thailand, but the Thai squad that was there back then. What was it again?
5 seconds remaining.
I forgot the tag. We've cast them a bunch when we were in Romania. They also love to be very aggressive.
Not execration. I mean,
no, not execration. Not Myth Trust. That's way older than that.
Fire Departure?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh no.
Motivate Trust?
Motivate Trust, I think. Yeah. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Yeah, the Thai squad that wasn't there, they were also insanely aggressive. So in theory, this could set us up for a super fun, entertaining skirmish Dota sort of playstyle.
Yeah, I do worry a little bit, because I know that there are a bunch of times when like 2 aggressive teams kind of go up against each other and they don't really fight as hard. And I mean, that pick right there is something that kind of gives me that idea, right? Like Dragonite first pick it's not exactly the most aggressive of heroes, but that's a little bit different. That SB is giving me potential aggression joy.
First pick also very interesting.
Yeah.
But that's what we said though, right? There's like so much variety in all these teams right now. They have their own flavors. They have their own heroes they love.
Right.
It's very unpredictable right now, all these drafts. Dragon Knight first pick. I mean, DK right now is in a very good spot. Strong hero for sure. Spirit Breaker. I mean, what can you really say about the hero?
5 seconds remaining.
My top 2. In my top 3 most annoying heroes for sure. Hate playing against him. Love playing him myself. Always get bashed. Never bash myself. It's just the hate-love relationship.
Dire team
It is a very strong hero though. Especially against single target stuns like Dragon Knight. Once you're in the mid late game with the Planetar Rocket, I think it's called, where you just absorb the stun.
Planar Pocket. Ancient Apparition, hell yeah. I mean, they probably wanted Darkseer with the Spirit Breaker, but they weren't going to get it. But Ancient Apparition feels pretty solid. I like it.
AASB, wow. That's really out there. I mean, these two supports can kill almost anything together. It's a lot of
If
damage.
it's a support, right? Like, you could always go 3 SB, couldn't you?
It could be a 3SB as well, yeah.
5 seconds.
That's a good thing about the hero. It's very open. And you could pull a Xiao Ba, go mid SB,
Mm-hmm.
which
I
works.
mean, I like the Ancient Apparition against any strength heroes. And Dark Will, like, I get it, but again, I don't think feels nearly as strong as it used to.
No. Luckily, I hated that hero. It was so strong. See it every game. Cursed Crown with the Bramble Maze. I mean, it's still there,
10
super annoying.
seconds remaining.
She's still very, very strong. Just
Right.
not completely busted strong.
5 seconds remaining.
And there's a ton of combos with her as well. Mars, which I'm surprised we don't see as much. I think Mars is amazing against Spirit Breaker as well.
It really is shocking that Mars doesn't really do anything in terms of drafts these days.
Dragon Knight Dark Willow, that could be our offlane duo right here. Could be a Dragon Knight mid as well. We have seen some 5 Willows too. But that was more when the old ultimate was still applicable on teammates. Applicable?
Mm-hmm. Applicable.
That's right.
Definitely applicable.
Dire team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
All right, Crystal Maiden, another good support.
Ice versus Ice.
Ice is twice as nice.
Ice is nice, as AA says.
Yeah,
So,
I like it.
I mean, I'm a big CM fan. I think it's a strong
10
laner.
seconds remaining.
Good team support overall. The draft's very
5
interesting though.
seconds
Like, it doesn't show you anything. It shows you that DK is somewhere. And SB is somewhere. That's my analysis for the day.
Perfect. I like it. I'm here for it. Crystal Maiden, though, and Dark Willow are pretty weak when it comes to supports. And now this Pudge, that could be a core Pudge, you know, if you're looking at this draft and thinking, you know, what do we got?
I think Core Punch is really good against these heroes. You get your Axe BKB,
10 seconds
you just run them down.
remaining.
And DK,
Right.
of course, he has his high in the region where it's very strong.
5 seconds
Dark Widow
remaining.
likes to run away on the edge, but you don't do it against the massive AoE rod.
Right.
That could be a very
Team
strong core
pick.
on paper.
Imber spirit.
And but they really just want to run you over. Damn.
Yeah, this feels like a running you lineup, and it started with the SB.
I
Like,
think
no
right
surprise.
now, Timbersaw for Myanmar looks
10
insanely scary.
seconds remaining.
They are running it into an A, of course, but
5
you're not
seconds
super reliant
remaining.
anymore nowadays on your reactive armor as much. Especially with that Axe edition.
Right.
And you just completely destroy Spirit Breaker and Punch.
Definitely.
AA is so
Reality.
hard to play against. Ursa
Especially
Warrior
if you're good at AA and you can get a nice Ice Blast to land.
I think that hero is severely underrated. Like, there's literally so many heroes you want to pick, but don't really want to pick also into AA. Just the
10
fact that you can't
seconds
heal from
remaining.
anything is... I mean, it's like the most broken mechanic in Dota.
5 seconds remaining.
The Death Rhyme was the best addition for Ancient Apparition I think I've seen.
Death Rhyme. Let me read that again as well.
Dire team ban.
2 Death Rhyme stacks for the duration of the debuff. And each Death Rhyme was how much damage? 10.
I mean,
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
Death Rhyme's good. I like it.
There it is. It makes sense with the hero
5
too.
seconds remaining.
Banning Viper. Interesting.
Dire team ban. Radiant
Really
team
interesting.
ban.
Viper? I mean, Viper is very strong against Ursa. They could have just landed a Viper Spirit Breaker bot against the Ursa. Would have been pretty rough for him.
10 seconds remaining.
I know that a couple of people
5
like to run
seconds
Ursa
remaining.
middle against Ember. That's very viable.
Mhm.
We could maybe see that. And then we're probably just going to see DK mid, Ursa carry, and then offlane something.
I mean, it could be offlane DK, right?
It could be offlane DK, but Patch AA is a very strong and scary lane.
Radiant team pick.
If that's the
Dire
lane.
team pick.
Beastmaster. So offlane Beastmaster, mid DK, safe lane Ursa.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Patch is not that great against Beast. Now,
Right.
offlane for Thailand, though. Is it Spirit Breaker, or are they going to take another one
10 seconds
against the
remaining.
Ursa?
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just wondering who you put in the offlane if it's not going to be this Spirit Breaker or this Pudge.
I think Patch you kind of have to put as a support now, or carry, just because you can't lane against Ursa as Patch. It's pretty much impossible.
There you go.
Wind Ranger.
Ranger.
Yeah, it's a Master of Special.
So, okay. So Fearless is on the mid Ember. Offlane Windrunner, 4 position Spirit Breaker, 5 position Ancient Apparition, and a 1 position Pudge.
Yeah, 1 position Patch is always very interesting. It's not like it scales super well into the late game compared to like an Ursa.
It does all right these days.
It does all right,
compared
yeah.
to Ursa.
But that's
Yeah,
what you have your Wind
definitely.
Ranger for anyway, right? To take care of that physical damage component.
Yeah.
So I like the draft. It's quite cool, quite unique looking too. It's a little bit out there, and I still feel like Myanmar's draft is actually way easier to play.
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna go with Myanmar this game. I like their draft. I mean, I like Thailand's draft way more, to be honest. Just looking at it, just the simplicity of gameplay, I think Myanmar got it.
I will say, I do think that this draft is, at least for Myanmar, very aggressive.
It is. And
So-
aggression is very nice. It should lead to some pretty fast-paced Dota. I mean, if Thailand runs away
It
with the
should,
game,
yeah.
it's pretty much over in 20 minutes. Because they won't let you breathe.
Yeah. Definitely not going to let you breathe. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how quickly this game moves. Because, like I said, these teams are close, but I could see it definitely being I could see it being short and a long one, truthfully.
Yeah. It could go super late game as well and be a nail biter. That's definitely possible. But I think if one team wins early, it's probably Thailand.
You think Thailand can win that early, though?
I don't really have building damage, no. It's more like cause enough mental damage to make the enemy GG out kind of win.
Right.
They have a hook, but they have no target.
30 seconds to battle.
Interesting to skill hook level 1 on a carry patch as well. Generally, you want the rot to aid you in last thing. They see the Dragon Knight.
And they got the Dragonite, and it's easy first blood. Killing off young PH. I mean, that does not bode well for Myanmar.
Yeah, it's a nice early addition. Easy strength gain as well. Who has to go first blood to? Oh, Masaros. That's not nice for our Ursa.
No.
Ursa hates laning against Wind Ranger for obvious reasons.
Which are, go for it.
You can't hit the hero. And if Ursa can't hit you, he doesn't do anything.
Okay. I guess that's fair.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, fair statements is the name of my game.
Oh,
Get that
okay.
bash.
First hit bash.
Yeah, he deserved it. Had it coming.
I guess he's got it coming, but we'll see how this Windrunner
Oh,
does.
CM. Oy, 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 oy.
Yeah, that's way too far forward. I don't really know what you're expecting to accomplish there.
Kind of tanking the wave and the Spirit Breaker
And the power shot?
and the bash.
Yeah. Not a great start from the nerves of Myanmar. And really well done from Thailand, at least to start.
But good news for Myanmar right now is that the Dragon Knight is doing very well in his mid lane.
He doesn't have to worry about Flame Guard really at all. Was quite literally doing 0 damage to him.
Yeah, top lane should also be quite nice for the summon base playstyle, of course.
But Pudge, if he hits a hook, like definitely kill potential when you've got Cold Feet ready to go.
Ooh.
And he went for the strength reduction facet. As the Brambles come through, Flame Guard, Searing Chains, good damage on a young PH, but a Breathe Fire, Fearless in trouble. But top lane, TNT is going to die here, puts the Cold Feet on a skill A. And he had hook on this Pudge, but didn't choose to throw it.
Wait, there comes. But slightly off the mark. Mid lane should be pretty even, honestly. You can see the replay here on top skirmish.
Yeah. TNT dies here, but
Nice kill there.
look at this. He has hook, and he just doesn't throw it.
Yeah, quite conservative.
I mean, I guess maybe you think you don't get that kill.
Yeah, must have been it. I didn't think he would really have enough damage to get him.
So it's pretty quiet mid, no surprise.
Yeah, nothing would
But
happen there.
what are you expecting from this Ember Spirit, truthfully?
You mean item-wise, play-wise? Because I'm really hoping he's not gonna go for his mage there.
Right.
That's all I know. Even BKB in this game is not the greatest. I think you probably want to go Maelstrom into like a fast-ish Lincoln Shivas kind of playstyle. Just kite to Ursa. Heaven's Halberd could work as well. Yeah, I will see what he's going to go for. It's usually face boots into one of whatever item he chooses to go for. And then
Right.
I just hope it's not the Mage Slayer. But that wouldn't make much sense this game.
Well, we've been seeing the Mage Slayer a lot in situations that I feel like it's not that great in. But it hasn't really stopped anybody from continuing to get it. So Zarain, he'll die. Get that kill onto the Crystal Maiden. Top lane, Pudge in trouble. And they're going to try and get this kill. They need one more set of axes, and they finish him off.
Ooh.
They also get Fearless mid. And I wonder if that was Fearless just playing too aggressive based on where he died.
Must have been. Like this against a DK, you're really not supposed to die like this. Yeah, this matchup, especially. Must have just overplayed his hand a little bit because DK doesn't even have boots yet. Now when he comes back, this dragon form. Well, Ember should be top. If he can't get a kill here. Oh no, gets the chains on the boar. That's unlucky. Was a spray 50-50 there.
Very unfortunate. But bottom lane, Masaros. He's top of the net worth by a decent chunk. Having a good lane.
Yeah, Ursa can't threaten with Ninja at all, as we previously said. So there isn't really anything they can do unless Masaros steps out of position massively.
Which I doubt will really happen. Just does not feel like it's one of those things that will happen. And now you've got the stun.
Oh, Fearless.
Slight charge. But the roots are in, and Fearless is going to be killed off after that Cursed Crown. It's actually not even needed. If they could trade for young PH, that feels at least a little bit better. And it's Masaros who gets that kill.
But it's 4 heroes. It really opens up the side lanes a lot for the Radiant. I understand the need to rotate. CM also dies. Good.
Oh, yeah.
But as I said,
And another kill there for Masaros, too.
the side lanes are completely open now. Hutch is still suffering. Oh, they're rotating on Hutch as well.
Again, I mean, Cursed Crown, Bramble Maze trying to get away from these axes, but it's going to be a lot of damage and
Dire's top tower
unable to
is under
survive again.
Ursa also oh, if the bird goes on top of TNT. Oh, the dive bomb, and he's almost in range. Oh, barely didn't reach him.
Charge?
Nice, Brambles.
Yeah, Bramble Maze is in, and KSH is going to get the kill on a Never Die. Not really sure what the Spirit Breaker was trying to accomplish.
And Skille is almost level 6.
Dire's structures
Fantastic
are
game from him.
Everything seems to be hanging on the Windrunner at this point.
Free
They'll
mid.
go again, though. Cold Feet, charge, hook back towards the Cold Feet, so they'll freeze over and they get that kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's really well done.
Yeah, nice rotation off the touch.
So, getting that kill helps the Pudge out.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tier 1 tower mid taking some pressure, but
Radiant's bottom tower
not
is under
really a lot of tower damage.
Yeah, Ember is the best at pressuring towers. Doing the best he can. Yeah, Skille. He's gonna be level 6 in like half a creep wave. KCH has to be careful though. Oh, he has ult.
Charge in, and they're going after him. Made the mistake of going after an Ursa.
Oh, TNT is in trouble too, perhaps. Can they reach him?
Yeah.
And
Ooh,
punch,
dismember?
there's a creep wave coming.
All right. Want to be careful. Young PH is here, and there's the hook to save the Ancient Apparition, or try to.
DK is
TNT still on the
fast.
run,
He's
and
speeding.
DK is very fast and has great attack range. So that's gonna be just DK running him down, and unfortunately, I just don't see that this Ember's having nearly as good of a game, and it's gonna get even worse because Fearless is dead again. Masaro's trying to help clean up anything they can. Good hook lands on a Skille, so they do at least get a trade, but it's really not what they need.
Well, it's kind of like what we expected from those two teams, honestly, just running at each other the entire time. Pretty
Charge on the
fast-paced
Ursa
Dota,
again.
from what we have seen, so far at least. But the big winner right now, still Myanmar. We take gold ahead. Beastmasters being a big champ. I see Mage
going-
there queued up, and I don't know why. They don't even have spell damage.
It feels like it's on default.
Yeah, they're kind of autopilot, right?
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Which is very odd.
Yeah, I think Maelstrom should be autopilot if anything, because that's a scaling item.
For sure. Not really certain as to why it's going that way.
Tower is under attack.
Another
But
Dragon
2K net
Form.
worth lead and pushing potential with Dragon Form, pushing potential with Beastmaster with his Helm of the Dominator. You got to hold these towers, otherwise you're in trouble.
Dire's structures
And they're going to find another kill with the Bedlam. Skille gets that kill on a TNT. Myanmar are really pulling ahead.
Yeah, easy solo. He's so high level and very well farmed as well in the Dark Willow.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has been
DK
denied.
going straight blink. Has that almost complete. Has it now complete.
Damn. So push coming out top a little bit. Gets pushed away by the Pudge.
They're going through the gate.
Beastmaster, he wants the Helm of the Overlord, and now they come through the gate and they might be able to find Haw. They've got the vision, they'll get the charge, they have the ulti, and the Shackle to follow up. Ice Blast is flying through though. Primal Roar.
Wind
Beastmaster
Ranger
in trouble with the Ice Blast. Wind Ranger running now, just needs one more set of axes, but can't get him off.
That was so close. Could have been.
They still want to
Muscles
get something
dying
out
and
of
Haw
this.
not dying.
Terrorized with the Bedouin, they get the kill onto this Spirit Breaker. And they also find TNT. That'll be another kill for young PH.
Yeah, every rotation that happens, it always kind of feels like Myanmar is just a little bit ahead of them. Ember is, wow, his network is suffering big time. Look at all the 3 cores of Myanmar. They're pretty much neck and neck. Ember is out of the game pretty much as of now. As you've seen with all Embers today, kind of feels like, except last game. Ooh, we might be dead again.
I mean, even that Ember was out of the game for a while, and this Ember forced to Remnant away, but Cursed Crown does pop. They had a charge that went to the Spirit at the Ursa, but didn't really do anything.
Ends up surviving that one.
Zarain top, just farming solo.
Yeah. Battlefield now also done on the Ursa. So his acceleration item is online pretty fast. Everybody's gonna give some love to the CM.
Definitely.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And CM's mana region is pretty damn insane now with that inability. It's basically like a free Kaya.
Yeah. It's high mana region early. And then also has that freezing field, the extra cast bonus range. They're looking for a target. Blink Dragon Tail into the Elder Dragon form. Bramble Maze and a kill there again for the Ursa.
Are scanning.
Really making it look easy.
Very easy right now, yeah. That's really what we expected from this team, though. They're so aggressive in your face all the time, while still having their late game bases covered usually by a draft. And there's a reason why these guys are so good, right?
Now mid.
Oh, Frostbite as well.
Terrorize, that lands. This is going to be a freezing field and a kill.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
Fearless
tower under
is...
attack.
Yeah, he's pretty much out of the game for now. And he's got, as I said, the Mage Slayer built up. He can't really come back into the game with this.
Yeah, I don't really understand the Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer for me is an item that in rare cases should be built, but in most cases it should be Maelstrom. Like if you want to autopilot something,
more.
I think Maelstrom is the one to go for. Well, Helm of Overlord already done. Wow, Beast is so rich. Jeez, 8.3.
Uh-oh.
Looking
Looking like Ice Blast, not amazing. Beastmaster, though, taking a lot of damage, and they'll get the kill to TNT. They'll lose the Beastmaster, and there's the Dismember, but it won't matter. They'll lose Zarain. Ursa's in. 3 heroes dead. Fearless forced to Remnant away, but they've got the follow-up Dragon Tail. Do they have the follow-up damage, the slight, and the kill?
Who says
Stars can't do anything.
933?
Nobody?
Yeah, he's on a monster kill spree. And that's the Roche right now with the Ancient Granite Golem as well. Unless they want to TP that to defend it. It's a bit risky. They're already spawning. Air Blast. Nah, 20 seconds. Should be more than enough time to really finish it. It's very risky though. But this kind of play is very high risk. They get away with it this time. You know,
But may not get away with it another time.
Yeah, if they miscalculate the Ice Blast tool a little bit, there's a couple of TPs coming in. But now the way it looks like 8k lead. Blink on Ursa done. Wind Ranger 405. Pretty much the only saving grace right now for Thailand.
I just don't think you can do enough.
Well, you see what I mean by easy Dota, right? Myanmar doesn't do anything flashy. They just pick these really good heroes and then they press their spells on you.
Right.
That's how it should be. No need for any fancy stuff.
Keep it simple, stupid.
That's right.
This Ursa's already got phase boots, Battle Fury, Blink.
Dude,
It's
I'm gonna tell
16
you right
and a
now,
half minutes.
If your mom could play what you can play, that means it's the correct draft. Like, if you can tell your mom to press W on someone and it works out just like a pro would, that's the correct thing to do, you know? I'm like, hey, mom, press W on this guy. And she's like, okay, what? And she does it. Easy peasy.
Very easy peasy.
My mom would definitely be a CM spammer or disruptor, probably. What's the first Dota hero you ever played? Your very
Wraith
first game?
King. Wraith King. It was the least amount of buttons.
Wraith King?
Yes, it was the least amount of buttons.
Gotcha.
Back when he was literally just a Q.
Oh man, have you played when Lifestealer had like literally only an active ultimate, the rest was all passive?
I don't know. Maybe I did.
So Lifestealer only had passives, slow attack speed increase, all that, and his ult was just like a 30-second BKB.
Top tier 2 gonna go down.
Master Roster being out. Looking for BKB next. 10k lead though. They just can't accelerate as fast. And now you have this mage there, but what are you gonna do with it?
No, Ursa's off to the races.
Yeah, I mean, look at all three of their cores. They're insanely farmed. Ooh, Master Roster, you're gonna be so careful if you get caught at all. Look at Dragon Knight, man. No care is given.
Yeah, Ursa not going to get hit by this Ice Blast. They can go in on this, especially to save this Dragon Knight who BKB'd. Ice Blast is going to run out on him. He won't shatter. They get the kill and a never die. This might be one of those points where you got to think about how much longer do you want to be in this game.
Yeah, it must be very frustrating to play already. I completely agree with you. But the train never stops. Choo-choo! Myanmar train is here. We're looking to get to Chengdu, everybody.
Truthfully, yeah. I mean, they really haven't stopped for a while in terms of international events, and I don't even think they needed to stop for that tier 2. They've got an Aegis. They could have gone for more.
If they really wanted to push it, yeah. But what I do like about that team, more and more, every time I see them, they become more disciplined every time. Like, they play really aggressively, yes. They shove you out of your map, but they know when enough is enough and just build upon the lead. I think that's a very important thing to learn throughout any team's career. It doesn't matter how much of a build you can lead if you can't keep it or expand on it.
Right. This 5-man smoke,
This might be the
I'll
last
be
smoke
honest.
play.
Yeah. I was going to say, feels a bit desperate. And they've got the Dismember. They get the kill in a Zarain. But can they get more? DK is going to die. Ice Blast was there. Young PH is dead. This is a good smoke, but they bought back and they still might have some fight in them. Ursa's got this Aegis for 47 more seconds. They've got the Terrorize. It lands onto the Ember Spirit. They'll get the kill there. They'll take out TNT. They look at Never Die with the Bedlam on top of him. Primal Roar was used on the Pudge. Hook actually hits Ursa, but again, he's got the Aegis. Do you really want to kill him and bring him back to life with full health? Freezing Field is laid down onto Never Die, who ends up dying and never alive. And they also got the Aegis, used right as they got that 4th kill.
Yeah, and Zorain also killed the Spirit Breaker on the back end there. Nice buyback by him. Yeah, you got the Dragon Knight, you got a CM bought back, but ultimately still a big win once
Dire's
more.
bottom tower is under attack.
I think young PH could have probably played a little bit more defensively. His BKB was rarely not off cooldown, 10 seconds to go. But aggression sometimes
Dire's bottom
you're gonna pay a
tower is
price,
under attack.
the blood price, as we like to call it.
Dire's bottom tower has
Definitely.
fallen.
The blood price.
That's right. Charge onto Haw, but I don't think it's gonna go through. Nope, cancelled already. Wow.
Again, I don't really know what you do in this situation. You're so far behind,
Well,
and I
step one
think
is-
even playing slow is not the right idea.
Take hands off mouse. Eyes on keyboard. Locate the G key.
Press twice.
Press twice. Press enter. Alt F4. Done. Okay, so realistically speaking, the way back into this game, it will involve some over-aggression on the Radiant side for sure.
Right.
It is definitely possible because that if I had to pinpoint one of the team's weaknesses, it would be over-aggression at times. But we'll see. Another smoke up. Oh,
Yeah, but this time by the
sad is
Radiant.
about to be even more sad than before.
Yeah, Blink Dragon Tail, quick charge, Ice Blast flying through once again. Young PH is going to be blasted off into space. But the Primal Roar on Amasaros, he's the only one really dealing damage, so they took him out of the fight with the Primal Roar and the damage of the Bedlam into the Shadow Realm, but they don't throw the right clicks. They get the kill on a Fearless. They'll take out the Ember. They'll freeze over Haw, but the damage here on Assad is going to be 3 heroes dead, make it a 4th. The only one alive is the Spirit Breaker. They've got the Cursed Crown.
gotta
Here's
go.
can follow. He can make the jump in just a couple seconds. And he'll charge, but he's into the brambles, and he'll be killed off. It's a full team wipe for Myanmar.
Gas, gas, gas. Gotta step on the gas. Well, they have a date to be, man. They've got a dinner date to catch. Leave the game already, they say. They have no glyph either. Oh, wow, I just noticed that. Well, goodbye, tower. Goodbye, Rex. Goodbye. Is this Thailand's first game?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I think so.
No, it's their second. They lost to the Philippines.
Oh, so Thailand might be 0-2 after this?
Yes.
That's a tough standing to be at. Ooh, checker show. Oh, no. They did a good blink out there. That's illegal. He should have died there. But
Definitely.
makes it out.
Service
for
is
the
so
bot tower.
farmed.
Yeah. And young PH. Now he's gonna press his BKB. If you jump in that aggressively, you have to expect that they're gonna retaliate. Because if he gets his BKB off there, I don't even think it's that close, and I don't think he dies at all.
Right.
All right.
Gonna push
down.
this last outer tower, but also smoke.
Ooh, smoke at the same time as DK pushes bot tower. That's some next level play right here. Is it gonna pay off? They're looking for who? Masaros. Masaros is the target, and Masaros will be found. Goodbye.
He should be dead. Bedlam, Brambles, Gleipnir, doesn't matter. The damage is in. Masaros is dead again.
Jasper Circle couldn't do it better.
20,000 net worth lead. And immediately TPing back towards bottom.
Oh, they're looking for the punch. Now he's gonna farm the ancients. Ooh, good TP out. No greed. I think he would have farmed the ancients if they were there though. Oh, Spirit Breaker might be next on the menu. Shadowblade in 3 though. 2, 1.
Oh, doesn't have mana. He's got enough for the Shadow Blade, but that is rough. He popped that wand to try and escape.
This Beastmaster pick was brilliant.
Yeah. And they're still going. Like, they never stopped. They never just farmed, waited for Roche. They just are gas all the way.
Yeah. Well, that's their trademark, right? Well, BKB's up on Masaros. Ooh, they're looking.
Uh-oh.
Dark Widow is level 17. The highest level on the Dire is level 15.
Yeah, Skilly's doing a lot of damage with that Bedouin. Can't even leave the base. Spirit Breaker. Spotted. They had that sentry, Cursed Crown, and the kill once again.
And Pudge is
Also
next to the
fighting
menu.
top. They're going to try and go for the Pudge. The Dismember's there for a second. Ice Blast is used, but they'll end up losing another one. Ancient Apparition falls. 3 heroes dead. And Roche available in 15 seconds.
Wow. I understand you don't want to leave early because 2 losses actually can mean that you're out of the tournament, out of the qualifier.
Yeah.
But this is a rough one. Tough
Yeah,
game.
I mean, almost at 1,000 net worth per minute behind. I truthfully think that this one is just over. They have no answers. Like,
So Myanmar
quite
has
literally
left.
no answers.
Philippines and Malaysia.
Yes.
Or is it their first match?
They beat Cambodia already.
Alright, so the 2 toughest matches ahead of them.
Truthfully, you probably only need to win one of them.
Yeah, you win 1, you should be good to go.
Although I want to say that this can end with 4 teams at 3-1. If I've done my math correctly, not sure.
No, because Cambodia is 0-2 and Thailand would be 0-2.
True. Or maybe 3 teams.
Ursa, though, that's no.
Uh,
All by yourself?
his teams have tier 1s to go to, and he might just buy back.
That's a buyback moment there for sure.
Yeah, knowing that that freezing field was interesting. BKB, the damage onto this Ember. They've got the Primal Roar, but they're going to lose Saw Rain, who doesn't have buyback. Going off Sad, but the Shackle connects. They get the kill to the Beastmaster. They're kind of throwing this a little bit away. Buybacks are being expended. Ursa's in, shackled up. But they've got the Blink to have the Dragon Tail. There's the Dismember. KSH now Gleipnir, Yule's up in the air. Needs to be careful. These buybacks aren't coming from the rest of the team. It's like they're letting the Ursa just fight with this Dragonite. The fact that they're not buying back, this buyback's late. The Ice Blast will land, and they bought back on the Ursa just to let him die.
But
And now, frozen over on the Dragonite means young PH is dead too. These buybacks were so late from the Crystal Maiden. They didn't even buy back on the Beastmaster. And now the Crystal Maiden is just dead. They threw this back.
Wow. Well, it's still 20k lead, but yeah, that's a massive goal stream. It's going to be Roshan too. Well, if you're blundering, that's a rough way to do it. Bot Rex though. Okay, somebody's tipping.
Dire's middle tower
No
is
problem.
under attack.
That's a massive goal screen the other way.
That is such a blunder.
Yeah. Way too trigger happy on the Ursa.
It's not even just that, but it's the lack of synchronization. On the buybacks, on the TPs, and the movements.
Yeah, this is definitely not something you can really get away with. Well, game isn't back to even, but definitely
By any means.
it's definitely looking a lot better. Because now Ember is actually going to build up some damage.
Just surprising.
No, I agree. Just as I was praising the discipline.
Yeah.
Can never say anything as a caster. My bad. I apologize.
Definitely can't. Definitely can't at all.
I sincerely apologize, all Myanmar fans.
But 15,000 net worth lead. Still, I mean, they lost 7K off that.
I think it was even more. I think they started at 24.
But now my question is, does Radiant... I don't think Radiant should... or Myanmar should stay conservative.
No, it's time to go. I think they're still way stronger. They just need to fight as a unit.
Like, they can't sit back.
And truthfully, there's no reason to sit back.
Who can they find, though?
Are scanning.
I guess you just push top and force the fight.
Now, high ground is a little bit scary against an Aegis. I mean, Beastmaster can pretty much do solo, I
Radiant's
guess.
bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, that attack range on the Dragon Knight. Oh, the
Yeah.
hook though. No, I didn't pick me again. Oh, that's rough.
Ay.
And the entire team was already disengaged anyway. He was there all by himself.
They are throwing.
It's a little bit of a crumbling happening here.
Yeah. Really is kind of insane. I wonder if they just got flustered after that fight. Or during that fight, truthfully.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know what's going on in the voice comms, of course, but again, BO1s is a lot of pressure. Big pressure situations. Well, diamonds are made under pressure, right? See how they deal with it.
Plenty of rocks are made under pressure.
You're right.
They're smoking. They're searching. They are not finding anything, and this just throws a minute 15 on it.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Accept and now finish up with Ember Spirit as well. So yeah, there's a lot of items now coming up, of course, after these couple of fights. It's getting to the point where it gets quite scary. Nice dodge.
Ember.
Or there's a gem gone now.
Curse ground. Yeah, now Skilla is dead. Anybody want to pick up that gem?
Nope. What is happening? They're kind of just dying one by one all the time.
Who are they charging? Anybody? Or do they stop it? Yeah, they
The
stopped
gem
it.
is still there. At least the courier pick it up? Someone?
No, gem is still there.
Yeah, I know. But like, why isn't his courier coming?
Just gonna casually walk into this gem, I guess.
He's like, here, the gem guys.
Feels like now you gotta wait for ages. Like Myanmar are on their last legs, and I know they're up by a lot, but it feels like they've really burnt away everything that they had in terms of a lead.
Everything they built, yeah. It's slowly crumbling to dust. I really hope they can gather themselves. I don't want to see them lose like this.
I mean, they're still technically ahead by a good amount. They should be
It should be good.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I got this. Don't worry.
They're going. Don't get
kill.
Masaros. Starts the Primal Roar. I mean, that's exactly how you want it. TNT's going to be next. TNT doesn't actually have buyback.
Oh, yeah. He bought back a while back. He has it in 30 seconds, but that might be too late for the Rex.
Not sure.
You gotta be careful. I mean, they can't dismember him at least because he has Axe Scepter, so they can't focus KSH. Ooh, very early BKB from Haw. Probably didn't expect his Hawk to tank the hook.
Bought back on Masaros and they just leave.
Yeah, I think everybody expected the Beast to get hooked there.
Thing is, like, they were pressured up. You got the buyback and then they kind of left. But maybe you'd focus the fight.
They built up a quite nice lead again. Steadily growing.
Which probably means Roche in the future.
Roche up potentially in
15 seconds.
a little bit. What time are you guessing?
48 seconds.
I'm gonna say
They may not go for it, though.
75.
I don't... Oof. They don't really need to... I would say they really don't need to go for Roche, but they're going to wait for it.
I mean,
There's no way
afterwards
they
this
don't.
happened, I think that's probably the right decision. You don't want to have that happen again, right?
Very true. But if they show with the heroes here, you can definitely blink and roar. You know, at least get a pick off. And they're definitely drawing for it. They want to go. They want to make a move, and they'll try. They've got the Terrorize, hook back, but is it going to be enough? Dragon Tail's there, and now the Ice Blast hits. They've got the Dismember, but do they have enough damage to kill off this Ursa? The ulti from the Spirit Breaker, and you said they didn't want to do it again? They've done it again. They've done it again. Oh, boy. Bedlam onto a Pudge, a very tanky Pudge. Give him another kill by jumping on top of him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's 9k going the other way again. Roche 50 seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, the only good side of the things here is that Roche will be spawning on the bottom side. So they should be able to defend it in time. This is getting rough.
Yep.
Like, I don't
They
care
are-
how long you play together or how good of friends you are. When these situations happen, like there's ought to be some salt. There's ought to be a little bit of salt at least.
Especially with who's jumping in and who's doing what.
The Mars was pushing our bot. Dude, Ember's net worth is suddenly really high. Almost got a Lincoln Sphere. Roshan is up. They got Wind Ranger, one of the best Roche kills in the game. They might have
Yeah.
enough time.
Radiant are scattered.
Gotta go immediately. I don't think you can wait on this. TPs have to happen. TPs have to happen.
That's a refresher shot as well, man.
TPs have to happen. And they lost it. And they got Never Die, but they gave up another Aegis. They gave up a Refresher Shard. They have at least the Spirit Breaker dead. They're going to look for TNT. They'll catch themselves a second one, but they are, I want to say this game, it may not look even with the net worth, but it is even, if not even favoring Thailand.
I mean, the Dire Draft wasn't supposed to be in this position net worth-wise, so they're very strong right now. You're very right about that. But then again, Ursa is also... I mean, they have all the tools still to win fight. It's just they need to take them properly. Focus the right heroes. Like, Ember Spirit can still die really fast. They have to count on the buybacks, though, this time around. Buybacks will happen.
Can they push top without the Aegis? They're going to try again.
No, there's no way to push.
Dire are scanning.
Surely there's no way to just go like this.
I just, if you're Myanmar, can you even avoid them at this point? You smoke to move forward, but this Aegis is available for a while.
Yeah. And every passing minute, honestly, it's very hard to say who is favored in late game here. I kind of like Dire a bit more.
Charge in. Uh-oh. Ice Blast. BKB gets out of the blast. Now looking over at the Spirit Breaker. They've got the Primal Roar as well as a set of axes onto the Windrunner. Looking for a Terrorize. Thrown over. Lands onto the Windrunner. But they just don't have the damage. Beastmaster's not doing anything anymore. Power Shot flies in. Haw's going to be dead. 90 seconds on the sidelines. The more and more you lose, the even and more even this game gets. But they do get Fearless. They've got the Focus Fire. It's on to Ursa. The buyback on Fearless. He just got his buyback. Ursa's dead. 100 seconds. Zarain might be next, truthfully. I don't really know what young PH can do up against the world. He's trying to run away, but eventually that ulti from the Spirit Breaker will push him back towards the side of their team, and they'll kill him.
Goodbye, young PH. That's a nice 16k. 16k, 1.6k. And Skill A also gone. Game is back to even, almost net worth-wise, and it doesn't really feel like the Radiant can really fight anymore.
Yeah, I think they missed their timing. I think it's over. I said it was over the other way, and it looked like it was, and then they threw that fight by Roche so one-sidedly, and they just have not been able to do anything afterwards.
I really hope they don't lose this way, because this is going to be like one of the most frustrating losses they've probably ever experienced, to be honest. It was so straightforward for them.
Yeah, definitely so.
It was so straightforward for them.
Cleaning up the creep wave, looking to push their own towers. Buyback from one, and a BKB from Masaros.
Yeah, his Lincolns got popped. I like this a lot better than what Myanmar has been doing, to be honest, where they're just holding off on all the BKBs and everything all the time. Better be safe than sorry, especially in a game like this.
True.
Alright, DK is finally back.
Yeah, maybe they can do something here, but Ember's going to pressure bottom. He's level 26 now. He's got the double slight charge.
Yeah. The Ember really has no business being at this net worth.
I mean, I still think he would have loved a Maelstrom.
Behold, a sudden burn.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Age is finally reclaimed.
Radiant are
Maybe they can take a turn, fight on their terms now. Can they still fight is the question. Damage should always be there on paper with the Ursa. Just they haven't been finding the right targets.
Is under attack.
They can definitely fight, and I feel like they're
Radiant's bottom tower
interesting hook interaction. Like they just take the tower and then they bail.
is under attack.
And I get it, they don't have Aegis, they don't want to do what
His middle tower has
Myanmar's been doing, but I think after the few fights you've had, you have such an advantage.
Yeah. I mean, the items they have, they're definitely very insane right now. Lots of kiting potential. I see young PH on the top as well. Last fight, probably.
I don't even know if we're going to get a last fight. I think they're going to wait for Roche again. I mean, they had the Aegis. They had their chance. They just didn't push with it.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
They're trying to push top a little bit. But see all the area denial that gets in their way. Pudge is out there. He's hexed, but I
Taking
think they
negative
know that they...
damage.
Yeah, I think they know they can't kill him at the moment. First crown again. But taking no damage.
Yeah, the only way to kill Pudge now is to build up like a good 20, 30 Fury Swipe stacks on him.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is going to take its sweet time, of course.
Dire are scanning.
I'm surprised. I mean, not surprised. I'm not really shocked at the unwillingness to fight now. As we do the typical DPC song and dance of last Aegis didn't work, let's wait 10 minutes, go next Aegis.
It's always about the Aegis. AGI?
Yep. I would
Is
say
it
so.
two Aegises or two AGI?
It's Agoxen.
I need to know this right now. Plural of Aegis. Aegises or Aegidises? Aegidis.
Aegisi.
Aegisides or Aegides? All right.
And of course, Roche, the long timer, it is. Full 2.5 minutes. As they smoke up
I
on
have
the
a feeling
side.
the Radiant's still going to win. You?
I don't think so. I think they missed their timings. And I think that they are very
Attack.
erratic right now.
No, I just mean like not necessarily because they're supposed to win, just the feeling that they will win.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yo, young PH.
Dire's
Oh my god, there's no way you can get out.
And the
before-
question is that going to be worth it?
I mean, it's megas.
It's Megas. He's got buyback. He might be forced to use it.
I think it was a pretty brave play. He will be remembered in the Memorial Hall of Legends. Was it worth it? We'll see whoever takes the next Aegis, I guess. I mean, it's a long spawn.
Yeah, in a minute.
And they don't have
So.
the best heroes to deal with mega creep, right? They're not terrible, but not the greatest.
I think they kind of can.
Uy, Pachi.
They bought back. They want to go for the Pudge. Pudge is here by himself, doing what Myanmar did when they were giving the game away, and that's being alone like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty late for both the teams, I believe. Are they in my time zone?
Potentially.
Or is it a bit earlier, maybe? Or later? I'm not even sure. But yeah, it's like 9:30 or so. Who knows how long they've been up for? Because there's definitely a lot of sloppiness in the game right now.
Yeah.
On both sides. Aegis up in 1, 0. No.
I mean, they have to know the maximum timing. That
Yeah, which is like literally
there.
now. They have to know that. Alright, now they check. There we go.
You know, their team is dealing with mega creeps. They can't really leave their base.
Yeah, so probably that chaotic sacrifice was worth it after all. Aegis, Roshan banner. Pretty useless Roshan banner, to be honest. If you actually,
You've got megas.
Maybe for the throne, it still quite works.
Yeah.
We can just focus down the throne. That could be something. Skill A 25. Terrorize impact damage. Huh. Interesting. It used to be the fear duration. It also got nerfed.
So now the question is, with this Aegis, do they finish the game?
We'll see.
Because they're not even pushing it. They're not even pushing at the moment.
Peacock. The story is yet to be written.
I guess so. Be the first time in a while that I've had 3-hour-plus games in a row.
Just what I've been waiting.
As they look like they're setting top as they're starting to group up there.
Take that.
But I truthfully cannot tell.
Well, I mean, they could just be using the Aegis for a little bit to collect their last 25s. I think they got all of them now. Literally got all of them. CM is going for an AC. Jesus Christ. I don't think I've seen that like ever? Probably. Yeah. They have double raw, double hex on the beast. It's hard to break high ground though. It really is.
I mean, I guess it is. The high ground's pretty much broken already. They have mega creeps.
Yeah, the thing is, once you have mega creeps, it really makes it easy for the enemy team to defend, right? There's just no targets anymore.
So does that mean you don't go for goal on the Radiant side? Like,
I'm not entirely sure what they're waiting for, because the Dire isn't gonna come like magically out of the base. I think. Probably not.
you know, I guess they just want their next items.
What's there though? Ursa, I mean Wind Waker, I guess. But they have
Divine
Nullifiers.
Rapier. You could still get Scotty, Butterfly. You just start getting items. Why not?
Want some rapiers that you don't use?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this looks like a farming Aegis, the way it's been presented, but now they smoke. Looking
might
for an
be-
opportunity.
No, that was close though. Sad was almost. Okay, it's Age. Careful, you guys are split like mad again.
Yeah, 3 and 2. With Ursa pushing
Put
in the
down
bottom
the
lane.
Roshan's banner.
And they put it down and...
And
Okay.
it's destroyed.
There goes the ancient black dragon. Ursa's in. Try to get this
He's
kill
going
on
for
the
throne.
punch. Dismember for a second. They'll go for the throne. They'll pop the BKB. They get the tier 4. They'll try to get the throne, but the DK will lose his Aegis. Right click
They
from
still
the
have
Ursa. Up into the air. They have the glyph. They'll finally use it. They get the kill onto the Pudge. He'll buy back. They look over at the ancient apparition as well as this Windrunner. As they
He's
kill
inside
off
the throne.
Masaros, who has buyback. They'll pop the throne, and Myanmar will beat Thailand.
So they do end up clutching it, but unnecessarily difficult. Let's put it that way. Like,
Yeah.
this sort of discipline, if you end up making it Chengdu, is not, it won't fly. You know, like these teams, they will eat you alive if you do this. Okay, congratulations. It's an important victory, 2-0. But it was not a pretty one. Really not a pretty one.
No, it really needs to be tightened up if they want to think about the next rounds and think about the next games that are coming up, later on. And we can take a look at the highlights because, there's definitely a distinct point where this game fell apart for them.
Yeah, I all started with Ursa basically trying to solo Roshan, right? And then he died, and then they trickled in one by one. A couple of people buy back, half the team doesn't, and just feels really disconnected. Which, is usually something they're really good at. Keeping things concise and precise, and really gelling well as a unit together. But at that point, they didn't really feel that way. And it wasn't the first time, the only time it happened, right? It was the first time, but like times 2, 3, and 4 after that.
Right. It happened a bunch of times. I mean, they were up 24,000 and they just kind of let that dwindle so harshly multiple times.
Yeah. As I said, like, they won this game. I think they should really count the blessings that they did. It was not a guarantee at all. But yeah, you gotta shape up for tomorrow even. I think against Malaysia and the Philippines, this is also not gonna fly.
No, not at all. I think those two teams are way better, and you won't see them be giving all that back or letting you not give it all back from doing something like that.
So we'll see where they end up going, but 2-0 for now. And Thailand, I believe, is 0-2, which means, is there still a chance for them?
They can end 2-2, I think.
So
there's only 5
Myanmar
teams.
would have to beat Malaysia, would have to beat Philippines.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And then Malaysia would have to lose 2 of their matches.
to Myanmar and
against
Thailand.
and Myanmar as well.
Yeah.
And then there would be a big tiebreaker, Myanmar 4-0, and there could be a 2-2 tiebreaker with 3 teams, I think.
Definitely a possibility.
That's what could happen. So, yeah. They need to hope. Well, they need to beat Malaysia, first of all. And then they need to hope that things go their way. But yeah, we can already see here in these scenarios. Was it already where the Roche fight happened? No, it was prior to that. They're still playing very well as a unit, always together. Picking them off left and right. I think it was after this fight actually where it happened.
I don't know. They're not up to 24,000 yet.
Getting the team wipe here as well. Spirit Breaker dead 2. Now the next flip, I believe, is going to be a Roche fight.
Yeah, it might be. Yep. It's just Ursa by himself. These TPs come in too slow. And then the buybacks are so disjointed.
Yeah.
Horribly disjointed.
When Ursa doesn't buy back straight away. Hook lands, but then you're already super out of position. Then you buy back. It's pretty late, as you said. Then CM doesn't buy back right away. He doesn't have the money, actually. And yeah, as you said, it's just really disconnected. Beastmaster has buyback money, doesn't buy back. CM could also buy back, but doesn't do it straight away. So yeah, they're definitely not on the same page here. And as I said, this is not the only time that happens this game.
Right.
But we do have to commend them, right? Like the DK play to actually get mega creeps was pretty ballsy, worked out perfectly. And then the suicide push onto the throne, that was very well done as well.
It's
Like,
well
they
done,
knew-
but you shouldn't have even needed to be in a position like that, right?
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I do think it's very important to be able to do, well, to not be too hung up on these kind of things and still bring them home. They have a lot of things to talk about, sure, after this game, probably when they watch the replay. But W is a W. Ultimately, it's a BO1. You gotta make sure you take those games home, even if it's really ugly. And at least they managed to do that, right?
Right. And, you know, as the net worth lead gets lower and lower and rises, but these fights were not great. It was forcing them into Ice Blast, and we've talked about how strong Ancient Apparition is. And Misaro's doing a lot with this Windrunner, too.
Yeah, overall the plays were really nicely gelled by Thailand towards the end.
Dire's middle tower
It just, they didn't have the real estate anymore to really play the game. They couldn't leave base anymore because of all the barracks. Then they faced mega creeps. I really would have liked to see how they played towards the end, because it really felt like Thailand was much more connected towards the end, you know what I mean? Like the spellcasting became better. They were probably
Right.
riding that adrenaline hype, right? Of being able to mount such a comeback.
Right. Look at this Ursa again, like Shackle.
Ultimately, was not meant to be.
Yeah, not really at all. I mean, it felt like it definitely could have been. That's for sure. It was very close, and I mean, it just again, it should not have been that close.
tower is under attack.
And I don't
Yeah.
know how it got to that point.
I hope it doesn't haunt them for tomorrow as well. Because these kind of things, you can definitely, like, you gotta talk them out ASAP. Once that's done, you should be good to go.
So, you know, you get to this point, they just go for the throne. That's it. Go for it, and they do it.
I still like this call. It takes a lot of balls to do this.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Definitely not wrong. And I think that, truthfully, it's just like you said. Don't let that get into your head too much that, you know, you're gonna end up regretting your movements and everything like that. But we do have a match summary to take a look at, as we've got ourselves what happened in a short form for us.
Well, not that short. Lots of numbers to digest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Valiant effort by Thailand. See what they can
Right.
bring to the table tomorrow. They need to win both their matches to be fortunate enough, if things go their way, to have a tiebreaker. Myanmar, I believe they need one more match and they're pretty much guaranteed in. Same with Malaysia. So let me actually see the schedule real quick. So yeah, they both play tomorrow, and then pretty much everything should be set in stone.
Yes.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun. A fun day for the SEA region.
Yeah, because I think it's going to be pretty much. I mean, maybe even by the end of the Thailand. Cambodia's out, so they may not even. I mean, they should, but they may not even play that matchup against Thailand, which would put Thailand at 1-2, and then they'd still have to beat Malaysia. But also, Malaysia has to play Myanmar, and the winner of that is guaranteed in, I would say.
Yeah, I think mathematically impossible to not be in at that point.
Yeah.
3-0, you are at least guaranteed second place, which means you're in. And
Yeah.
then if Myanmar beats the Philippines, then we got, let's say Malaysia beats Myanmar, Myanmar beats Philippines, we got both our qualified teams. However, I think if Myanmar beats both Malaysia and the Philippines, then there's potential for a tiebreaker if Thailand also beats both their opponents.
Yeah, definitely. And you'll have to see who gets what. Like, I definitely feels like it's going to be close towards the end, but we do have an interview with KSH, so we'll talk to KSH right now. Take a listen. KSH, how's everything? It's a tough battle, but you guys got the victory.
Yes, that was very close. And I mean, like, we already win this game, but we did some mistakes, so it's gonna very hard game. And yeah, but in the end we win, so that's it.
Yeah.
Now,
Luckily, you still win.
do you
Yeah, we still win.
do you guys enjoy these global events more so? Because you guys participate and do well a lot in these IESF events, and it feels like it brings the best out in you guys. Do you find that you guys have played together a lot through these ISF events and you feel confident going into every matchup now?
Yes, I mean, like, I feel very comfortable playing like national team, but our team is always play together for like 3 or 4 years. Like, we also play close TI close qualifier recently, so I think it's very comfortable to play this tournament.
Yeah, you guys have looked really strong in the past. I remember watching you guys in Riyadh last year for the Asian Championships. You guys look great. I mean, what's the vibes of the team when you go into an event like this?
Yes, and it's very different from playing home, like online. Yeah, I mean, it's there's a different mentality. I feel so much motivated when I play like LAN. They're so much better than this.
So, in the last game that you guys played, when a game starts out so well like that and you guys make a couple mistakes, who's the person keeping you guys together, like keeping your head straight, not letting you panic? Who's the person making the shot calls to keep everybody ready to take the throne?
Mostly I made this call to hit the throne. Yes, we cannot fight them anymore, so we don't have choice. So I tell them to get ready to hit the throne.
Yeah, I mean, it was the right call. You guys ended up getting the victory. And before we let you go, if you want 2 minutes to shout out, go for it. Thank whoever you want. Shout out, go for it, and say your piece before we let you go.
Oh, I am. And thanks everyone for supporting me at my worst and at my best. And I also thanks to my mom and dad to keep supporting me for the hard times, and also my fans and keep supporting me throughout the years and the hard years from online and even in the land. I want to thank everyone for supporting me and my teammates.
Well, it's been nice talking to you. I hope we get to see you continue the success, see you in Chengdu, and hopefully get to see you in Riyadh even after that. So good luck in the future matchups you got coming up.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
So, coming into this, it was, Myanmar we've seen do amazing things, and I'm really I'm happy to see them succeed again. It always feels quite nice.
They also seem like great guys. I mean, we met them in person a couple of times. They're generally friendly people. They really enjoy the game, and they're just a team that's like really in the moment. Definitely, they deserve the success they're having. And yeah, I mean, I wish them all the best, especially tomorrow. They need to beat one of the 2 giants that are left to beat. It's not really easy. And yeah, hopefully today was just like an off day. They got too overconfident because the game was too easy. But yeah, you can't allow yourself to fall into this pitfall tomorrow, because otherwise you are in trouble. Big trouble.
Definitely. And they really need to make sure that they clean it up coming into the following events, because it can be very, very tough if they let it kind of drag away from them, right? So we'll have to see how it ends up going for them, and if we see potentially any more success from Myanmar. I mean, I expect them to make it to Chengdu. I think they're a very strong team. Maybe them in the Philippines, who knows, or them in Malaysia. But there's definitely a lot more to come, and we've still got some more games. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
Asia Dota 2 qualifiers. I am Waxin, joined by Black, the dynamic Dota 2 duo, bringing you the upcoming 3 best-of-1 series for the Central Asian qualifiers. Black, this has been a hell of a day already. You started all the way with Oceania. You had a best-of-3 where Australia managed to clutch it. Then you already had a couple of games from the SEA region, and now we're going all the way to Central Asia to see some familiar faces.
Yeah, it's been a long day so far, but hopefully we'll have a couple more. Dude, today we've had, I think, three 1-hour games. I really like these kind of games because they're very, very unpredictable. You know, who wins in the end. And yeah, maybe we'll have more of them, maybe not. Last game was actually over after like 20 minutes, but then it turned into like a 55-minute slogfest. It was pretty epic. We'll see. On paper, Kyrgyzstan is really damn strong.
Yeah, let's talk about the first matchup of the day already.
Yeah.
We will be getting... Well, actually, before we get out, let's break down how these qualifiers will be working. All of the Asian regions, so Oceania, SEA, Central, South, and West, they're all fighting for multiple slots respectively. I believe Oceania only had a single slot. So right now, for Central Asia, we will have 5 teams: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan fighting into a single round robin best-of-1 group stage. And the top 2 teams at the end of this group stage will be then qualifying to the Asian Championships 2024 in China. That will be in mid-September. And like you mentioned, Black, first series of this Central Asian qualifiers will be Kazakhstan versus Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan being the absolute favorites. And I would even go as far as say, not just of the matchup, but of the region in itself, because for those of you unfamiliar with the history of Iesf Dota 2, Kyrgyzstan is the bronze medalist of the 2023 season of the World Esports Championships. So there's a lot at stake here for them to prove that they want to replicate the success from last year.
Yeah, it's a team that's not only strong on paper, they're also strong mentally. They have so much confidence. Their players are insanely strong. You have Syed, you have Kami, some of the best players in the world, probably even. And unfortunately, every time I look at them, I feel very old. Their oldest player is born in '98, man.
That is younger than me, Black, and I am considerably younger than you, I believe. So
yeah, so it doesn't bode too well for me, you know. But as I always like to sweet talk myself, I got all that life experience, all that wisdom to share. So we might be at different parts of our life, but I'm all the wiser, you know.
It's also interesting talking about younger players because Kazakhstan is fielding a completely new roster of 5 players that are really unknown to us in many capacities. And let's take a quick look at their roster. And that will be Anisan, Arya, Ethereal, Hush, and Revolver. 5 players that I don't believe I've ever seen before, not even in past ISF. So you could even say that this is a bit of a change of guard, Black. In previous seasons, Kazakhstan would field a roster, if you remember, around Hayes, Hannah, and Arrow. 3 of the players that might come to mind for some of us that are unfamiliar with the Kazakhstan region. So it's good to see that they realized, oh, we had mixed success in the past. Let's pass the torch and let's see if this new younger generation can bring more success and more glory to our nation.
Yeah, and we'll see what ends up happening if they can hold a candle to Kyrgyzstan, because as we said, Kyrgyzstan, heavy favorite. It's going to be tough for any team to beat them. How many slots are there for this region?
2.
Is it 2?
2 slots.
As well? Okay, so they definitely have a shot to be second. However, there's also Suneko's spot waiting for them further down the line.
Yeah.
It's probably my second favorite. And yeah, it's going to be very tough to beat out either of those teams.
Yeah, Uzbekistan.
So we'll see what they can do. As you said, young guard. But will the youngsters beat the old veterans?
Well, the old veteran, and like you said, the old veteran whose youngest player is also, like you said, born in '98, so oldest player. We obviously have Zayat, Max, Katie, Kami, and Zodiac. And this is, I believe they have 1 roster change, Black. I do not remember Katie playing with them last season.
I think you are correct. what does he play in the team exactly? I'm not too sure. I just know Kami is the carry god.
Blizzy. Yeah, Blizzy used to be their offlaner. That's the one.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, well. I'm sure he's a worthy replacement. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on the squad. Because Zayat is he's a very stern captain, let's put it that way.
I wonder why. I mean, it's a joke, obviously. Why is Watson not playing Kazakhstan squad? But anyway, we're talking about Kyrgyzstan here, and Zayat has a lot to prove. 2 years ago, I believe he came second place at the International Black, obviously the most prestigious Dota 2 tournament, arguably the most prestigious esports tournament in the world. But since departing Team Secret, he has yet to find similar levels of success. After last year's Iesf, he moved on in Navi, and they're playing okay, but still not breaking. I would even argue with his club team not even breaking into tier 2 quite yet. Maybe tier 2. You could argue they're in tier 2, but again have missed qualifying to the international yet again. So this tournament for Zayat is becoming kind of like his proving ground year in, year out. Remember last year at Yash, he was pulling up some phenomenal Lion and Techies performances to lead his team into battle. But the player that you are more interested from Kyrgyzstan, and you mentioned it already a few times, has to be Kami.
Yeah, Kami is also the player that Kyrgyzstan themselves talk up the most. He's basically like, yeah, he's our superstar. He's gonna carry us to victory. He has done so many times. It didn't entirely work out for them in the last finals, of course, where you said they ended up being third, which isn't bad at all, with a very tough competition there. But it's definitely not what they wanted. Yeah. And they're hungry. It's a long road for them. First, they got to go through a Chengdu qualifier.
Yep.
Then the main qualifier. Where, honestly, if you win that Chengdu qualifier, which could be considered, it is considered a massive tournament in itself.
Of course.
Like, you might actually come as one of the favorites to win the whole thing in Riyadh down the line.
Realistically speaking, this region for them should be a walk in the park. If Kyrgyzstan drops even a single map, which I don't expect them to, but if they drop a single map, we might start asking some questions on what is happening with the squad, because they are the heavy favorites. If you're a betting man, which I don't assume you are, Black, I would say Kyrgyzstan is the safest pick out of this qualifier, maybe with some question marks from a Soneko squad of Uzbekistan, but that matchup will be a few days later down the line. Now we are into the first draft of the Central Asian region, and we're coming off hot with a Broodmother ban from Kyrgyzstan and Vengeful Dark Seer from Kazakhstan. I would say that's probably more expected from me, but a Brood first ban, I was not expecting to see that.
Get out all that cheese here. We don't need any of that, they say. Standard game is the best way to make sure that the better team actually ends up winning. I think if Kazakhstan wants to win here, they gotta throw in some obstacles towards Kyrgyzstan's ways. Some question marks, like how do you deal with this? Maybe some Husker last pick here because they have last pick. I'm a big fan of last pick in the BO1 just because you always have this option of picking this. Gotcha, last pick. Wait. I just saw in Kazakhstan Ethereal is there. I know that guy. He's pretty damn good.
I think actually, I when I was going through the rosters, I was like, I do know an Ethereal, but is that the Ethereal we think of, or is
that's
just someone?
Good question.
It's quite a common nickname. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see how Ethereal performs, and we'll come up with that idea. But he's the one doing the draft as well, so he might be the Ethereal as he's currently captaining this Kazakhstan squad. Beastmaster, another, I would say, not first phase ban-worthy hero in the current meta, Black.
I agree. Although I just did cast Beastmaster and he had a tremendous showing. So, wow, Rubik's first overall pick instead of a Tiny. That's also quite ballsy. I do believe Rubik is one of the best fours there is, just because of natural scaling. There's a lot of heroes you don't want to pick because Rubik is in the enemy team, so it kind of limits the hero pool as well. There's a couple of other heroes that do that. For example, like AA. There's a couple of heroes you can't really pick against AA. You want to pick it, but you can't. So I like that pick a lot. But is it worth trading out for a Tiny?
I mean, Kazakhstan didn't even hesitate. It was an insta Tiny pick. They didn't even look, oh, they got the Rubik, let's consider it. They just took the Tiny, snapped it from Kyrgyzstan's favor, and it's going to be interesting. But at the same time, you know what I've seen lately, Black? I've seen quite a fair bit of Rubik mid, which is very, very annoying to play against. I don't necessarily think it's good, but it's such a nuisance to face as soon as Rubik hits his level 7. Keeps spamming you with Fade Bolt, maxing out Arcane Aura. And again, best of 1. I wouldn't want to see Kyrgyzstan going for something cheesy. I really think they should stick to what is considered very heavy meta, because they are skill by skill, player versus player matchup, the favorites.
Yeah, not even just by a little, by like a massive amount. I think the overall MMR is, I don't want to throw out a random number, but I know Kami was like a 30k player himself. Like he himself is amazing. We have Zayach, who probably, a lot of people that have been around for a while don't care as much about MMR as the newer players do. So I don't know how high he is up there, but he's definitely a guy that plays on a 13k MMR level.
Oh, is that Zayat?
So, yeah, Zayat.
Oh, I think he's like in top 50 or something.
He's still very high MMR, but I don't think he's quite at that number. He might
180.
be.
He's 180. I just checked. He's 180 on the leaderboard. Okay, so not top 50. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's roughly 11.5. That's not bad at all, obviously. 11.5 MMR is still super good. But yeah, as you said, on paper, they'll outskill them, they'll outplay them, make the game as standard as possible, and you should come out ahead.
Now, Kazakhstan is starting to burn through a bit of their own reserve time. I have to be honest, I really love their bans. Phoenix, Seer, Venge, Weaver, very, very good heroes in this current patch. Another hero I would ban would be the CK, but they want to ban the Troll and pick the Slardar, which is quite an interesting choice here. I haven't seen Slardar in 736C yet. I mean, the patch came out 3 days ago, so that doesn't, it's not a big sample pool, right? But paired up with the Tiny, this is a classic combo from back in, I don't even know, Dota 1 days. Black Slardar offlane, Tiny position 4, toss into Slithering Crush.
It's good for sure, but it can also be very abusable. Like if you pick like a dual range or a very heavy like something like an Undying Elder Titan, yeah, something in that ballpark, it's gonna get incredibly difficult for them to trade efficiently against you. I really like this opening here from Kyrgyzstan as well. Also, it's Elder Titan 5, Centaur Rubik in the off. Makes a lot of sense. I don't personally like Slaughter that early into a draft. I feel like it's more like a 3rd or 4th pick. It's very exploitable. So we'll see what they end up doing with it. Maybe it's something they're very comfortable with. But Tiny Slaughter on paper doesn't sound that insane.
I don't think that's the lane. I don't think that's the lane. I think the way Tiny's been played lately, he's a core, mostly mid, and he's going for the toss facet. On landing, he deals extra damage, which will be really strong with the Slaughter in the mid game. I hope they're not pulling this one off for the laning phase. But crazier things have happened, and Kyrgyzstan still getting their hands on this Centaur is going to be really good, because Slaughter and Tiny both want to be on top of you, but if Centaur just pops the Stampede and manages to disengage, or jumping in, hoof stomp, and sets up for the Elder Titan, this is a lot of teamfight presence from Kyrgyzstan already.
It is. It has so much setup as well, and they have 3 heroes that can stun already. So far in this game, I really love both sides draft. Well, if it wasn't Slaughter, I would love it a little bit more, but stun is a stun. I love heroes that can stun. Keep the game simple, pick lots of stuns. That way you can kill the easiest. We have seen a couple of drafts earlier in the Southeast Asia region.
Yep.
No stuns, just a bunch of slows, and it just didn't work. The team with more stuns pretty much always wins. Monkey King, okay. Another interesting hero. I mean, Monkey King against Rubik Centaur. Okay.
That's kind of good, right?
Monkey King is just a very strong lane. Centaur Rubik should not really be able to do anything there. Now then, that just leaves the question, is it the Tiny mid, or is it actually the Tiny Slaughter lane?
And we're not going to find out until the very last pick.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they banned out Troll already, so I think that they definitely planned for the Slaughter pick, obviously. And the Monkey King is also scared of Troll, so that makes a lot of sense. Chaos Knight, though, that hero looks really amazing right now. It kind of dumpster Slaughter and Monkey King.
Like I said, I think I would have personally banned the CK instead of the Troll, but maybe Kazakhstan was really afraid of the potential dispel and the battle trance coming in from the Slaughter to turn around these team fights. Kyrgyzstan here, I feel like they're lacking a bit of a range nuker, which again, it could be offset if this Rubik goes mid, but I hope that's not the case. Also this Lich, right? When I first saw 736 and I read the patch notes, I thought Lich is going to be an absolute beast. Lich hasn't really been favored. Wow. Terrorblade into Monkey King.
It makes sense because ASD has a picture of Terrorblade on it, like in his profile. Yeah, so we should have guessed it, honestly. Everybody should have guessed that.
Do you think it's our fault that we didn't guess it, or are you going to blame it on Ethereal not guessing and banning it?
10 seconds remaining.
Probably we're all at fault, to be honest.
I see. Yeah.
Because we all know if the casters agree on a ban, the player gets a telepathic message, ban this hero, and they'll automatically, no matter what they do or think, ban it. Like they have no choice. The hand just moves and.
They are banning out the Husker. Kyrgyzstan does not want to get cheesed, Black. You called the Husker, like you said. You called it, so sadly it's not getting picked. It's getting banned. I mean, sadly, nobody wants to see a Slaughter. Let's be realistic here.
Yeah, what? Husker is great to watch. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
like a
so
nice armored toggle, like you get ganked by 4 heroes, you armored toggle through it like 5 times, you get an ultra kill all by yourself. Hell yeah. That's the moment right there.
Doubt. I love the Storm ban. Pango ban. Pango, despite nerfs after nerfs, he among like 8 nerfs he gets like 2 buffs that are very strong, and that's how this hero makes his way back into the meta constantly. For Kazakhstan, I assume they need. I think at this point you're flexing Tiny for and you get another mid laner. I don't know. I just have a feeling for that, but I guess they will also be waiting for Kyrgyzstan's mid laner, which has yet to be revealed. What would you like to see Zayat's squad to run as a position 2 here?
So it's Monkey Slaughter. I personally really like Invoker. Invoker Terrorblade is a super strong combo too with the Alacrity. Centaur Invoker is strong together.
What about an OD?
Blast just absolutely ruins the lineup. OD can work for sure. It's just a little bit more greedy with the Terrorblade, whereas Invoker can move around a bit more. Ember. Okay. So now they have the option of actually running the Slaughter mid lane and picking a much stronger off lane.
Monkey mid, right?
Yeah. It also works. But Slaughter mid is really good against Ember. And then the Monkey King would still destroy the Centaur. And now you can actually pick an off laner that hard counters the Terrorblade. If you want to.
A Razor's in the pool. We've seen some Razors.
Yeah, Slaughter does not lane against Terrorblade. Like, it's just not possible. You have way too much armor. You don't care, Terrorblade.
Only 12 seconds left for Kazakhstan to choose
Timber
their final.
Let's go. I think it's a Timber game.
Piece.
It's such a good Timber game, actually.
Oh,
Dragon Knight.
You may now select your
No, I think Timbersaw was a game winner here, man. How does Terrorblade Elder Titan lane against Timber? Like, Elder Titan comes to do an half HP.
So Ethereal will be the one on the Dragon Knight. Huh.
Yeah. Dragon Knight. Okay, yeah. It's a target stun. It's very safe. I do think, though, they're actually lacking in the damage department. They don't have any great damage.
They really wanted to play this as safe as possible, I assume, right? And maybe they don't have a Timbersaw player. Maybe that is the answer. Or the fact that they only had 12 seconds of reserve time is what put the pressure on their shoulders, Black. We got to consider all aspects of that as well. But looking at this draft, I like what I'm seeing from Kazakhstan. The only downsides for me have to be the support duos. Tiny, like I said, is now played as a core because he's so good when he gets toss maxed up and you need a setup with the Blink Dagger. So position 4, when you're running around 3 other melee cores, it's going to be very hard for Tiny to actually have space. And the Lich I have yet to see in a game that has tremendous impact. So for that reason, I'm taking Kyrgyzstan.
Okay, I mean, Kyrgyzstan on paper already is the favorite, or level 30 Rubik. That guy is cooking. He's about to crack some 90s.
Is that not
some 90s, sorry.
I'm glad you remember that, Black. I'm very happy you remembered it.
Of course.
Is that Zayats? Is that Zayats on the Rubik? No,
Yeah, it
it's
should be. No, it's not.
Sunset. Huh.
I think that's him.
No, it's not. Is it? No. That's not Zayats.
Are you sure?
Are they playing with a stand-in?
I'm not sure. They're not using their names.
Yeah, I mean, that's sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize. No. Sunset is a different player. He's also from Kyrgyzstan, and he's playing for Sibey. And that is who's playing right now. So Zayat is not on the server, Black.
Oh, interesting. Well, Sunset is a 30 Rubik anyway.
Exactly.
So, see what he can make happen.
With that being said, look at the setup already from the Radiant side. They're going to come in from the Fog of War. They're going to try to connect, and now Storm turn around, but Hush is getting lower and lower. Corrosive is coming through, but the burst damage, which often will fall first, and it will be Hush trading his life for Allen, but the first blood going in their favor now. Look at Ethereal, getting lower and lower in HP. A few more right clicks will do the job. Nice attempt from the Ember to claim
Briefcase
the
attack!
kill. But Sunset claims it with the Fade Bolt.
Is it going to be 2-2 rune split, or is Radiant going to get more? If they avalanche this, it's an easy grab. They do. Triple rune for Radiant. So it's not the worst. 3 runes is quite a lot of money. And I don't think Ember got any of the kills. Yeah, so mid lane shouldn't be too affected. Ethereal coming back full and healthy. Eyes are going to be on the Terrorblade lane.
Was this a Terrorblade offlane? No, sorry. Okay, what was I looking at? For a split second, I became colorblind. I saw his health bar being green. No, it will be LFT, or actually KT on the safe lane Terrorblade with the max position 5 Elder Titan that will try to harass the Slaughter out the lane. And a melee v melee matchup, Slaughter is usually quite happy, but ET is such a beefy hero, and he right-clicks for so much whenever he uses the Astral Step, or sorry, yeah, the Astral Spirit, that Slaughter is not going to have a good time here.
Yeah, and in general, Slaughter doesn't lane that well against Terrorblade just because of the high base armor. It's sitting at 9 of them. Max in trouble.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Max. Poole walked into the Astral Spirit, so didn't get the chance to micro it to a different camp for extra right-click damage, but will get out to safety. Has a Windlace, pops the salve as well. In mid, Ember Dragon Knight, probably one of the most boring mid lane matchups we could have gotten. And I mean, we are theorizing Slaughter mid, Rubik mid, Monkey King mid. No, it's gonna be a lane that, well, I don't think anybody should die here. Even with the potential support rotation, a Tiny coming mid or a Rubik, they should not be able to grant a kill unless Zodiac or Ethereal make any big commitments.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty much purely about farming here, farm efficiency, and then once you're level 6, there's probably going to be some rotation coming in at some point. Ooey, Centaur. That's not supposed to happen. Monkey is supposed to be the dominator in this lane.
Where even is the Monkey King right now? I'm trying to see him on the radar. Oh, is he? Oh,
yeah,
what?
He died there. Only sitting at 3 CS as well. The Lich has 5 CS.
It's the Lich. I'm telling you, the Lich is just not in a good spot right now. And I'm a Lich lover myself, so I know what I'm talking about. Hopefully, we'll see some more impact coming from him in the mid game. But this is the lane that you said will have less action. You believe the top one will be the one where all the stuff happens, but so far so good, as this Terrorblade has 11 last hits, topping the network chart, sorry, the last hit chart. And okay, Black, I'm looking at this. I know Monkey just got back to lane, but Lich is the one that keeps on taking the last hits. Is this a position 1 Lich, position 5 Monkey? What am I watching?
I told you, man. The Lich has 7 classes. Monkey is sitting at 5. I don't know what's going on down there.
I mean, Lich carry. We see people try to run the Lion position 1. Vengeful is now an official carry. Maybe Lich carry is going to be the next meta for TI.
Yeah, I played a lot of offlane Lich myself, never as a carry. But, you know, as I said, I'm always happy to see new things.
What would you build on? Oh, okay. Speaking of the Lich, Revolver gets punished, but at least he's happy. He's taking some of the damage himself from the Be Yourself MK. Oh, top, a bit of an overstep from Katie. A lot of creep damage tanking in, but Max comes around with the right clicks, Hush lower and lower in HP. The stick popped, and now the avalanche. Katie lower and lower. Finally coming in with the refraction. One more right click would do the job, but let's get back to safety.
Yes, the 13 armor coming to play. Monkey King again died. Revolver also dead. There's way too much
Radiant's
that the Centaur is
bottom
getting here.
tower is under attack.
This is a disaster for Kazakhstan. Oh, they would have been much better if they could have killed the TB up top, but in the end, coming bottom as well, losing their core yet again. Monkey King, what is it usually an absolute lane dominator, currently 2 levels behind the Centaur, and now Max up top might pay with his life, giving something back to the Radiant, but look at the damage coming through. It's going to allow Katie to get a trade kill on the opponent's support, and now 1v1, Hush, more than happy to trade blows there, but look at the Monkey King, will get the kill bottom onto Allen. That is a 3 kill streak, but he will fall to Sunset's Rubik.
Yeah, finally getting the kill onto the Centaur. A much needed one for the Monkey. He dies again though, he has no TP.
Yeah,
That's the walk of shame right there, no boots either.
It's a bit of a victory because he got the gold, but now he's gonna, well, probably miss or at least a full creep wave, if not a creep wave and a half, by the time he makes his way back to lane. And let's take a quick look at this replay as we have...
He'll toss him to the tower. Hush though, there's a lot of damage coming from the TB. Ow, ow, ow. Not the trade you are looking for. You never want to give like a TB solo kill and solo experience. It's always rough.
Top tower is under attack.
Katie's having the time of his life right now. Just taking the creeps behind the tower, and now this tier 1 will actually get very low NHP pre-minute 6. It will be below 75, rotating around Secret Shop, and now going on Razorblade. Razorblade wants to get a toss, but it's going to be an illusion. And now Katie's more than happy to continue right-clicking. One more would do the job. Katie committing. And okay, gonna get the stun, eat a stun from Hush, continuing to right click, but there's no follow-up, no creeps to get some damage, and Katie more than happy to just walk out of there.
Yeah, he takes no damage because of his high base armor. Ethereal though pressuring mid-talk quite a lot. He's doing very well for himself. Zodiac struggling just a little bit. Yeah, I mean Ethereal is the guy that we said to look out for. Let's see what he got in order to carry his team. Because he'll have to do a lot of heavy lifting, with the Monkey King being as far behind as he is.
Up top though, trying something yet again, but the TP coming in from the Rubik, and Hush will actually get pulled back into the tower range. The right clicks will come in, but is it going to be enough? Hush tries to get around, tries to wrap around, but in the end will fall. And now Katie with the Thunder coming through. Max is there as well to get some of that juicy XP, but it's going to be yet another 2 for none trade. Well, 2 for none. It's not a trade, but...
Thank you for the HP, says Katie. Much appreciated blood infusion. Now, how did he take blood from a stone though? Well, I don't know. But I guess it's more like a soul transfer, right?
It's a lovely, it's a living stone, right?
Exchanging between. I tried to read what the lore is behind Sunder. It just doesn't say anything. Zodiac. I mean, the mid lane is a slight lead for the DK still. It's actually a rotation coming in from Tiny too.
You say slightly, I mean, it's 10 last hits, but that's going to be the Centaur as well joining up. Ethereal will throw in a stun onto the Elder Titan, and he's more than happy to just frontline for his team. 3 points in Dragon's Blood and a full level ahead of December Spirit. So, DK having a hell of a time right now. We kind of doubted the pick itself, but Ethereal is showing us why he felt confident to pick it up. Don't die under the tower when we were praising you. Nice avalanche to keep him alive. Stampede flying in, and now Fire Remnant coming forward. Ethereal still tries to tank it all up, but in the end he will fall to the right leg of Max. And now Revolver comes in, and you will not have any sustain to keep yourself alive. Razorblade tries to run away, but one more right click from Sunset would grant hit the Rubik another double kill.
Yep, and Hush also being pressured out of lane top by Terrorblade. All 3 lanes right now going the way of Kyrgyzstan. And that's pretty much what we expected, to happen. Favorite for a reason. And the scary thing is they don't even have the full power lineup.
Black Sunset might be potentially the stand-in. He's 6-1-5, and he's about to get another assist as... okay, nice dodge from Ethereal, outstepping the Astral Spirit Stomp. And nice Dragon Tail under the tower. Now, Avalanche, toss. The tower range is doing a lot of work. And now, Lich so close to getting the kill onto the Ember Spirit. But Zodiac goes north, goes south, and now it's walking away to safety. We have TP from the Monkey King trying to find his Ember Spirit, but he will not be found. The game of hide and seek finishes as they're chasing Max, but look at this, a 4-player rotation to kill a position 5 Elder Titan?
Yeah, not the most worth movement ever. I'll pop in Hush in trouble. He should be fine.
Barely.
Yeah, they have to be careful. If they want to rotate on KAT and they don't get the kill, the Sunder's going to come out. He is surprisingly tanky.
Ethereal, you need to stay alive. Sleight of Fist will be available in a few seconds. Connects with the Searing Chains, but Ethereal gets collected by the Fade Bolt. Finally, Hush, after 10 minutes, manages to punish Katie's Terrorblade with the help of the 2 supports. But again, a 1-for-1. This DK was the saving grace, and about, what was it, minute 8 Black? Since then, he died twice and only got 4 extra last hits.
Yeah, it's tough for him. It's very tough. Revolver now in trouble again as well. Going down, level 3, toss stolen. Not the best steal ever, but can definitely be annoying in the right scenario.
I think in this current...
Missed it.
Okay, the Tiny's just vibing there. I think in this current meta where the Tiny takes the crash landing facet for the extra toss damage, actually, I would argue that that's a pretty valuable steal coming in from the Rubik.
Oh, true. Fair enough. It's a lot of bonus damage. The fact that Rubik also steals the facet kind of fascinates me.
Okay.
Well, Ethereal down again. We just spoke about it. I actually think he tossed him into the tower, stole the Dragon Tail, and then stunned him under the tower.
Yep.
Damn, man.
Sunset knows what he's doing.
You said Tiny is vibing. I think Sunset is vibing right now.
Again, he's what is it at the point? 8-1-5, I believe. 7-1 and 7-1 and 8, involving 15 out of 18 kills for the Kyrgyzstan side. He is actually impressing on many cylinders and actually right now out farming the Dragon Knight when it comes to net worth Black on the Rubik.
Yeah, easy peasy. Right, we said mid Rubik is very strong. Showcasing again here why. Yeah, Terrorblade is out of control. They're all out of control. They're all so rich. 5k lead in 11 minutes. Not super dominant, but you know, we all know how hard it can snowball in just a minute. Okay.
Oh, nice setup top. There's no support.
This is the setup though.
Okay, nah, that's they're coming. The TPs are flying in. Monkey King, nice dodge. Now stays alive for a while longer. Look at the Chain Frost coming in. A double slithering crush. And now the Turbo. Can you get the Thunder off? You cannot. It's going to be a 2-for-1. Then look at the jump in. We've got Allen coming in hot with a Centaur. But the Dragon Knight doing a lot of slow damage with a Corrosive Breath. And now a toss. Perfect landing. Will get another kill for Ethereal. The mech coming in a bit too late. And it's only 2 versus 3. But they want to take the fight. We have a Telekinesis up in the air Black. And now Zodiac tries to get some damage. Nice stolen toss yet again under the tower range, but the chains did not connect. I think Ethereal might have fallen if the Searing Chains connected there.
Yeah, interesting fight. A little bit of a missed micro from the Terrorblade. The Illusions actually caught the Chain Frost. Ooh, nice button. Protect the Rubik at all costs.
If Sunset falls, that would be a hell of a gold swing. Now they're jumping in on top of the Ember Spirit, gets caught by surprise, and now one more right click will do it, but has a Fire Remnant away, and it's not gonna be enough damage. We have a nice, beautiful dodge, phenomenal play. Zodiac dodging with the Sleight of Fist, and in the end, Be Yourself is dead as they're trying to pursue for more. Blood Grenade comes through, but they spot the Slardar. Oh my goodness, Hush, reduced silence. It's gonna be another kill for the Rubik. Black, this might arguably be the most impressive support performance we've had in 2024 for the Iesf qualifiers.
Very possible. They're looking for Terrorblade again. He has Thunder.
Nothing.
Ooh, oh no.
He's got it! He turns around though. Can they actually kill him? I think he might die. I think the DK should be safe. Kate in the end will lose his life through everything in the kitchen sink at trying to turn around. But look at Allen setting up, has the Blink Dagger, wants to jump on top of Ethereal, but I think might reconsider, does not want to overcommit as we see the rest of his squad up top trying to steal the XP room. The Wisdom rune might get collected nice in the Ring Crush, and Sunset will claim it for his side. Max by his side using the Earth Splitter to kill Be Yourself once again, and now the Centaur bottom double edge for another one to fall. Hush will try to get a trade kill on Max. Nice stomp. He's just walking away. Can Hush keep up with him? Yes, has a Blink Dagger. Should be fine.
I can't believe Rubik is almost level 11. It's ridiculous. High level in the TB.
No. That is unbelievable.
Oh well, the Sunset guy is a pretty good player. You sure it's not... You know, I would say check him IP, man.
I don't know. I mean, Sunset is definitely a player playing for CB team. And about tier 2, tier 3, I think Eastern European region. So, and that is maybe it is Zayat. Maybe Zayat's playing like under a friend's name. You know, like when I go in my pubs, I change my name to Black Dota all the time. Black, you know that?
Yeah, and that's why my reputation has fallen considerably throughout the years. It's okay. I'll forgive you. I know it's fun. He almost has Guardian Grease on Rubik minute 15. Oh, now he's gonna punish it. Oh yeah, you deserve that.
No, this is your fault, Black. You know how I praised the Dragon Knight, and since then he hasn't done, well, anything? That's exactly what you did. You praised the Rubik, and then he pays with his life. And that's going to be the unstoppable streak. Look at that goal swing in the fight recap. 1,100 goal swing of a support kill at minute 15. That is unheard of.
As I said, he deserved it, being cocky. Now, the Centaur has no armor. He's going to die faster.
A Stampede, and look at the turnaround. Earth Splitter is going to be pitch perfect onto 2, gets the tiny Hush on the corner. Chain Frost bouncing around, but it's going to be way too late as Razorblade still trying to get away, and I think he just might. Razorblade now pops the salve, but look at Kate, keeps on pursuing. We'll spot him on the low ground. Okay, pops the Metamorphosis. If they don't convert into a tower, it's a small victory for Kyrgyzstan to bait out the meta for this.
Actually, the ping, they want to go on him. He has Orchid on the DK already.
You can't.
I say already, it's not that fast.
You can't kill the TB here. If you're alone and between 3 high, what just happened? What was that?
If he gets bursted so fast, the Rubik does an insane amount of damage.
Yes, but there was also a TB with meta and 3 of your teammates you're dead. You knew that was gonna happen. Like that was not unpredictable.
But he was going for the play, you know.
I see.
For the bigger play.
Does he have a Blink Dagger? He does. He just has the Orchid.
No.
That's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
sure. I mean, I digress. This happens. Mistakes happen at all levels, and sadly, this time it's gonna be Ethereal. I'm feeling a bit well. I gotta say, Black. Since about minute 9, Ethereal has done this multiple times when he feels like he's this strong, big, beefy Dragon Knight, and he gets punished a lot. And like you said, it's the Rubik with a lot of burst damage. He has Breathfire, Fate Bolt maxed out, and Arcane Supremacy. And also this Elder Titan has like 4 points in natural order, reducing a lot of the armor and the base resist.
You say a lot. It's actually all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's way too much.
It's a ridiculous spell in Dota. Yeah. Probably the best aura in the whole game. Oh, they're looking for Monkey. Got him.
He's turning around. Razorblade gonna use a nice avalanche toss, and now look at the beautiful Chain Frost on the side is coming around, but the Elder Titan ultimate is doing such a good work. Double kill for Allen with the double edge, and now Ethereal really wants to get a kill, but the Pavis, I believe, coming in from the ET. In the end, the Rubik will fall to the overtime damage, but it's gonna be another 800 gold for Ethereal for killing this Rubik again. Still, you lost 2 of your cores and a support in the process.
And TB was farming away doing all of it. Nice Blink Dagger pick up on a tiny though. Ooh, Ethereal. or Razor Blade. Well, somebody had to bite the dust. Better him than Ethereal. But yeah, they lost bot tower to TB doing all of this. TB is insanely rich. Region room bot. That's probably gonna go to our friend Ambrose Spirit, who's very close to BKB now as well.
What are your thoughts on the Lich thus far, Black? Because I told you what my prediction was, and I feel like Revolver tries his best. I think it's just the limitations of the hero in its current form that are prevailing, as well as the fact that his cores are not really keeping up in the farm department with Kyrgyzstan's, cores.
I'm a big Lich fan personally. I think bot lane, if they went better, probably would have a little bit of a better showing of his real power level.
Okay.
But yeah, at least he offers a very strong lane, at least usually, right? That's why if you lose lane with Lich, he will look very underwhelming. Because you're really supposed to dominate lane with him and +1 hero, which should have happened this game as well with the Monkey King. But yeah.
Yeah, giving away that first blood punished them MK so bad, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's really hard to say because Kyrgyzstan is so strong.
And like we saw some great Sinister Gazes there, but multiple times he actually has 4, 6, and 7 as Zodiac claims to kill on Ethereal, who is, I believe, trying to split the map or farm in the Dire jungle. How many? Oh, look at Sunset turning into a dragon of the zone. How many times has this Dragon Knight died? Because it feels like a lot. 7 times. Okay. Actually, the 3 cores on the side of Kazakhstan have died 7 and 8 times respectively, more than their supports. Constantly getting caught and picked off by the rotations of Kyrgyzstan. If you're on the side of Radiant Black, what is your turnaround potential here?
I mean, you picked to win lanes, but you didn't win lanes. Usually when it happens, there isn't really much hope other than that the enemy overextends and you get a couple of comeback kills. But Kyrgyzstan, I don't think they'll give you that. Not easily, at least. You gotta make them work for it. So you're probably gonna bait some heroes, outnumber them somehow. It's very tough to get back from here because your draft was literally designed to be ahead at this point.
You do have a Battle Fury on Monkey King with not the facet I personally prefer, but I understand why you'd go for this one, the Simian Stride, which allows you to just be more mobile and far more camps faster, especially if you go for Battle Fury. So if they can hold into this game for maybe another, 10 minutes, at least 7 minutes they need, I believe, to get this MK, maybe a BKB plus another item, it might be really, really good. But at that point, this Terrorblade will also keep on farming. So I think there's still a chance for Kazakhstan, but it's getting lower and lower if they don't find a way of getting some map objectives, right? Maybe sneak a Roshan.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility with Asada. It's just very tough right now to play the map because Terrorblade is pushing in all the lanes so easily. And everyone is so damn farmed on the Dire side.
Look at Max.
We're saying Rubik is rich. Look at Elder Titan.
That's what I'm saying.
What did he do, man?
Max is just chilling. He has the game of his life right now. 6-5 and 20 for his ET, and he is out farming the opponent's Slardar.
What has he been taking for breakfast?
I don't know. Maybe he's fasting. Did you think about that? Like you were today, Black? 8
like
hours
me?
of
Oh
food?
yeah. Maybe I should play an ET game after I'm done with today. See how that goes for me.
Oh, massive TP's bottom. They want to catch, I believe, this Tiny, and he's going to be safe. TP out from the Tiny, and Kyrgyzstan says, fine, we're not going to be killing you. We're going to go for your big brother, the actual rock, in the form of Roshan.
Oh, there's some Monkey King. Ah, just a little too slow on the finger. Chasing? No. Yes.
Connection with this Monkey King. Be yourself again. It's gonna get claimed by Max. A lot of kills, sometimes unnecessary, collected by the Rubik and the ET from the Dire side. But as a support myself, I think I just want to say power to them.
They deserve it. They've been playing super well.
He stole Tree Dance. Look at this Rubik. He's just flying around the map. He also obviously has no cast time, no cast point because he's a Rubik. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, Black. He doesn't even need a blink dagger now that he has his tree dance. I think the dynamic of the Rubik is quite curious. If he's on top of the tree while he steals a spell, I think he gets stunned because he just cuts off the tree from under himself automatically. I know that was definitely the case at some point. Maybe now you just get off the tree as you steal a different spell, but hopefully Sunset, well, I assume he's a Grandmaster, so he probably knows this better than I do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Dota. These things change constantly, and oftentimes they're not even documented. Ooh, makes it out on Ember just in time. Pop BKB to do so, but you'll take that. For the Roshan as well. Roshan goes down now. Well, now you're dealing with a Terrorblade that has Skadi, Dragonlance, Manta Style at minute 24.
I think he's also not too far off from his Crystallis. Okay, no, I think he sold it. He was going Crystallis. He purchased the Blade of Attack, I think, and then he sold it. He's going for the full Pike, which makes sense because you're gonna run out of slots if you keep building small items.
Oh, Rubik is looking for the tiny. Steal it, steal it. Come on.
He didn't do it. He did not do it. A Razor Blade will be collected by Zodiac this time around. Also a very solid performance on the Ember Spirit, despite, you know, being slightly behind at the end of the laning phase versus this DK mid.
Look at that Rubik. Such a
Yep.
menace. Better Monkey King. He also has the increased cast range, of course. Oh my god, did you see a jump range?
Yeah, they're catching Ethereal, who has to pop the 9-second BKB and will get out to safety. And Max gets killed by Hush in the Radiant jungle. So a favorable trade for the Radiant for the first time. They say that Hush will die, so it's no longer a favorable trade for them, as Alim will collect him for a mega kill streak of the Centaur. 9, 3, and 14. I'm just looking at the scoreboard right now, Black. Zodiac has yet to die on this on this Ember Spirit.
Guys, he's come close a couple of times, but he's been playing really well on the edge, which is really what you need to master when you play Ember. It's really a hero where you have to push your limits constantly, and he's been doing that very well. Picks up a region rune as well. And is it time to knock on the high ground? It very well might be. Oh, he's just dead, I think. Goodbye, Dragon Knight.
No more BKB. Look at the slow from the Scotty. He doesn't even move. Now the armor shield coming in from the leech, that is the Frost Shield, I believe that's called. Yeah, Frost Shield. My memory serves me well. First 45 will be popped. Now the tier 3 will fall, and I assume the range racks soon after. 35 seconds, no Dragon Knight, no Dragon Form, no BKBs. I think you're just gonna have to give up at least 2 sets of racks before you farm for some more, honestly, Black.
I don't know if they're gonna have to give up 2, at least 1. I don't know how much they really wanna, push without the meta. Well, I guess they don't care, and they're just going. And TB at this point is so tanky. 3.3k health with strength threats. I don't know.
Slaughter is 100 gold away from BKB. He really needs to get that. I think he might have it because he's TPing back to base. So this could be, like you said, the moment to fight. No meta, and you've got the BKB on Slaughter.
That's a lot of illusions, though.
They are setting up. They're not going to give this one away for free this time around. Popping the Observer. Nice Dragon Tail BKB from Ethereal used already. And the Tiny gets lifted up in the air instantly. Doesn't even manage to use the toss. Now the Force Staff away, trying to disengage. 3 BKBs chasing the supports in the backline, but the Earth Split coming in, getting 3 BKBs or not. They're trying to play around the Wukong's command, but the BKBs run out. The Slaughter in the end still not even managing to get a single support kill in the backline. Now the Dragon Knight will join in the afterlife. Double kill for the Ember, double for the Centaur, and range racks will fall first. 3 versus 4. Can we hold on to our base?
Answer is no. As it falls, meta is actually almost off cooldown. That's how long they've just been staying here.
Unbelievable.
There we go. Pop it. Pop it.
5 seconds to leech.
Pop it now.
Look at the
But
damage,
DK
man.
is still pretty tanky. But yeah, the buildings are gonna go. There's just so much backup. And there's really nothing he has to fear at all.
20 seconds, no Chain Frost either for the Lich, which is essentially your only teamfight spell. I guess Wukong's command as well. Jumping in, Razorblade tries to go for an Avalanche Toss, but the Flame Guard doing such a good job. Zodiac pops the BKB. Meanwhile, Ethereal falls to Allen yet again, and the TB. Force that forward. GG gets gold. It's gonna be Kyrgyzstan with a 28-minute victory to show us that they are here and they want to play as good as they can to win the Central Asian qualifiers.
Yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, it's pretty much what we expected. Perform just to, yeah, as our standards that we really set for them. Makes it look easy from beginning to finish. Nothing much to add, really, unfortunately. But yeah, that's Kyrgyzstan for you. Bronze medalist at the Iesf finals last year. This year, the road is going to be a little bit tougher. Because, as we said, if they make it through here, which they probably will, they'll have to fight it out in Chengdu, where the top 4 then go to the global finals. If they play like this.
Interesting stat about them. So for the qualifiers last year, Black, they also had to go through the Asian qualifiers. Kyrgyzstan did. And last year, the Asian qualifiers had 5 slots, and Kyrgyzstan came in 5th.
Ooh, wow.
And then did better, obviously, getting third overall at the LAN Grand Finals. So with that being said, if they perform at the same level they did last year in the qualifiers, they might just miss out because Asia has 1 less slot.
And I think another big problem for them this year might be China is actually partaking. And China's squad might be, you know, it could just be full Azure. Because they're not going to TI.
Did they qualify? Yeah. I agree. And or Turtle team, Turtle squad, right? Or a mixture of both.
There's so many candidates. Like, and the thing with China is they have a lot of national pride, you know. So they're definitely gonna field an amazing team. And I'm scared for whoever has to go up against them. They're gonna be hungry.
Back in 2014, Black, China won ISF about 2-3 weeks after TI4. And you know what team that was, Black? That was Newbie. After they had just won, they were like, oh, yeah, we just won TI. Let us send our full squad to ISF to win it. And that is exactly what you're talking about. Is, you know, the national pride that the Chinese squads often have. They don't want to play any games. They don't want to, you know, risk it. But like you said, it's not a single slot if you do qualify to Chengdu. It's 4 slots. So even if you lose to China there, Kyrgyzstan still will have a potential to make it to Riyadh in November. But with the performance they had today, I gotta say, do you think it was okay? We knew it was going to be a mismatch. We knew they are the more skilled team in theory, but they also play to their comfort, right? We kind of questioned this terribly pick, but KT level 30 Grandmaster. Then obviously Sunset, level 30, Grandmaster on the Rubik. We didn't see any Grandmaster picks for the side of Kazakhstan, who we could argue tried to play more in the meta. Kyrgyzstan didn't care for that. They just picked their best heroes and they ran at their opponents.
Well, the scary part is we don't even know if it is the best heroes. You know, it might just be like the back pocket sort of thing, and the real things they're gonna save for when it's really needed the most. But whatever the case may be, they made this game look incredibly easy. And I also have to say, they didn't look like they really tried very hard. Like the map movement and stuff, you know, it was a little bit, how to say, a little bit comfortable, a little bit lazy, especially from the Terrorblade. You know, pushing out too far because of how far ahead they are and stuff like that. That wouldn't happen if they played a team where they feel like they're in serious danger.
Of course not. At the same time, I'm going to ask you, Black, to give me your MVP for that first game of Central Asia.
I mean...
Come on.
Hard, right? Sunset,
Is
Max.
It?
Yeah, I think
it's
so.
It's gotta be Sunset. I mean, Max played really well.
Yeah, he did, but Max did as well. So did the Ember. Like, who didn't? You know, Centaur had some amazing stunts as well. It's hard to single out one person when the entire team's owning someone. All right, let's go to Sunset then. Why not?
I think Sunset. I still think Sunset kind of enabled a lot of stuff that happened when Zodiac. Like I said, Zodiac had not a bad mid lane per se, but he didn't have a great lane as he got punished quite a bit by this Dragon Knight last pick from Ethereal. And then it all came through when Zodiac Sunset started rotating and used the stolen toss. I think it was initially from the Timey. As we right now see what was an attempt, a skirmish from Kazakhstan that ended up being another 1-for-3 trade. And then this Dragon Knight Ethereal, he was getting caught so many times. This time in particular, he used a 9-second BKB to escape, but died so often between minutes 8 and 20 before he get that BKB, which just allowed Kyrgyzstan to accelerate more their farm.
Yeah, it's very hard to make the right decisions though, right? Like you play against this team that is clearly outmatching you in terms of individual skill. Like you're trying to make the right calls, you're trying to be aggressive, but every time you do it, it backfires. It's really mentally taxing, and the more quote-unquote wrong decisions you make, the harder the next decision is going to be, right? So I think they did what they could, and honestly, they had a couple of opportunities that looked pretty good, but ultimately Kyrgyzstan is Kyrgyzstan, and we said they're probably going to be unbeaten. I think Suneko's team might give them a run for the money, potentially, but other than that, it should be pretty one-sided.
It's also going to be a best of one, right? So that's what makes you really think, okay, maybe Uzbekistan with Suneko might have something in the bag. The best of one is what makes us doubt the fact that maybe, you know, so there's at least an upset potential, right? And with that being said, they did win, and it was very convincing, and I don't think we had moments where we doubted the victory was coming their way. But it wasn't as dominating as we saw from the South African region, for example. If you remember a few weeks ago, Black Ride with what was like a minute 12 GG. This was a relatively competitive game at points.
It was, especially early on. But yeah, I think after roughly, was it 15 minutes? They really started taking off. Zodiac went ham. They all went ham. It's kind of when they started grouping up, making all the good decisions together. Yeah, as soon as the ball gets rolling, how do you really stop it? Especially with a draft that is tailored, as we said, to win the lanes, but you didn't actually end up winning the lane. So even though the game looked kind of close, now in hindsight, as I think about it, it probably wasn't that close at all because they were supposed to be probably ahead by that amount. When they were behind 4K, they were supposed to be ahead 4K. So was it actually really as close? In hindsight, I probably would have to correct myself and say, not really. Kazakhstan was in control the entire time.
Well, let's take a quick look again and congratulate Kyrgyzstan for winning the first matchup of the Iesf Central Asia qualifiers. And right now, they will find themselves first in the groups. And I'm going to give all of our viewers at home an update as Uzbekistan off stream have also managed to be victorious in their first matchup, Black. And I'm going to tell you something spicy. They did it in even more of a dominating fashion with a 21-minute victory.
Suneko's team, huh? Well, we have to treat up pretty much right away after this series concludes, because it's going to be Kyrgyzstan versus Suneko's squad. So who's really going to come out on top? I think that's, again, we think both of them are going to qualify. It's just who's going to qualify as first place. I think that plays a part into seeding, probably into the main qualifier. But either way, there's a lot of pride. You never want to lose. We're all Dota players. We have way too much of that one thing called pride.
Well, we are going to talk a bit more about pride as we will be sending it to a short break. But when we return, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be more of Kyrgyzstan versus a different opponent, Turkmenistan, in the second game of the IESF Dota 2 Central Asian qualifiers. So see you in just a few moments. Welcome back to the Iesf Central Asia Dota 2 qualifiers, joined by the sensational duo of, myself, Waxen, and formidable Black Dota. Do you still go by Black Dota, or are you just Black Dominic these days?
Whatever works, honestly. Throughout my very seasoned, storied, amazing, legendary career, I've gone through many different names, I guess. Not like I chose them for me. People just called me whatever they want. Little B-God, Black Dota, Salvation, in China.
Salvation? Oh.
Which means little B-God in English.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Because Burning is, of course, older than me. So he's the B-God. And my
you're
the
little B-God.
Very similar to Burning, so I'm little B-God.
Of course, no, that makes perfect sense.
And there's a picture of us hugging, and it looks like I'm just hugging my dad or something.
Can we pull that on stream? Maybe not today, but I think that would be hilarious.
I have to find it first anyway. I look like such an excited little boy, yay!
Let's talk about the second game of today, Black. We've got Kyrgyzstan facing Turkmenistan as we have, the favorites of this Central Asian qualifier in the Kyrgyzstan side. You just had the pleasure of seeing them on stream up in action, and Turkmenistan, unfortunately, off stream, got, what's the best word of saying this? Obliterated by Uzbekistan. So I personally expect this to be a pretty one-sided affair, unless that was Turkmenistan's first game and there were some nerves there. Maybe they weren't ready. Maybe they got cheesed by Uzbekistan. And hopefully, now that they already had the experience of playing versus a arguably much better team, they have used the last, half an hour or so to learn from that and maybe apply something different in this upcoming matchup.
It's going to be tough either way. Kyrgyzstan, as you said, big favorite. Turkmenistan already got shellacked by the second big favorite. So arguably, Kyrgyzstan should be even better on paper. But of course, it doesn't mean much. Games can always be longer or shorter depending on how fast the team decides to give up.
We're now looking at the roster of Kyrgyzstan. I mean, we just saw them in action. We said they had, 3 players that were at least deserving, maybe 4, mentioned for MVP. So with Zayat is not the one on the roster today. I believe we had Sunset, Max, KT, Zodiac, and I don't think Kami was playing either. I just realized. Was Kami playing last game? No, he wasn't.
So KT is actually... Kami is the carry for sure. So KT was actually playing the carry role, which is I think he's usually supposed to be in that squad, at least to be the off lane. Does that mean they have 2 stand-ins right now, actually?
Very well might mean that much, as we're now looking at Turkmenistan's roster, that we're not familiar with, making their debut here on stream today, Black. It's going to be any Sunlike, Vikus or Vikus, Akami, and Panda. I gotta say, I believe Akami does ring a bell, but similar as in the first game with Kazakhstan, Ethereal is also one of these rather used nicknames in competitive Dota. So it could be someone that has had attempts at becoming a tier 1 player that reminds me of someone, or just a common nickname. Realistically speaking, Black, if Turkmenistan lose this matchup versus Kyrgyzstan, statistically, I don't think they have any other chances of making it, because there's only 2 slots, and if you lose 2 games, a lot of ifs need to happen to go into a massive tiebreaker.
How many teams do we have here in this region? Is it 4 or 5?
We have 5 squads in the Central Asian qualifier.
So 5 squads, that means 2, yeah. But the thing is, we're not expecting the other 2 teams to drop one on one map. Because either Suneko's team or Kyrgyzstan, if everything goes to plan, they're only going to lose 1 map, which is when they play against each other.
Yeah.
So, if you lose 2 matches, you are realistically not out 100%, but statistically not out 100%, but realistically, you can.
Exactly. So I like that. Statistically not, but realistically, most probably. As off stream, at the same time as our action is taking place right now, we believe we will have Kazakhstan versus Tajikistan. Tajikistan with their first matchup for the day. And then we will have the pleasure, I believe, of casting them next on stream versus Uzbekistan. So for everybody at home, we already saw one of the favorites. Now we'll get a chance to see them twice. After the second game, final game of the day will be Soneko's squad of Uzbekistan up in action. So you can stay tuned for that as well, as we are just moments away from getting into this best of one draft. And at this point, I gotta say, Black, I don't think the draft matters, the meta matters that much, as I just want Turkmenistan to play some heroes that they're familiar with.
I think you're spot on. Do what you're most comfortable with. That will give you the best chance to just play in your own sort of home turf. Kyrgyzstan is going to run at you. They're not going to respect you. And no offense to anyone, but they're not going to respect you. So you have to make use of that and really play into that. Like, they're not going to run in with all the numbers they can. You will probably be able to outnumber them quite easily. Do that, punish their aggression, and maybe you'll have a chance at actually making this a serious contest. Because Kyrgyzstan, we know their players. They're a bit cocky. We just saw that as well. Like, they're behind enemy towers at like minute 5 and stuff, where they really shouldn't be. But,
I mean, they are a young squad.
You can get away with a lot of things if you're that good at the game.
They are a young squad. This often happens as the younger you are, the more confidence or cocky, like you said, you are. And I gotta ask you, Black, what's up with this Broodmother constantly banned by Kyrgyzstan? Again, second game, they are sticking to it. Shadow Fiend was also their second choice of ban last game. And yes, Brood has a very interesting win rate over the last few days, especially in Immortal Plus bracket, with 55% win rate as a carry and 54% as a mid laner. But I still don't really think the hero is going to make its way into competitive Dota just yet.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it has what it needs to be a really good contender. I'm just thinking about, like, her passive is pretty damn strong. Like, you can't fight her almost at all. Every time you get hit, you have a massive mischance. You take a ton of extra damage from your spiderlings. It's a very strong hero, but what makes it like a really strong contender, especially as carry in this meta, so many off lanes just bully the safe lane. But as Brood, you just self-sustain yourself throughout almost anything. You get 2 levels in Web, 2 levels in Insatiable Hunger, and suddenly, no matter how much Harris they throw at you, you just sustain through it. Tiny and Darkseer. Interesting opening from Kyrgyzstan this time around with the Darkseer. Not something you generally see.
You know what that is? That is a hero that was banned in the first phase last game. They took it out first, and yeah, now banning Venomancer, Turkmenistan is allowing the Darkseer to be picked up, so it's gonna be an instant grab, as Turkmenistan will still answer with the Tiny.
The Tiny, it's a classic. Still, I don't like it nearly as much as a support as a core. So
yeah,
please,
same.
Please pick it as a core. Use it as a core. Whether it's mid or carry, I don't mind either way. It's really strong. But I think as a support, it can work in select games, but it's not that easy to make work.
We saw that last game.
Yeah.
We saw that last game. I mean, the Tiny played well, but it was very hard to make it work. As we talked about Tiny Slardar, I mean, this is kind of in the same ballpark if they want to put in support to Tiny Centaur, Toss, Hoofstomp, I guess. But I hope it feels like they're getting baited. Teams are getting baited by this Tiny facet, and Kyrgyzstan does not care. It says, you want strength heroes? Well, let us take your strength away with an Undying.
Well, I said Undying last game. They chose to go for the Elder Titan. Now they go for Undying, and Centaur absolutely hates that guy.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, like if they put this, it's never gonna happen anymore. But if they were to put these 2 heroes off against Undying, he can 1v2 them. Pudge.
Wow.
That's such an anti-combo too. Tombstone plus Hook.
I gotta say, Black, this is your prediction. You called it. You said they're gonna be disrespectful. You said they're gonna be in your face. And with this opening draft, what else is there to say? This is the definition of in your face. And Turkmenistan, maybe Necro?
Dire team pick.
Lifestealer, fine. I guess there's a slight similar process. He's quite natural, good at eating these big, beefy heroes. Has the rage to run away or turn and fight through the Iron Shell, but also gets quite countered by the Pudge. It's a dubious one,
remaining.
but again, maybe they're confident with that.
It's a strong hero.
Seconds
You have
remaining.
the bombs as well already with Tiny and Centaur. It makes sense that you picked it. I'm predicting something like a Spirit Breaker, probably as a Darkseer partner, and that hero
Nice.
also kind of ruins Lifestealer. So that would make a lot of sense.
That would be sensational. I would love to see a Spirit Breaker here, and it would absolutely dumpster this Lifestealer in the mid game.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest counters in the game for sure.
What about the Weaver? We haven't. Oh, it's banned out. Never mind. It's gonna be the Vengeful Spirit from
Radiant
Turkmenistan,
team
but
banned.
this is not gonna be a carry Venge.
Oh wow, they don't even think
Instant.
about it.
Instant reply with the
I mean-
Morphling.
Morphling is the #1 hero probably against Lifestealer. You just become him and you rage, but then you're a Lifestealer with like 300 base
10
damage
seconds
rather than
remaining.
100.
Would you
Makes
say
perfect
Morphling?
sense.
Would you say
5
Morphling's more of a
seconds
Lifestealer counter than the old Razor?
Dire team banned.
That's a tough one, but at least against the old Razor, you kind of had an answer. Whereas
Okay.
Morph just morphs into you, and then there's no answer anymore.
And then you start crying.
Dire team
Exactly.
banned.
Like you actually fight him 1v1, and Morph is like, yeah, come. And then after like 2-3 seconds is usually when Lifestealers realize, oh crap, he has low HP, a ton of armor, and a ton of base damage. I actually don't leech any life. I better start running. But then your rage runs out, and he shoots the thing in your
10 seconds
you
remaining.
know, into your path. We want to stay 12 plus, of
5
course,
seconds
PG 12.
remaining.
And yeah, you're done. Vengeful Spirit, interesting. I like the hero as a support, probably not as much as a core. Same with Tiny, but there is like some obvious benefits. Easy save against the Pudge, BKB disables.
Wave
It's
of
good.
Terror is great here. Wave of Terror is really good here.
Radiant
Yeah,
team
Wave of Terror,
banned.
especially with the talent. What was it? 11 armor, 10 armor, something.
I think it's a bit.
ridiculous.
I think it's a bit more than that. I believe the 11 armor is the Pangolier these days. I think Vengeful might be more with the talent. It's in the same
Maybe.
ballpark still, and it's AOE as well, and it has such a low cooldown. It's a great spell. I think Vengeful now obviously got a bit nerfed as a support. Magic Missile has a less duration,
10 seconds remaining.
1.1 seconds at level 1. But it could be an offlane
5
Venge, right?
seconds
And
remaining.
I guess you had Centaur already. You can't run offlane Venge with a Centaur support. That's
Dire
mental.
team pick.
Wait, and Storm? Dude, that line
Wow.
was cooking.
How
So
did
it's
Storm not
support-
get banned out, Black?
It's a 4 Pudge, 5 Undying, and a free Storm game.
It could be a 5 Pudge.
10 seconds.
It could be a
I
5
think
Pudge.
I think I would rather have Undying with Darkseer. And Morphling is
5
quite good at
seconds
self-sustaining
remaining.
versus a Centaur tiny lane.
Well, I'm hoping it's a tiny mid, and they pick another 4.
I hope so too, but I don't. Oh, okay.
Your hero.
We got a bit of a
Nixie boy.
spicy one, ladies and gentlemen. It's got to be Panda on the Nyx Assassin. And Nyx does actually tick a lot of boxes that Turkmenistan would do. I also believe it's something that we don't often see, realistically speaking, Black, but is good. Spike Carapace counters every single hero on the side of Kyrgyzstan.
It is very, very insanely, and I want to emphasize it a bit more, incredibly greedy as a
Absolutely.
support. Centaur, Nyx is an awful lane, and Morphling is going to free farm the crap out of that. Especially with an Undying there. I don't even know what Centaur is going to do. Actually.
Hey, Turkmenistan is here to enjoy themselves playing on stream for the first time this year, Black, and I'm all for it. They are showing us their lovely sets, and the fact that they've got like these quite beautiful looking cosmetic items, maybe this is their specialty. That's what we called. We said, you know what? It doesn't matter what the meta says. It doesn't matter what the matchups say. play something you're comfortable with. And if Panda is an expert on Nyx Assassin, let us see it. Bring it to the table.
Hey, it can work for sure. There's so many games I carried from a +4 with Nyx Assassin. It's probably the best carry support there is in the game, honestly. You get a couple of nice kills. Suddenly just snowball. Especially against heroes like Storm, you can instant kill them pretty much for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and I think if the Nyx has a slightly decent game, even if you're falling behind in the laning phase, but then Nyx enables you to get 1 or 2 of these big kills, like you said, on the Morph, on the Storm, it can help you just completely offset and bounce back into the game, as we are now underway with Turkmenistan versus Kyrgyzstan.
Very, very right. And it's going to be Sunset on the patch. See if we can have a similar performance as it did last game, which is very hard to top. But a man can dream.
Do you think this Undying innate ability, Black, what's it called? The Dirge, the Ceaseless Dirge, that's the one. Is it a bit of a bait? Like you just respawn instantly every, 8 minutes?
30 seconds.
What do you mean by bait?
As in, as a concept, it sounds really fun and really good, but it doesn't really achieve that much.
Yeah, I think what they went with that is like he's kind of supposed to be just in the front line, and then maybe he can't get the tombstone off. TP's back into the fight right away after. I don't know. It's definitely not my most liked or loved innate ability. It's also a little bit. Oh, they're looking for a stun out of the trees and first blood.
Fabulous work being done here from Turkmenistan early on, as we are theory crafting about the impact of this innate ability. Morphling.
He deserves that. Full agi when you walk into lane. Yeah, you deserve it. And he gets tipped right away by Sunset. I love that too.
I was complaining about the Vengeful Spirit stun being nerfed to 1.1 seconds level 1, but if you have a Hoof Stomp to add up on top of that, it doesn't even matter, as Turkmenistan will be more than happy to see how this, to see this first blood going in their favor. Mid matchup, Tiny versus Storm Spirit. We said we wanted to see this Tiny be a core, and is ERD going to have any lane versus Zodiac? Because it's a Storm Spirit. Nuking you out, he's a range hero. Static Slide already getting to work. Yeah, okay, Storm got nerfed a little bit, but not his laning phase. He got nerfed in the mid game.
Yeah, Storm's laning phase is notorious for this being super, super strong and oppressive and in your face. Such a hard hero to deal with, especially as a melee. But the good thing about Tiny is that it's like a fake melee hero, right? He can go range sometimes. He does a ton of damage.
What was that range hit? No, okay, that was not a melee hit in 1,000 years. Sunset more than happy to claim the kill onto any. You're a Vengeful Spirit. It doesn't hurt you that bad. You actually get reset back to base. TP up here, bring something to your carry if they farmed an item. So not the biggest loss for the dire side, Black. As bottom, look at Max completely zoning out this Centaur War Runner. Centaur actually has 2 last hits right now after 2 full waves. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what we spoke about. Incredibly hard to lane against Undying and Morphing as well. It's only going to get harder as the levels go up, unfortunately. So we'll really see what he can do down there. And very interesting decision with the lifestealer.
Hook. Okay, Sunset is only level 2. He's not gonna have. They don't have any stuns here. Actually, they're trying to turn around and get some damage on top of this Podge, getting quite low in HP. 2 more right clicks will do the job. He escapes. No, Annie with the facet. It's the soul strike that he has for the Vengeful Spirit, despite playing its support. Still going for that melee right click behavior will allow him to get the sufficient damage to kill the Podge.
I'm surprised that Darkseid did not skill Surge there. He has a skill point open. He could have easily saved the Podge if he wanted to.
In all honesty, I think even Vacuum, which nobody does, who gets Vacuum level 1, right? But even Vacuum would have pulled the Venge away from the Podge for like, what is it, 80 radius. That could have allowed the Podge to escape. So interesting, as right now they're just running at this lifestealer, but the damage coming in. Oh, what a miss! That's why he was holding on to the vacuum, but in the end, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Any level 3 versus 3, but he's tanking a lot of this Iron Shell, and now Alim will opt against diving the tower. Didn't quite know if the magic missile was off cooldown or not. So, I mean, the Vengeful is happy with the way this is unfolding, but look at the Avalanche tossing mid now, the rotation. It's going to be a beautiful Impale coming in from the Nyx Assassin to kill Zodiac, who has the first death of the tournament.
First death of the tournament indeed, and it wasn't even really greedy. He was pretty healthy, but the toss combo just did so much damage together with the Nyx Impale. Easy peasy, boy. Is that a solo kill?
Yeah, that is an absolute solo kill. It was a bit of a Kami's fault. Nice hook up top to save Alim. What the Centaur did there, and I really think it was not a bad choice, he was trying to 1v1 the Morphling, and I think he could have had the damage to kill this Morph, but he was tanking 5 creeps. So 5 Radiant creeps, getting damage on the Centaur. You are quite beefy, but plus the Morphling nukes, he ended up losing that trade-off.
Yeah, it's just always rough when you play against Morph. Like, good Morphling players will always make you feel like you can do something, but then you really can't. So obnoxious to play against.
So far, so good. Panda on the Nyx Assassin has 6 last hits, helped with a beautiful rotation down mid to get the kill on Zodiac. And yes, he's still top of the last hit department on the Storm Spirit, but his progress will get slightly slowed down from that previous rotation. Beautiful hook shot up top. Meat hook on top of any. And now the Surge, the Rot, so much damage. Vengeful Spirit pops the Lotus, but Vacuum, it's going to be Sun-like, getting pulled into the hands of death by that vacuum. I mean, sometimes you just gotta let your support die.
I also can't believe that he actually didn't skill Rage. He went for the other facet, not the HP one.
Wait,
this
what?
unfettered one is actually... I mean, he's playing against Patch, so I guess he wants a status resistance, but the other one's just so much better, I think.
That is incredible.
Incredible in what way?
As in, I don't believe in it. As it's not credible. It's the opposite of credible. As hookshot will get dodged. Nice sidestep from Any there. And now Sunset is eating some of these right clicks from Vengeful plus Tower. But the Darkseer doesn't care. It's actually gonna... Okay, Sunset will sacrifice his career to the gods of the dire side. Yeah, I mean, look at ERD just getting the last hit of the Tombstone in River. Huh. Sunlight gets hooked into double Iron Shell. As Sunset's Iron Shell just expiring on that contact. So much damage on the Lifestealer. Who, like you said, Black, would have survived there with the Rage.
Yeah, it's surprising. It's supposed to be a free farm lane for him. Getting pressured a ton, and now they're also looking for the Venge hook.
What a hook. A phenomenal from Sunset. Magic Missile comes in, but there's so many creeps under the tower. Any will die yet again. Oh, Avalanche. Perfect rotation from the mid laner, but look at the Surge. Will still get the kill. The toss is not going to do enough damage, and the slow from the wall of Replica.
Radiant are scanning.
2 for none. As they're really trying to get on top of this Darkseer, but it's basically impossible, and that's going to give Storm even more space in the mid lane. Slowly but surely, Kyrgyzstan doing what we know them best to do, just squeezing up the opponent and applying that pressure in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's getting very, very tough to really play these lanes. Morphling, as you said, he's completely self-sustaining. We're gonna get a little galvanized stack as well. Easy peasy there. Probably the bot tower as well. Morphling is going for Hand of Midas. That is very greedy.
Okay. That's why?
I'm not sure. Usually people buy Mask of Death or Morbid Mask, which is considered like the Hand of Midas of the morphs. I mean, if you're gonna go full Midas, why the hell not? Let's go full greed.
Never go full Midas Black. Come on, you know better than everyone that. But look at this mid skirmish. Undying overcommitting hook coming in from Sunset. Any just outside the rot range, but in the end, this is a very fast Pudge getting that another kill. I believe Sunset on the Pudge is already up to 5, no 6. Flash Heap stacks minute 8. This is a very good performance yet again from the supports of Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, and Lifesteal still has no rage. You see that? Now he's still the same level as the Pudge, actually lower level than the Pudge. Sunset again having an amazing game. No rage, so that means one dismember and you're dead. Might happen right now.
Has the ultimate will pop the dismember. And look again, it's the double Iron Shell and the vacuum to secure the job. ERD though coming in, nice avalanche toss onto 2. A wall of replica to slow down, but Annie's trying to do everything in his power to get the kill, and it will allow ERD to get that kill streak. Turns around Sunset though, he's so big, has another hook shot, but the toss will land. The Nyx Assassin's there as well. No, the creep died mid-air to the rot. Sunset is dodging, has avalanche. Double kill for the dire side mid laner.
Yeah, that ward gave away his position. Easy peasy kill for the Tiny. He needs that net worth badly. Almost blink dagger now for him. See what he can make happen with that, because he's gonna have to move around a lot and get a lot of things done for his squad. The Midas is already up on the Morph now as well.
This Centaur has 25 last hits, Black. He's almost getting out last hitted by the Nyx.
It's a tough one against the Morph.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
Smoke
tower
up.
is under attack.
They almost have the blink. ERD will have it in 6 gold. They smoked up before the blink gets purchased / delivered. But if they can get a few more kills on the Storm Spirit to completely shut down his mid game, it's not going to put Turkmenistan in first place, but net worth wise, but it will look much better. Nice avalanche, slowing down Zodiac. But more importantly than slowing him down there is baiting out the Tombstone and stealing the regen. Zodiac would have loved to get his hands on that juicy regen rune. Look at Panda. Gets clicked. Oh my goodness! Catches him off guard from the Vendetta. And now the Storm Spirit as well. What is Zodiac doing under the tower? That wasn't even a swap. He dove for that using his ultimate.
Yeah, maybe it got tossed in. I didn't exactly see what happened there. But nice kill onto the Morph. We spoke about that, right? His health pool is not the highest. This is definitely a game where Nyx can excel and shine in. He's going for the Dagon straight away. And that could be a very interesting one. If he gets it at a quick time, he's going to burst those heroes.
Turkmenistan is a squad that lost in 21 minutes last game, and now they're playing versus the big titans of the region in Kyrgyzstan, and they're making this very entertaining in the first 12 of this one. And look at it, Vendetta again. Oh, it's actually off cooldown. He's smoked up. Vendetta is going to be coming in 10. Kate now farming way more, but look at the jump. Avalanche. Toss coming in, nice impale down to half HP. Magic Missile, only 1 TP coming in, and Stampede to run away. Look at Alim, wants to connect with the wall to more than one player. Nice turn into the Tiny, throwing it on top of the Centaur, and now the wall of replica does so much slow, but then turning around, the Nyx is there as well. Double impale, and the Darkseer will fall. Kate just wants to get something in exchange, and stealing that facet of landing the toss for extra damage will allow him to get a double kill.
And double kill for the Darkseer as well. Nice galvanized stacks for the Storm. Turning around a fight that didn't look great initially, but nice spell uses, especially by the Morphling. Well done. And Lifesteal still looking to farm his Radiance. Oh, might get dismembered here. We have a waveform. Careful, careful, careful.
Nice blink in.
I think you're dead, Sunset.
I don't know that.
Wait, they actually don't chase. Yeah, the Morph kind of deterred them by clicking on them.
I mean, Sunset is also so tanky right now. Full Tranquil. I believe a Bracer completed as well, if I'm not wrong. No, just a wand. But having the Occult Bracelet, which gives you 5% magic resist and the 8 flesh heaps, it's quite a big support to kill at minute 12.
Oh, the hook! Yeah, close. Close.
And he's done a really good job of sidestepping these hooks from the Padre, I gotta say. This Venge will only get caught once, I think, up top. Otherwise, he's always very aware with the movement, which is a good sign.
Nyx is coming for you. Oh, if he finds the morph, Morph is still decent edgy morph. Oh, he's very low health, very low health.
Panda, not again, Panda.
Oh, there's a sentry ward there. Oh, he knows. Yeah.
Stampede gets popped because there's action in mid, and now we have a vacuum wall avalanche toss, but the Storm Spirit is the first to fall, and now the Light Stealer just wants to get out of there. That was a lot of the teamfight spells used by Kyrgyzstan to just lose a mid laner.
Got bursted down pretty easily, huh?
Absolutely.
Not really respecting the Blinktaker Tiny too much. Yeah, I mean, we've said it, right? Like, they're probably not going to play like they would play a TI qualifier. There's a lot of work. Well, not a lot of work, but I just kind of what we expected. Morph is going to keep farming KAT, kind of like they did in game 1, while the others try to make as much space as possible, fight as much as possible. But yeah, Storm is not having the best game. 0-3, actually 0 galvanized stacks. Haven't seen that in a long time.
Look at the Nyx. He's just farming in the mighty mines up top. Well, his team is actually the one smoking up without him. Because he really wants to get the Blink Dagger. That was going to make him a killing machine as soon as he has it. Needs to kill, I think, another neutral camp for that. Or no, he has it flying in right now. So we'll be joining up with his team. Let's see if they have another smoke to use now. He just pops Vendetta solo. And, I mean, other than the Storm, you can on the Morphling Store, you can only kill the Storm. I don't think he can pop Sunset using all of his utility by himself. It's got to be the Storm or the Morphling. The other three are very, very beefy. And look at Allen, even buying a cloak on top of Greaves and Double Bracer.
I think that's a very good decision. Magic damage is basically the only way Nyx kills you. If you buy a casual cloak against a Tiny as well, nice hook. That's pretty much a free crap ton of HP. So I like that decision a lot to buy a cloak. Give me a galvanized stack, he says. I don't want to be at 0. Thank you very much.
Allen getting quite low at top. Was that the Nyx reveal with the dagger? I think it might have been.
Yeah, and you can see even with the cloak, it's so much damage. He had an infused raindrop too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zodiac has an arcane rune, that's why he wants to go for more. One of the best runes on the Storm Spirit, maybe only second to the region. Arguably, the region is slightly better at, especially in the mid game. And they're smoking up, trying to join up with Alem, who is very safely, well, farming aggressive in the opponent's jungle, and now they want to go for mid. They spotted someone, but who's going to catch who? Vendetta, going to break the smoke, and now Sunset pops up dust a bit too late. Look at Panda. Very aware how to play this Nyx assassin. Almost walked into the dust range, but still undercover vision.
Oh, he's
dust
now
coming in. Hookshot actually connects onto the Vengeful Spirit as she was dewarding. And this time around, Annie will not be as lucky to get away as he has in the first 12 minutes, dying back-to-back right now on the support.
Ooh, look, he went for the Darkseid all by himself. That's not going to work. He just forfeited his own life. Centaur and Tiny, the gang squad, both have Blink Daggers. He's very tanky with the cloak though.
You don't have the damage. The Greaves is coming through as well, and now the vacuum turnaround finally will die to the second double edge, but they're turning on to Tiny, and the Orchid coming in from Zodiac. It's gonna be a 1-1 hook shot connects. It's the meat hook, Akami coming in with a hoof stomp, but will die as there was still an electric vortex available. 20-13 scoreline.
And if we're farming the entire time, the Morphling already sitting at level 14. Oh, the morph. Careful. Oh, man.
Panda?
Oh, is he baiting him? He's baiting him.
He's getting jibaited.
It would have been a dead morph.
Now the tip from KT coming in with the 5-head play. Completely just, outplaying the opponent. That was very nice from his side, especially if you're a Kyrgyzstan fan, but quite sad for the Nyx assassin, who's had, well, this is the second chance he has. The first one he converted, but he hasn't had one like that in over 6 minutes now.
Yeah, the Morph only had 600 HP. That was a guaranteed kill if he catches the right one. But nice heads-up play. Well played by him. We're going to see another hook attempt. The hook.
Connects yet again from Sunset. Tombstone up on the high ground, but they're really trying to turn around. Stampede is in cooldown for 5 seconds, and it doesn't matter. He's silenced. Swap will not protect him, and Lifestealer 1 between 3. The rage will run out and gets completely obliterated by the mid-hook. Zodiac double kill. 3 have fallen, and everybody on the side of Kyrgyzstan will get back up to 100 HP with the usage of the Greaves.
When the enemy tips your patch, you know you do if you're playing well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For the Morph again. No, this time I have a sentry. Ooh! Wait, where's the nuke? Okay.
Wow. I mean, the tips are flying back in. Obviously, after that debate with the Manta illusion earlier, it must feel good for Turkmenistan to get one back on them as, ooh, Meat Hook would have connected, but Panda just stopped ahead of it, and he's out back to base.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh, Zodiac is next on the menu. They're not going down without a fight, that's for sure. Really make them work for it.
This is not, Turkmenistan is completely still in the game. They're not out of this black, and they've played way better than we thought they should have, especially as Kyrgyzstan has had a few missteps. With that being said, Sunset and Max are still playing flawless Dota. The duo support from Kyrgyzstan is really impressing me thus far.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Saves him. That was all planned.
Absolutely. Turn around, back to wall, and a dismember. We have the Impale coming in a bit too late. ERD will be the one to join the corpse's yard as Sunset connects another double kill hook. Oof, okay. It was only a Warpine Raider. I thought that might have connected to someone. 14 flesh ships. My goodness.
14 flesh sheeps, a rookie. Oh! That was a close one. And Panda's on the hunt again. They saw him though. They had a sentry ops down. They know exactly he's there.
Yeah, Storm was drawing on the map. You saw that.
Oh, there's a sentry there. You gotta be careful. They see him.
They want to jump on Allen actually on the other side. This might be a good trade. Nice. Pops the capacity. Turns around and no, the damage is not sufficient as Katie gets the save, and Alim vacuum on top of the high ground, jumping down in the Darkseer will fall, but look at the jumping from Zodiac. He's full mana, full HP, the Vengeful will die. Sunlight tries to get at least a single kill, but look at the damage flying in from the Morph, from the, oh my goodness, again Sunset with a triple kill. This time it's not the Rubik, it's the Pudge, but he feels like the star player of this team.
He's looking for more maybe? No.
is under attack.
Did not manage to find a center. Yeah, his hooks have been on point pretty much the entire time. We see a little replay here, happen off camera. To the Darkseer who barely died. Almost gets away, nice swap back in, but still leads to an amazing fight for his team, of course. That's some range right there with this member. Wanna see a hook? Hook! Okay, it's barely off the mark.
Very close to connecting there. Zodiac dies though to ERD. It's a 1-for-1. Only the support falling to the for the opponent mid laner, but Sunset doesn't care. Now they're jumping in and trying to burst him out. The pipe is coming in. The Greaves as well to heal, and a vacuum wall on 3-3. The Centaur just completely melts, and now we have a jump in. Sunlight tries to get the fight, and now right-clicking left, right, and center. Annie will die to the Iron Shell damage, and another hook will not connect, but will actually pull back the Darkseer. ERD alone gets pursued by Katie. Can this tiny blink away? Can he find any space to find?
That
what
range,
is the range of that? Dismember? But okay, Nyx is not around. Katie got stunned by the neutral while he was morphing into Agi, but again, 3 kills for 0, and Kyrgyzstan is almost doubling Turkmenistan's kills.
Yeah, you can definitely tell they're having a lot of fun with it as well. Roaming around, killing lots of heroes. How many kills we did? 50, that's roughly 2 kills per minute overall. Very, very fight-heavy game. He's just gonna dismember him. Gotta be a little bit careful. Don't be too overconfident here.
Sunset is 11, 3, and 13. Okay. Dismember up the high ground. He was under the observer and the sentry. Impale will miss. Try to deal some damage. Vacuum up again, like you said. Hey ho, let's go. The Vengeful falls and so does the Centaur. Akami can't seem to get a single moment of breath as he dies. So he died a lot this game for an offlane Centaur. Well, actually not more than any, who's doubling it with 13. But that is a support Vengeful. And I don't think they need Roshan at this point, Black. I think they could go and get a set of racks here. I don't see what Turkmenistan can do to, you know, kill a single hero of Radiant.
Probably you're right. And they might just do it because of how far ahead they are. But of course, the right thing to do is get that road for the morph. And you're super safe. There's no fear of throwing anything away. But yeah, they're so powerful right now. Hope. Ready off the mark.
The Iron Shell on the Undying looks very funny. I just want him to get his fresh golem yet again and have the giant Iron Shell when he turns into the massive Undying Black. Maybe get a few DK stacks on top of him as well to just be proper buffed up. I liked this ERD Tiny much better than I liked the Tiny that was support last game, I have to say. Sadly, he's also on the receiving end of a beating as he wants to get a BKB on top of his Echo Saber. But playing 17,000 gold behind is not a good look. At this point, if the Morphling disconnects Black, Kyrgyzstan would still be equal net worth with Turkmenistan.
That's a good way of looking at it. Oh, Lifesteal, what are you doing there? You're all by yourself. Remember, it's very short, of course.
That is the fastest he went for. Can he get into a creepy? Yes, he can, but is he gonna survive long enough? No, he's not. He's coming out. He's getting worked in, and the damage from Katie to just completely annihilate Sunlight.
Adaptive strike, ladies and gentlemen. Scaling of that thing is absurd. There's a ton of damage. They're looking for more. Looking for the Tiny too.
Lincoln Sphere's there, and the damage is gonna be enough. Okay, Morphling dies. It's gonna be a really good goal with 1,600 gold going in the favor of Dire. Panda now tries to run away. The vacuum will be there to stop his TP, and dying up close to him as well. Panda just kind of making space. There's no more stun, so he's gonna take the Twin Gate, but the damage is there. He does not need a stun if he just died to, well, all of that. By the way, Zodiac killed Venge as well.
Yeah, popped the Arcane Rune to kill him off screen there. Was a pretty easy, uneventful kill. Pudge now sitting at almost 3k health, almost got a Crimson Guard. So that's kind of what I like. Even though they're having fun, they're still building like very serious items. They do still want to close up this game relatively clean.
Yeah, and they didn't go for the racks. They went top and they got punished. Now they're jumping in and they're bursting out the Storm Spirit. But look at the survivability. The Pipe and the Greaves completely nullifying all that damage. And now ERD using his BKB to get out. But Zodiac doesn't care. He's jumping on top of the Lifestealer. The Stampede, though, for the turnaround. This Zodiac Storm Spirit, how is he still so healthy?
Eternal Shroud, baby. Eternal Shroud. What an item. Told you, I think this item has like Rave Pact implications almost.
Did it receive any nerfs that last patch? I don't think it did receive any nerfs.
Yeah, a very tiny one, not too big at all. Looking for the Undying. He can't even kill the Undying too because he has Magic Res. It's tough now for Nyx because everybody has magic resistance.
He's trying though. He's very close. One more likely. He's gonna do it. We underestimated the power of the Panda. In the end, he will trade his life, and Undying is back because, well, because of what we talked about at the beginning of this game, which is his Ceaseless Dirge, the innate ability. Undying hasn't died that much, so the first time he dies, he's back up on the field in innings.
I kind of feel like you shouldn't be worth a bounty when you die this way, to be honest. To make it... I mean, it's 8 minutes cooldown. you know? It's like, it feels kind of bad the way it is.
I guess it's like good if you're in a meta where there's less kills, or like you're playing tier 1, 2011 Chinese style, right? There's no kills until minute 15. Definitely not in this game when we got 39 kills for one side and 19 for the other pre-minute 30.
Patch is looking for a fish here as well. Is he gonna get a fish?
What a
He
kill.
caught his own fish.
Panda just dies there, and that means there will be no more burst coming in from the Nyx for 40 seconds. The gem is also completed, well both by the supports and given to the Storm Spirit. And now they're knocking at your door, and I think you might just have to let it go.
Ooh, that's a long range. Jesus.
Kami, man. 50 seconds now as the Knicks will respawn in 20. Central will be on the sideline. No buybacks. Pudge is wide at range. Out farming the opponent. Off laner. 22,000 net worth ahead. And look at the jump. Zodiac does not care. Jumping in from sunlight there. Fortifying the creeps and jumping on top of it. Tries to run away. But Max is there, and so is the rest of the squad. Can you get out of there? Haze gets popped, but the hook is gonna connect for Sunset. Zodiac will get it with another flying right click. Turkmenistan, you might have one more last chance when the Lifestealer gets back, but it's looking very, very dire.
I love KT. He literally is just going for it. He's just
What
going
a
to
hook.
hit buildings. He doesn't really care much about anything else. Objective gaming.
Toss landing, KT very low. Well, he can morph up to 1,000 HP, and they're running out, jumping in. Sunset claiming another soul, bringing Annie to the death of 1,000 right-click damage, and they're going for more. This is unbelievable. Avalanche trying to keep themselves alive as the vacuum wall connects outside of the fountain. Hook gave the soul of the Lifestealer. 90 seconds, no more carry. They will get one consolidation prize by killing this Undying, but everybody else is slowly joining, and Sunset going in the fountain tries to get the hook, will actually not connect with it for the first time in forever. 28k deficit, minute 30 black, almost 1,000 gold per minute. Sunset is level 19 on the support Pudge, more than the tiny BKB hooked into his hands. Zodiac wants to claim this one, but Tiny's a beefy boy, right?
Beefy boy, but not beefy enough. Now the Venge comes in, dies again. GG is called. Pretty much what we expected. Again, like that. They're just too good. Right now, they're on a roll. We know how good they are. They're clearly having fun with it too. They're not playing seriously. They don't have their full squad either. There's just so many things that, you know, they're kind of like Goku. They have so many ankle weights and wrist weights and weighted vests and stuff. Once they take them all off, who knows the potential of this team?
I gotta say, Turkmenistan did impress me. Sadly, they were on the receiving end of a beating, but they played much better and for much longer than in their first series of the day versus Uzbekistan. And there were points where they did very well. They got that first blood by catching the Morphling by surprise. And there were multiple times when they were using 2 or 3 heroes, casting spells very well to catch the Storm Spirit, and even once or twice the Morphling. Yes, the Morphling died mostly to the Nyx, which was their final last pick, and it worked out at various points. But overall, I think there's a lot to learn from them, as this is, again, a qualifier where they are matching up versus Titans. Now, with that being said, if either Uzbekistan or Kyrgyzstan can get upset once, right, they will lose one game when they face each other, and if they get upset another time, Turkmenistan might still have a chance at tiebreakers. Is that probable? Maybe not. But that is the one thing they have to fight for.
Well said. I like what they did as well. The plan, like what I always hope when these kind of things happen, obviously that Nick's plan was very, very good. Like he caused so many problems for a raiding team. Itemizations were different because of him and his presence. Like if a tier 1 team or maybe a tier 2 team can take something like this into their own game, and like next time they see a Storm morph like this and they just pick a Nyx and maybe win with it, you know, suddenly there's a new, well, not maybe meta created, but it's a new problem again that's discovered. So I really like these things and these answers they came up with because obviously it really worked. They were just outclassed as players and as a team, but strategy-wise, I had no issue with their attempt and direction at all. And as you said, they made them fight for it, and they definitely played better than they did in their first game as well. Which against a team like Kyrgyzstan, hats off. You fought the Titans. You weren't expected to win. You did your best. That's all we're asking for.
So we're now taking a quick look at this highlights round with one of the only couple of times when Sunset did fall. It was the back of a beautiful placed observer ward earlier on up to the Queen Gate. And I feel like this is kind of when the game started to slip out of their hand. I think they could have committed a bit more to killing Kate here. And because they didn't, the TPs, although slow, came in through in the end and enabled this Morphling to just come around. And yes, sacrificed two of his teammates, but ended up getting a full triple kill for his troubles. So I think this Turkmenistan just kind of goes all in, kills Kate before the long duration TPs connect. This mid-game might have looked a lot different than what it was. Here, we already started to see the impact of the Greaves. Tanked so much and still fell in the end, but allowed Zodiac, Sunset, and Max to come in. Another beautiful meat hook onto the Centaur, who couldn't sidestep that one. And those were the two, I believe, most important skirmishes that made Turkmenistan fall so far behind that everything else from that point was kind of just a walk in the park for Kyrgyzstan.
And just the pace they were playing it, right? Like the heroes allowed them to be super, super fast. And yeah, they got a couple of pickups on the Storm, on everybody really. But that's just part of Dota when you're skirmishing so much.
Yeah.
And the speed at which Kyrgyzstan was playing at in this game in particular, it's very hard to keep up with when you're in the back foot. Like basically Venge respawns, comes back, gets hooked again, dies, comes back, gets hooked again, dies. Like the pace is just very overwhelming when you're just trying to settle yourself into a game and try to sort a little comeback, But again, they tried their best, and it's very admirable what they did. I love the strategic approach to the entire game, and I hope some team will actually take from it, learn from it, and copy it potentially, because I think heroes like Nyx, yeah, they're not really meta right now, but they have a place in certain matchups, and this matchup right here, it was definitely one of them. And you could see his impact just by how much the enemy had to itemize against it, and by how many sentries they put down, how scared they played around the map. I loved it.
Time and time again, we saw the impact of the Stark Seer, and like I said, yes, the vacuum walls were very much on point, the surges were great, and we see how much the damage has been done with the Iron Shell, but it was the Guardian Greaves and the Pipe that just kept the teammates and himself alive sufficiently for the teamfight turnarounds. And in the end, Dota is a game of who can be there for longer. If you can stay alive as much as possible, you bring more to the table to your team, and that's how your team will win the team fights. Whereas I believe for the side of Turkmenistan, we didn't even have a single mech. I think Vengeful went for a Glimmer Cape, and then obviously Panda went for the Dagon.
Yeah, well, you can't really play Nyx any other way anymore, I think. If you pick him as a last pick like this, it's a correct choice. He's basically just a full to zero nuker, right? And the way he did play that, like he instilled a lot of fear into a lot of them. If he didn't get outplayed at one time, he would have killed them off even another time. No, he was definitely finding the right position, and he was finding very good openings for himself and the team. I really like it.
Are we going for the same MVP, Black? Because I mean, if there was a doubt at some point for me in that Rubik game that Kyrgyzstan had first played, I don't know if I have a doubt about this Pajra MVP now from Sunset. It feels like Sunset's my friend. I don't know the guy, the player, but he played so well and had such tremendous impact, and especially in the early phases of the game, that for me it has to go to Sunset. But what about you? Who would you give your MVP to? Zayat. Yes. Zayat, yeah. I assume so. I do assume so. But the life of a Dota player probably better than everybody or anybody we could have right here, Black, to tell us how hectic it can get and how often, things and plans change. As we have a quick look at the match summary with all of the stats and the beautiful numbers that we saw on display from none other than our back-to-back winners of the first few matches of Central Asia, Team Kyrgyzstan. And the one I really, really want to look at is this damage number, right? The total damage dealt. I believe we have that on screen. It's very interesting to see the fact that ERD on the Tiny did almost as much damage as all of the other cores of Kyrgyzstan. So despite him not having the best showing on the Tiny, the hero is so good, and the fact that he managed to get his hands on some items early on really allowed him to keep Turkmenistan in a game for a bit longer.
Yeah. How much did they survive this time around? 31 minutes. Not bad at all. If things just went their way a little bit more, it could have even gone the other way completely. I love the itemization. I just love the way they played around as a team. Ultimately, Kyrgyzstan is Kyrgyzstan. We all know they still played with the food. Yeah, I'm going to give Turkmenistan credit for trying so hard. But ultimately, Kyrgyzstan, they didn't play at 100%. They were having fun with the game, which I really like. Kind of gave Turkmenistan also a chance to really have fun with the game and play with the game, enjoy their time on the stream, basically, right? And yeah, I think it was a good show that they put on. I was entertained, lots of fighting. It was very fun.
Also, Paj from Kyrgyzstan, Sunset himself, same level as the Storm Spirit and out-leveling the Darkseer through his involvement. So a very worthy MVP from our side, awarded to the stand-in of Sunset of Team Kyrgyzstan, who's right now looking as the prime contender to get the first slot into the Asian Championships 2024, Black. As I'm really excited to see when that matchup will happen. I believe it will be tomorrow when we get the equivalent of the grand final, right? Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan. And I personally hope it's going to be a close one because, the more great nation teams you have in the region, the better the region becomes. And the more pro Dota players we have, the more, we get to work. So that would be amazing. As that is going to be the end for the second series of our marathon of Team Kyrgyzstan. You could even say, Black. We will be sending it to about a 20-30 minute break, but that is not going to be the end of Dota 2 for today, as we will return with the final Central Asia qualifier series of the day between none other than Uzbekistan themselves versus Tajikistan, making their debut on stream. So stay tuned. Welcome back to the final series of the first day of the Iesf Central Asian Dota 2 qualifiers. I'm Wexen, joined by Black, bringing you the debut on stream of two teams. First and foremost, we've got Uzbekistan, and secondly, we've got none other than Tajikistan. And Black, I gotta say, this is gonna be a hell of a matchup.
Well, on paper, maybe not that much, you know. Suneko is a big friend of mine. I love him so much. So this game, I'm gonna give to them. It should be... Okay, actually, I don't know the rest of his team, so I can't hype it up too much for his team, but how do you think it's gonna go? Have you heard of the other players on his team? Do you think they're up to his level of standard, or is he just by far the best in the team? Like, what sort of level are we looking at here?
You gotta say Suneko's gotta be the beast in this squad. As we're actually starting with Team Tajikistan rosters first, Black. It's gonna be Majestic, Bath, Bounty, Sodic, and OSS.
I feel like, again,
Yep.
I've definitely played against a couple of these guys before. I'm pretty sure. Or did I? I feel like the name rings some bells, you know?
Is this like some sort of riddle? I played against some of this one. This is a Black's audition tape for the Riddler in the DC universe.
No, but I think if I did, whatever, the memories will come back as I watch them play, I'm sure. But yeah, that lineup on paper, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know their team too well. I don't know their play style really. I don't know their favorite heroes. If they match up well with the meta, it's gonna be tough to say really where they stand. We haven't seen them yet. This game is gonna be very enlightening to us and probably the community too, as to where this team really stands. What is their current score?
Tajikistan, this is their debut completely in the tournament.
Game.
Yeah, haven't played at all.
And Uzbekistan was 1-0 right now, correct?
That is correct. They defeated Turkmenistan in the first series off stream.
Okay, good. All right. So, well, then we just gotta say they are probably the favorite. I mean, Suneko's squad generally is quite good. He's a fantastic captain as well. And he is still a support, right? Did he transition to core?
Absolutely no. Suneko will be playing position 5 more certainly, as he's probably going to be the captain as well, similar to what Zayat was doing for Kyrgyzstan. He will be joined by Escape, Aristocrat, which is kind of like a short way of aristocrat, I guess. Alternate, and Risu will be joining him in their attempt at actually staying up there in the undefeated slots of this division, next to Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, Black, do you think there is any chance Uzbekistan gets upset here?
There's always a chance, right? Especially because, as you said, it's their debut here. I do not know how good they really are, or as I said, what kind of strategies they like, their play styles, anything really. So it's a tough call, but what we can be pretty certain of is that Suneko's team is going to be pretty solid. Maybe not the Kyrgyzstan level, but still pretty much up there. To us, as we previously said, they're probably the top 2 team, just behind Kyrgyzstan. And I mean, they have to prove it here, basically, right? Tajikistan is the only other opponent that we haven't seen yet. If they beat them handily, the second place is pretty much all but guaranteed already.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we'll see. Maybe Tajikistan can put up a fight. We don't know. Maybe they could even take the map. It would be epic.
I mean, there is a world, and if, let's say, Tajikistan loses here and they defeat Kyrgyzstan, and then Uzbekistan defeats Kyrgyzstan, they could fight for a 3-way tie, right? That is a possibility. Again, is that going to be what's happening today? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Like
maybe.
You said. They are an unknown quantity, and today was a really long match. And we had a lot of back and forth, even in matches that felt really one-sided. I want to go back to the Myanmar series. I felt like they should have finished that game.
No, we don't want to go back to that.
23 minutes, but then they took another 40, 50 minutes to get it over the finish line since that point. So hopefully the teams will be slightly more decisive. And we saw in last game, the last 2 games, Kyrgyzstan coming out swinging and converting victories, objectives on the back of great laning phases. So I think that's going to be the key. What heroes are you going to pick to not get obliterated in the first 6 to 8 minutes of this map?
Yeah, today I've casted a lot of games. In most of the games that I cast, the team that picked really strong lanes ended up losing the lanes, and then the game really snowballed out of control from there on out. Mm-hmm. So seriously, like, if you draft to win lanes, I'm a big fan of winning lanes because it makes playing Dota a lot simpler, a lot easier. But if you draft to win lanes, you have to make absolutely sure that you actually do that too, which means pre-horn, there can't be any like uncertainties. You know, like these level 1 scrambles for a lineup that wants to win lanes are super dangerous because the first blood goes the other way. Suddenly the entire lane balance is different, and you might just end up losing the lane because of that, and your entire draft just falls flat because of that, and it just absolutely cannot happen. So you gotta be, like, as I said, super aware of that, because if you pick to win lanes and you don't, we have seen it in the Monkey King draft just a while back. Yeah. Nothing. You cannot play the game if your draft isn't designed to play the game that way.
Okay, we got...
That's a lot of interesting bans. Toddle, Meepo, and Enigma.
So okay, it's clearly that the teams in this region are onto a Broodmother patch, and that's why there's an instant ban for every single game thus far. And one of the heroes that has been banned, both games by Kyrgyzstan, makes its way through. It's going to be the Shadow Fiend first pick, and Uzbekistan instant reply with the Pudge on Pack Black. 736C came out a few days ago, and both of these heroes got nerfed. They still seem to be pretty valued by all teams we've seen in the last 3 games. And do you think that is the cause because the teams practiced for these qualifiers for the last several weeks, and that was the meta then?
It very well might be. There aren't, like, the nerfs of the last patch honestly aren't that massive. Like, a couple are of course worse than others, but I think the 2 heroes that I picked right now, they haven't really been super nerfed. Like a little bit, you know, but not to a point where they're unplayable. I'm a big SF fan, although apparently recently people figured out more how to play against it. And on top of him, of course, being nerfed in the C patch, not super significantly, but, you know, quite a bit. A little bit less slow here, a little bit less damage early on. It all stacks up ultimately.
Of course.
And Pudge in general is and has always been a decent answer to SF because you have a BKB counter for the Requiem, which oftentimes you don't have. So it makes sense. We'll see if it's a core Pudge or support Pudge. We've seen both
10
today.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, and SF also hates playing versus Pudge in general. I don't know why, but whenever I play against SF as Pudge, they just eat every hook.
Elder Titan, second time we see it in the last few games.
Elder Titan Pudge is also a fantastic combo. Of course, you put them to sleep for a long time. It's a guaranteed hook every time.
Great setup, absolutely, for this Pudge, which we don't know if it's going to be a core support. I guess we assume it's going to be a support Pudge, but it's far from being confirmed as quite interesting. Tajikistan banning out the Wind Ranger and the Clinks, who are 2 great heroes dealing with, well, the Weaver, also still in the pool. So Tajikistan is really going for what you would consider S-tier heroes, or you would have considered S-tier cores in 736B up until a few days ago.
And I like that. Really pick what you're strong with, comfortable with. Their draft right now, what I'm worried about is they have no stun, no way to catch anything. And if you're already underdog, I always say, play simple Dota. This Dota right now is not simple whatsoever. The laning phase might be good, but post-laning phase, what do you do? Even during the laning phase, if something goes wrong, how do you recover without any stuns, without any ways to reliably gank? So the last 2 heroes they picked, they need to make up for that big time. Bad Rider, wow, that's the first time I see that hero in ages. That hero has been so giga ultra nerfed. I'm actually excited to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, it's been at least a solid, well, I think before 736 when we last saw Bad Rider being played as a support. And I mean, this is a pretty greedy lineup, which also tells us we might be looking at a Pudge core Templar Assassin also being picked up right here by Uzbekistan to get a bit of a tempo on top of that Shadow Fiend. And Tajikistan, well, both sides actually still have plenty of reserve time black. I want to see them actually consider what they're doing now, because they do not have overall last pick. And if they want to not reveal another core here, they actually could put themselves in a precarious position, because then they could get banned out.
Yeah, and as I said, that next pick needs to make up for a lot of the Saber problems they have.
Yeah.
It could just be a disruptor. That's a pretty simple solution just to get some catch. And here I really like a lot. But the biggest problem they run into now is that the Shadow Fiend, I'm assuming it's going to be bad right in the middle with a roaming Pudge. And you can really absolutely destroy SF that way. You flame break him back in, Pudge runs at you. You don't even need to hit the hook. You just get in rod range, you're dead.
Radiant team back.
Lifestealer. Okay.
Lifestealer. Man, they really have nothing. No lockdown whatsoever. How do they play Dota like this?
And this
it's
is
going to be tough.
And that means it's Weaver support.
Yes, or offlane. But I wouldn't want to see that.
Remaining.
I guess you could go Weaver offlane, and maybe then you're getting a Void Spirit mid. But then Templar Assassin can just flex mid and destroy you.
Now it's pretty much guaranteed SF mid and Lifestealer safe lane, but we need a stunner. Right? And picking offlane, like an offlane that has stuns like Mars and whatnot,
true.
They really suffer against Templar Assassin. These kind of heroes. I'm very worried for the draft of Tajikistan. Like, this is the kind of draft that you see in a pub game and you just lose the game in 10 minutes.
Radiant team
the Beastmaster is still available, and we saw it banned first ban earlier. Could be an alright pick, quite good at dealing with a Batrider. Blank's Lasso gets roared, pushes the team around it. A long range disable for the Pudge would give them a bit more presence in the team fight. And then you have Beastmaster plus Weaver or Undying on the lane is not that awful. Of course, Darkseer is still available if you want to go that route, but then you don't have any lock in any capacity.
This
Centaur?
Uzbekistan draft is... The problem is, as I said, whatever you pick though, whether it's Centaur or Beastmaster or Mars, you suffer so much against TA.
How about a Slardar?
Same story, really. It's it's something that you need for sure. It's just TA counters almost every melee matchup in the entire game. It's just so hard to lane against her, especially with a support there, whether it's a Pudge or the Titan. It's gonna be big problems. Big problems.
33 seconds reserve time.
If they finish this draft without any stun, like, I don't know what to say.
10 seconds.
If they finish this draft without any stun, that means Uzbekistan is just taking a Storm Spirit, right?
Literally nothing, no stun. And this hero is not good against TA. I really think this might be the most one-sided match of the day. We'll see.
Draft-wise, for sure.
It's the most out-draft that we have seen today.
10 seconds remaining.
You clearly put Pudge off lane, TA safe lane, and you get a Storm here, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Could work, for sure. You could also just put Bad right in the middle and destroy SF that way with the support roaming Pudge and pick another offlaner. If you want to, like a Wind Ranger or something. Like, you're not afraid of anything as a Wind Ranger. You literally just walk away.
And it's gonna be the
man,
daddy of all daddies. I wanted to see this 2 games ago. Was it black? It's gonna be the Outworld Devour, and
that's nasty. It's real nasty. Like the what is it called? Astral into Hook. It's such a strong combo. It has been since forever. You have the offlane Batrider against Lifestealer. It's not that great of a matchup, of course, but Batrider can always farm. And then you have the TA against Under, which is completely TA favorite. I am a bit scared for the SF. They have no real way of helping him. Any Astral into Hook, he's dead. He TPs back to lane, Astral into Hook, you're dead. How do they save him?
I don't think you do. I don't think you do. I guess Weaver Aghanim Scepter? right? You Aghanims your target. So yeah, just rush that Weaver, position 4 or 5, whatever that is. Although I gotta say, I don't think the Underlord is, given the circumstances that they find themselves in at this point in the draft, I think Underlord is not great versus Templar Assassin, but I think it could be a way of, separating a team fight, throw the bubble in the middle, allow your team to maybe disengage, and if someone oversteps and gets rooted, to re-engage if needed. Overall, yes, it's heavily favoring Uzbekistan, maybe 80-85%. Looking at the picks, and that on top of the fact that they are, well, the individual player favorites, it's going to be a tough mountain to climb, but Tajikistan, they would like to start the campaign here in the qualifiers with at least a good showing, if not a victory.
Yeah, I don't want to count them out just yet. I'm just saying, purely draft-wise, even the most elite of elite teams would struggle with a draft like this. No, it's going to be very tough to really convert into much of anything. Like Iesf will need a Yule Scepter at some point if he chooses to go for that. He'll need an ATOS on the Underlord. Lifestealer won't have a Basher for like the longest time. Weaver might build into a Gleipnir at some point, but your early mid game is really weak in terms of control. Like literally any hero can just TP out every time.
Look, connecting under the tower range. Okay, it's not going to let him connect because they're going to use the Astral. They're trying to turn around. Grizzly has to get out of there, and actually doing so, Spady is gonna be the one to fall to the raises of the Shadow Fiend, and now the damage. Beautiful flame break onto 4, separating the team fight, getting the kill back, and now Seneko tries to get out. Bounty as well will actually get claimed by Aristocrats. Ult will devour, and Grizzly is way too close, but I think he should be safe.
Makes it out just fine. But again, I think if you had, I know I'm beating a dead horse here. If you had a lockdown, it's probably 2 kills probably for you. You know, stunts are pretty good. Stunts are pretty good at Dota. Anyway, there's not too much damage done, just 1 kill lead. Is it trade bounties? No, it's 3 bounties actually for the Dire as well. So it's not the best start.
Shadow Fiend with first blood is always a menace, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay, sadly, the OD is still ahead of him in net worth because he got involved in the other 2 kills. But if Shadow Fiend could have been the one up top, could have tried bullying out this Aristocrat Outward Devour.
Yeah. I mean, it's still going to be a pretty good lane for SF until Patch decides, well, I don't want you to have fun anymore. See you next game.
Up top, Seneko will try to bully out the Underlord, which is, again, similar to what we saw in Game 1. It's a really great support. Whoa, what's happening here?
My friend.
Just tanked 4 tower hits. Will be safe, but really overzealous at trying to pressure that OD, paying with a lot of HP for that attempt.
Yeah, had like 3-4 stacks on him, wanted to keep that pressure up. Perhaps even try to kill him, but yeah. You gotta know when to retreat.
Okay, they are zoning this out. Black. It's Shadow Fiend still 6 last hits, looking really good. He's usually struggling. The more points in Astral Imprisonment the OD will get, so it's good that he's getting a slight early lead by pushing the wave under the tower and forcing the OD to struggle last hitting. Like I said, as soon as the OD hits level 3 and then 5 respectively, it's not going to be as easy for him, so he'll be forced to go and stack for himself and kill in the jungle. Bottom lane, this should be a pretty free farm lane for the Lifestealer, and right now he only has 5 last hits, again, out of 3 creep waves. I wonder what's up with the safe lanes, because I feel like the safe lane Radiant at all 3 games have really struggled.
Yeah, ultimately just comes down to last hitting. Like Lifestealer's damage isn't that high early on, especially.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, as you said, it's pretty damn easy to never die in this lane, which is. Ooh, Snake actually going down. Okay, getting onto the board, but we just see the gold advantage is steadily growing. Bigger and bigger and bigger we go.
The bigger, the better. The Oh, okay, nice. OSS. Oh, I really wanted to get that banner creep. But Aristocrat doesn't have an Astral. If we get a connection with the raises, but OSS again will tank 3 tower hits. Yet again, Black. It's... I don't...
Whoa. What?
Wait. What? Huh? How? Okay, the hook definitely
level 2
connected.
also. He must have had a lot of stickies on him. No rage to dispel just yet.
See, this is the second time you actually highlight the fact that we get a lifestealer with no rage early on. And look at how many creeps there are by tanking the meat hook of the Pudge. They're so confident though, they don't care. They're playing under the tower range, they're trying to put pressure on Majestic and force him miss some of these last hits. Only level 2 still. I mean, you have a lifestealer Undying lane, Black. You want to dominate your opponents. That's what Undying excels at, as we see Escape claiming the kill on Bounty, and now we're getting the Weaver trying to get something back on Soneko. He has used the stick, but he's not going to commit.
It's a tough cookie to swallow, unfortunately. But as we said, the individual prowess might just be a little bit too much for the Radiant to handle. And Bad Rider is definitely having too good of a time.
Shadowfin gets banished. Speedy just walks next to him. Cannot connect. Has another mid-range raise. Can he get in that position? He cannot. Will fall to the Pudge. And that's what I said. Level 5 OD. Shadowfin doesn't have a game. I think getting the Pudge involved so early to actually kill the SF, not just isolate him, was the great tactical decision from the side of Uzbekistan.
I mean, look at his TP status as well. Cooldown for 40 seconds. He's gonna miss like 2 entire waves on the tower.
Pop the
while already
smoke.
being mega pressured. To escape. Actually,
It's safe.
escaped.
Yeah, you can even see he went from a present to past tense. Look at Soneko how
Nice.
much damage he was giving it, but does fall. Maybe overstepping, trying to get the connection onto the Weaver there. Still, allowing Escape to get more free last hits under his own tower without getting pressured.
Radiant structures.
From 6 to 3, they're fortifying the wave. They're actually pressuring this Templar Assassin because, Black, do you know why they're pressuring this TA so much? Is
Why?
because the way refraction works in 736C is more of a barrier than what it used to be before, and they burn quite easily through it, as Majestic is also almost burning through this Bat Rider. Yes, he is.
Dire's top
Oh, he walked into that. Weaver and... Oh, no, what? When are they dying? What were they doing there?
Kill galore. A bloodbath on all sides.
Okay, let's rewatch what
Replay
happened.
here again.
So connection
Easy
from
kill
the
on the
Elder
Underlord.
Titan. Yeah.
That's easy.
And then Weaver just...
Dire's
Oh, SF in trouble again, mid lane in the live view.
Oh, Ultimate's coming in. The hammer has hit the Weaver, surprisingly somehow not dying to that OD burst damage. Unbelievable. Sanity's eclipse. More like insanity, am I right?
Yeah, or as Odie would say, sanity eclipsed. You are gone. 4K lead in 6 minutes. It's a rough beginning. It's a rough beginning.
Radiant's
Well, Underlord 1800 net worth. Rough. What else can we say?
We can say that the Elder Titan is only 4 last hits behind him.
Dire are scanning.
Right? That's what that is.
Yeah, definitely. Lifestealer is barely ahead of Bad Rider in last hit. That's also a problem.
Did get the kill on the Bad Rider a few moments ago, so you know. At this point, I think you're just taking all the small victories that you can.
Agreed.
There's not
Yep.
even stacks for OSS to kill here. It's just killing the actual neutrals. He's also under the observer ward. Wait, look at the Pudge just coming for it. Is he gonna reveal his position with this hook attempt? We're gonna steal the bounty runes. Oh, okay. Stole only a single bounty rune.
Not speedy enough.
No, I think he was too speedy, Black. He was too speedy that he just ran away from the bounty rune. Now that's what happened.
Fair enough.
Okay,
Well, there's no
Bounty
escape for Bounty.
Is that a solo kill? No, Soneka was there. Risup does get pursued, but he's flying. He's on top of the high ground, and now the Pudge is here, level 5. They will turn around, but beautiful Golem. Just helping them tank, and now the last hit will go to...
Hey, Odie, no.
Dire's bottom tower
Does
is
support
under
an OSS. They're also trying to catch the Weaver mid, but he's escaping. And this is a bit of a small victory for Tajikistan.
Yeah. Finally, nice rotation from the SF as well. He needed to do that. Can't really lane mid lane anymore. So Weaver's just taking over. And yeah, quick
Dire's
little
bottom tower is
jab.
under attack.
But as we know, jabbing and boxing is only so good. You really gotta get that uppercut, that hook in. Where's that gonna come from? Oh, Bounty again. He's gonna die so quick. Ouch, ouch, ouch. And Odie adds some extra ouch. He has 5 1 charges. Oh yeah. Would have been enough to live, but Escape doesn't allow that. That's some... Ooh. That was a close hook.
This Underlord doesn't have a game. It's
Yeah, I mean, they picked
tragic.
Underlord into TA. It's literally probably the hardest counter, to be honest, on the safe lane.
And now Aristocrat gets another kill for his Outward Devour. I'm looking at this net worth chart, Black, and this TAOD, 1,000 gold ahead of this Lifestealer. I don't even want to look further down as the ET is out farming Underlord. They're trading places, but the Pudge is not far behind them either. And look at the top, they're really trying to go on escape. Lots of decays from Grizzly. He's very beefy. Speedy, only level 5, cannot turn around with a Dismember. He does not have that at his disposal, but look at OD. Up close and personal. Weaver's there as well. And now, Requiem of Souls is going to connect in time. Escape! Coming in too close, just in the range, but turns around with a refraction. One more right click will kill OSS, but he's actually going for it. They want to get the kill on Escape, but the barrier is too strong. OSS really wants to get in range. I think he might be overstepping his welcome here, and he will get punished, most certainly, despite getting the Batrider very low as well.
Running away also here, as is the OD still. Triple Bounty rune too. Oh, careful there. Oh, it's burning, it's burning. Ah, barely didn't burn out. Might have another Astral here. Yeah, the Undying is actually doing a lot of work.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, Sunaiko. Does he get the stomp off? Nope. Just barely out of range.
Majestic going for a lot of like small level items, completing the Orb of Corrosion. I think realizing he is the only hero having a bit of farm for the Radiant side, which means he will need to try get involved a little bit to help his team not completely lose the game, as they're trailing 4k behind at minute 11 and, well, half of the kills that Uzbekistan has.
The good news is that it kind of stopped the bleeding. There was 4k for quite a while. So that's always good news. However, as I said, at this point, how do you really recover? Oh, they have Dismember, they have Lasso.
They're gonna get him. The gate is coming too late. Majestic tried to go to the gate, but it's not gonna be, well, it's not gonna be healthy enough for that, but they're trying to turn around and they catch the kill onto Speedy. Now, can they catch anything else? They don't have the stuns, and this is the problem that we talked about, but the Pit of Malice comes in time, connects onto 2, but the buyback from the Pudge. We have a time lapse from the Weaver. He was going very low in HP. Grizzly now 1v1ing the Pudge. Who is gonna be beefier? Who's gonna be fatter? Bounty falls through, uses Batrider. The Temporal Assassin's here, and the Earth Splitter connects. It's gonna be the Batrider still somehow surviving.
Sukushi in 3. Oh,
Gets caught. What a dismember. Shikuchi or not, you are Shikuchi. Gone. And they killed the Pudge, and they forced the buyback. That's the only saving grace they had.
dude, he absolutely just obliterated me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, you're gone. Kind of obliterated. It was, how much HP did they have on the Weaver? Like 80%? He did one shot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
TA is a hero, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. She got like what, 7 nerfs 2 patches ago? 6 nerfs? Oh, it says now. Look at the hook connection coming in 3, 2, 1. Telegraphed. Yes, connects. Pitch perfect. Dismember just for safety. So Nako's gonna go for the final right-click last hit. Just for style points. As Aristocrat loses his kill spree. It's 1,000 gold swing only because of that. And this is what you talked about, Black. Probably one of the oldest setups for a Podge combo, especially since, 2017, when they added the duration bar on top of the Astral Imprisonment. It's even easier to connect the hook nowadays than it was before.
Yeah, the story of Dota. I always like to say back in my days, but it makes me sound like a boomer, so I don't do that. But back in my days, we didn't have that. We didn't have a stun bar. We didn't have a disable bar. We didn't have a flying courier. We didn't have a courier each.
That is a change and a half. Oh, they're actually turning around. They're coming in through the gate. The lasso is not going to do anything as Majestic will be raged up and it's going to expire. And now it's a 5 versus 3. You need to get your Shadow Fiend here. You are completely outnumbered, my friends. They're really trying to get the damage done and they're getting lower and lower. But now another Orchid coming in and it's going to be 4 to fall after. So Nako will connect with another Stomp, allowing Aristocrat to get a double.
What just happened? It was 5k lead at minute 30, now it's 9k. It's a 4k swing in a minute. Pretty crazy stuff. Desolator's picked up on the TA already. Roshan is about to migrate over to the Dire side in just a minute. That's probably when they're gonna pick up the Aegis.
It's a wipe. It's crumbling
Easy
down,
peasy.
Black. We talked about the importance of lanes, and they didn't do great, but they didn't really feed. And they survived the laning phase. They're now just completely getting obliterated in mid-game. Another hook connecting on the back of a bait from Escape. Grizzly it's gonna potentially get away. Yeah, Peter Malix comes in to help him with the assist. A nice save hook from Speedy. But Escape doesn't care. He wants to turn around and go for more damage. I think he has a full Desolator flying in right now. Requiem of Soul on top of Storm, but another meat hook from the Podge. It might be meat, it might be meaty, and look at the OD coming in from the back line. Even has the Sanity's Eclipse, doesn't need it. The damage is sufficient. The Orchid and Dismember, Pit of Malice, but another Astral
26.
Okay. Aristocrat with the next level bait. They are having time, not bait, sorry, Troll. What a double kill with the Mel Strike. Did you see what happened there, Black?
What happened?
Aristocrat tanked the meat hook of Podge because he didn't want to lose the kill. And because of that, the Weaver almost escaped, so he was forced to use the Sanity's Eclipse.
Yeah, well, that's a classic, right? My kill, nope.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a overcommit, but I think if you're Uzbekistan right now, you're more than chilling. You have yet to use a single tier 1 tower. You're 13,000 gold ahead in minute 16.
Well, Lifestyle came out. Is it a good idea? Sometimes staying in safety.
Hook. Fish Bash Bosch. No, I like this. This is entertaining, and I think this is good tape for Kyrgyzstan because Uzbekistan is being another kill. Uzbekistan is fearless right now. They are smashing Tajikistan. They've been for the last, what was it, minute 12, minute 11? You said 13, right? Since minute 13, they have hit the gas pedal, and they're just on top of Tajikistan through and through.
Making it look a little bit too easy, but we already said just from the draft it looked insanely one-sided. Unfortunately, you just can't play Dota without any stuns. Like, not a single one. The best thing they have is a root, and that's it. Now, how do you make any plays happen, right? Oh, they see Lifesteal again. Hook.
They connect. Unbelievable. I mean, he was a standing still target. He was on triangle on top of a trap, of course. That's not that unbelievable, but it's great to see another Podge be successful twice in a day. Hook yet again. Weaver dies. Black. Tajikistan really need to do something to come back into this one. And the answer might be, you know, you force Uzbekistan to dive you in your fountain. Oasis blinks behind them and Requiems of Soul to push them even further in. Because otherwise, I don't see a way.
It's a tough one, for sure. Let's look around items real quick. He's going for Yasha, Kaya. That's still far off though. They might just be going high ground with his Aegis. There's nothing to really stop them. Anytime there's an Astral, ooh, hits the hook.
Okay, that was kind of impressive. I have to admit, speed, connecting yet again. Speedy, sorry, escape, jumping forward, gonna melt that Undying, and now the Vessel coming in. Escape has the Aegis, but you would like to pop it, get saved by the Aghanim Shard. This member of the Pudge will heal up. Oh no, it was actually the Astral Imprisonment. My apologies to everybody. Look at the Earth Splitter connecting onto two. Maelstrike off top the high ground, trying to get this beefy cores, healing the Undying, both below half HP, but they managed to survive for now.
Yeah, Underlord is still a very good high ground defender, so they're not gonna lose him. Ooh, they see the SF.
What is it? Blink out, pitch perfect, dodging, baiting out the Sanity's Eclipse, and then getting out of there. The biggest victory for Tajikistan in the last, well, 10 minutes or so.
I'm not sure what he's saying. Probably, can own screw up.
Yeah, easy ult.
Easy old lol.
Yeah, probably something along those lines. As we now see him trying to split push down bottom, he did manage to previously claim the tier 1 Dire from the bot lane, and now he's trying to force some rotations, which he successfully does so. They want to burn as much time of the Aegis as possible before they get knocked on the high ground. He will get completely wrapped up around. They are the ones scanning. That is a weird angle to scan if you're Radiant.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So Neko says hello.
Requiem of Soul on top of the Fit and Balance. It's gonna be a kill, but you might pay 2 for 1 for that one. It's not a good discount here. Oh, it says try to hide in the corner. Gonna go at the very end. Dodges the. Oh, okay, never mind.
Almost dodges the hook.
I swear that was gonna miss. Come on.
Well,
I think it clicked back into it or something.
Factually, it did not miss. Ooh, lifesteal. Pain, it hurts. But who's in real trouble here? Or TA Overstater, welcome.
Well, still gets the kill, has the Aegis. I don't think you've got the facilities to fight even 3v1 right now, my friends.
Yes.
And on the bright side, Lifestealer doesn't have anything, so he's going to be back in about 15 seconds.
Yeah,
bought an armlet.
That's not a bright side, though.
What do you mean? Of course it is. You have the chance of fighting once again. Oh, hook. Okay, never mind. He's 1,000 behind the lowest support on the side of Uzbekistan. It's quite tragic, actually, what's happening in this game. And in all honesty, it's only testament to how good Uzbekistan is, Black. We finally wanted to have a closer region. We've been talking about some of these really one-sided regions with just a team. Now we see potential for another Meeple connecting. Undying, walking in a straight line, gets punished and dead for 41.
Yeah, and that's the big high ground defender. Without him, it's going to be a lot easier to reach. Aghanim stepped on Elder Titan as well.
My goodness. Escape is 13-0-17, by the way. Perfect game this far. Look at the damage flying in. Your Sanity's Eclipse and Majestic gets eaten alive. The Elder Titan will finally miss an Earth Splitter for once. They're trying to hold this push. They lose the first melee racks. The range will soon follow. The Vessel trying to get Escape lower and lower. 5 seconds. No hit Lord. But look at the hook. Speedy just jumped in and hooks Majestic into the ground, and Majestic instantly pulls out the good game. Uzbekistan with their debut on stream making an absolute statement.
That might be the most one-sided game we've seen on stream. I mean, the Myanmar game was also pretty one-sided until it wasn't. But yeah, they take no prisoners. They seem to be ready for Kyrgyzstan tomorrow. And they will need to be, because Kyrgyzstan, just like them, they absolutely trashed everybody they played against. So that on paper is going to be an amazing matchup. I can't wait to see who actually takes that. It's a shame it's going to be a BO1. I wish there was a BO3, personally. Would be very, very entertaining to watch, I think. But yeah, that's the group stage. So we'll see who comes out on top. But again, whoever loses that match probably will still make it in second place. Because these two teams just look leagues above everybody else.
I gotta say, I think they're both content with their performance, and I'm glad neither of them has slipped up yet, just yet flag. Because, like I said, if one of them slips up in one of the games, it means they're not qualifying. And qualifying to the AEC in China is the main goal of these squads, and then they're taking it further and making it to the Iesf World Esports Championships. And then obviously, because you go to LAN in China, you get top 4 to qualify. There's a bit more money involved. And yes, we know some of the players of Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, but the region is still very underdeveloped. And for some of the unknown players or the lesser known players of these two nations, to get to that point and earn a bit of cash from esports might just be what, lets their family encourage them more and support them in their journey.
Yeah, and on top of that, it might be a stepping stone into a better team, higher team, whatever it might be, whether it's like a tier 2.5, tier 2 team. Everybody starts somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And these kind of national tournaments, sounds kind of funny, but I don't know a better way to describe it, are a great stepping stone for that. Because let's say you play against China, right? And it is actually like Azure or something. And you have an outstanding performance. Chances are people are going to notice you. There's going to be lots of eyes on you, and you will get your chance to shine.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking just a few weeks ago about Sanctity from Team Mongolia last year, right? He defeated quite single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, but like in dominating fashion, the likes of Team Nouns was qualified to TI, and then Navi saw that, spotted it, and now added him to their team, right? So this is definitely something that is very important, to play your very best with every single chance you have. If you've been grinding for all your life, 5, 10, 15, 20, you had the chance. This is a great way of showcasing your skill and, making a name for yourself and for your future career. And I gotta say, Speedy on this pudge really did just that in this game.
I would say the performance again. I feel like all the pudges we've seen today have been playing very, very well.
Yeah. All the supports we had today, actually, the supports have definitely been a standout for me in all the 3 games. As the Kyrgyzstan duo of supports was exceptional, and so were the ones from Uzbekistan, Speedy, in particular, impressing me with the pudge. It's also quite easy to see that when you are running flashy supports like the pudges, the Rubiks, even the Elder Titan to some extent, right? When you are the one running a Shadow Demon, Vengeful, or whatever supports are, what's classic support, Disruptor, your impact is more, hidden, right, than flashy.
Yeah, it's much more subtle for sure. You're not the showman. You're more the manager of the showman. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe Disruptor not so much. Disruptor's quite flashy if you get like Aghanim's Blink, Jump In, Static Storm, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, he can be for sure. But yeah,
like Undying is never flashy. Like what are we? Even if Grizzly would have been on the winning side here, we would have said, "Oh yes, this was a Undying. Well done." You know what I mean? It's one of these heroes that I'm glad to see it picked. 50% win rate thus far, right? 1 win, 1 loss in the Central Asian qualifiers. But I think the hero is in a really strange spot right now, Black. Do you think we're gonna get more Undying in the coming days?
I like Undying for what he is, but again, once you pick Undying, you need to make sure that you actually take care of his weaknesses, which is no lockdown. Once you put a tombstone down, most enemies just run away. And in order to really combat that, you need either some sort of Mars Arena, some sort of Disruptor, something to really keep them there. Because again, his biggest weakness is you literally just run away or TP out. And in a draft like they just had with the Undying, it's really impossible to do much at all.
Highlights 40-11. I don't even think I paid attention to the score of this game. I'm just looking right now, see how one-sided it was. And in the end, it was the 42-11 finished when the good games were called. 22 minutes, Uzbekistan with the fastest victories today, 21 and 22 respectively. Escape, arguably MVP, 13-0-9, perfect score. I mean, I feel like I want to give it to the Podge again, but then giving 3 back-to-back game MVPs to support might get me hated in the community.
I mean, again, I think it's a very strong showing. A lot of people made cases for the MVP appearance here. I think Podge is a very worthy candidate. So is the TA. I mean, who isn't? Again, like the OD also played some pretty amazing Dota.
Yeah.
The entire team. Tomorrow we'll really see what they're made of when they face the real adversaries, you know, like, cause we all know the enemies they face just now, they're a little bit out of the league.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping to Tajikistan to put up a better fight, but this is their first game of the tournament as well, so
it's always tough. You go up against Titans, you just want to play in your comfort zone, which I think that's how they ended up with this draft, right? They all just wanted to play the heroes that they like. That's not how competitive Dota works, unfortunately. That's like one of the biggest discoveries people make when they just break into the game.
yeah.
As like an amateur team, you can't really just pick what you like. It still has to make sense. You know?
And I don't think they picked what they liked, I'll be honest. I think they just picked 3 or 4, arguably, of the heroes that they thought was good in the meta. I don't think they went for comfort picks, because if they did, this is going to sound very dire, ladies and gentlemen, they looked very uncomfortable at many points. Like, I would say, maybe with the exception of the Undying, everybody else felt like they were playing something they're not an expert on. You know what I mean? Like, we earlier saw Kyrgyzstan, both games, they ran 2 heroes that they were completely grandmasters in. And even when they were losing some fights or skirmishes, they were still shining on the heroes to some extent because they're experts on those heroes. Whereas here for Tajikistan, I feel like they went for the SF, the Weaver, because they are considered S-tier picks in Tier 1 Dota, but I don't think OSS or the Weaver player actually favored these 2 heroes that much. Or they might do and they just got completely shut down.
Yeah, that is always an option too. Like, you can be as comfortable as you want. When an enemy puts you in a position like that and puts so much pressure on you, no matter how comfortable you feel, you probably will feel like you're super uncomfortable just because of all the pressure that's on you. So again, worthy victor. They're now 2-0. Kyrgyzstan is 2-0. Tomorrow is the grand final of that particular part of the qualifier. It's going to be pretty epic. Fully expecting to see both of them though in China. And yeah, what else do they have to show?
Else? I mean, they have to show us a hard-fought battle that is close between the 2 of them, and not one-sided, or like not with the team making a lot of mistakes. Black, I think that's what we want to see, because like you said, I would say 98% guarantee both will make it into the China qualifier. But this moment in the tournament, after you realize, okay, they are the big dogs, they are the favorites, they are probably gonna make it, but then you need to see them play at a really good level that makes you believe they will be a contender when they get to China.
Very true, very true. But how much time is there till China? Roughly
2 months? I want to say 2 months.
Roughly 2 months. So there's a lot of room for improvement. So even if you struggle now a little bit at certain areas of the game, by the time you get to China, you've had plenty of time to work on those. So whatever condition they leave these qualifiers in, I expect them to be way better once the actual tournament hits.
Of course, and then we're still probably a couple of patches away from that point, as we have a few tournaments in between now and then. That would be very close, actually, to TI, or at the same time as TI, I want to say. So I want to really analyze, when we get closer to the date, how is the meta of, Tier 2, Tier 3 Dota, national Dota, shifting around the Tier 1 international meta that will be up front and center in those weeks in September. But with that being said, Black, that is going to be the end for our first, South Asian qualifier for Dota 2 here for the Iesf. Before we go, I want to ask, do you have any final words you'd like to say to the stream?
Final words I'd like to say to the stream. It's been a long day for me today. But it has been a very fun day of lots of up and downs. My personal highlight of the day was still the Myanmar game. Like, I've been in a situation like that before where we have absolutely crushed the opponent and then we were just way too confident, make a couple of dumb mistakes. But ultimately, even though there was like a 30k goal comeback almost, we pulled it back through staying calm, making great decisions together as a team. And I think I was really impressed by that because it's not easy to stay calm when you make so many mistakes in a row, so many unforced errors in a row, to then clutch it out like that. And then in the interview, it was like the most humble guy ever. It was just fantastic. It was my moment of the day for sure.
Yeah, we've been getting lots of humble kings over the last few weeks in this qualifier, so it's good to see. First of all, despite being so skilled, such as like Myanmar players, they're also humble, and also, they keep a bit of pride for the nation. Sometimes when you play for an organization, you might get a bit cocky, you might want to play the bad guy, but when you're representing your home country, you want to make the best impression possible to showcase, the quality of people that you have in your home nation.
100%.
So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching and joining us for the first day of the Iesf Asian qualifiers. You had Oceania Grand Finals and you had the starter for Southeast and Central Asia. But tomorrow we will return with the final pieces of action of Southeast Asia and Central Asia as well. I was Waxen, joined by Black. Give this man a follow on his Twitch because he's working really hard and he's really good at what he does. And we shall see you tomorrow with more Dota 2 international action.